Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Izumi watched as her brother, Izuku, jumped excitedly on their mother's bed. He called out for their mom, urging her to wake up for their birthday celebration. 𝗂𝐭𝐲, their mother, finally stirred and promised to make their favorite meals for breakfast and lunch. As they sat in the kitchen, the aroma of cooking filled the air, but Izuku suddenly made a distressed sound. Concerned, Izumi asked him what was wrong, and he revealed that his chest hurt. She suggested it might be related to his quirk awakening. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 reassured them that they would visit the doctor that day to find out more, especially since Izuku seemed to be in pain. As he held his chest tightly and began to cry, he fainted. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 rushed to his side, lifting him in her arms as they hurried to the hospital. On the way, Izumi noticed a strange purple glow emanating from Izuku's chest. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 speculated that it might be related to his quirk. Upon arriving at the doctor's office, they waited anxiously for the nurses to take Izuku. When the doctor finally called them in, Izuku was awake, and they rushed to embrace him. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 expressed her worry, and Izuku reassured her that he felt better. The doctor quickly got to the point, revealing that Izuku's case was unusual. He explained that Izuku had 2 hearts, which was unexpected, especially since tests indicated he should be quirkless. The doctor mentioned that one of the hearts was denser and faintly glowing purple. He had contacted a professor who could provide further insights, but they would have to wait until later that evening. 𝗂𝐭𝐲 acknowledged that it would be past bedtime for the kids but decided to ask Mitsuki for help. She then inquired if the doctor could check Izumi's quirk as well. The doctor agreed, and while 𝗂𝐭𝐲 took Izuku out of the room, Izumi remained behind for her examination. After some time, the doctor returned with good news. Izumi had a telekinesis quirk, which was notably strong. He encouraged them to return later to check on Izuku again. Izuku asked if he could be a hero, but 𝗂𝐭𝐲 reminded him they would have to wait to find out. After leaving the doctor's office, they headed to the playground where they found Katsumi. Izuku excitedly suggested they play, and Izumi shared that she had received her quirk. Katsumi was thrilled for her and asked about Izuku's situation. Izumi explained that they were still uncertain about his quirk, but their mother would be taking him to the doctor again that day. Katsumi was optimistic and expressed her longing for them to become heroes together. Later, 𝗂𝐭𝐲 took them home, where she planned to drop Izumi off at Mitsuki's house while she took Izuku to the doctor again. Mitsuki welcomed them warmly, and 𝗂𝐭𝐲 thanked her for looking after Izumi. After saying goodbye, Izumi felt a sense of finality, unaware that it would be the last time she saw her mother and brother. 14 years later, Izumi sat in her classroom, waiting for the teacher. She was busy drawing notes about the new hero, Mount Lady. When the teacher arrived, he announced that it was time for the students to think about their futures. The class erupted in excitement, eager to become heroes. Katsumi, however, declared that she and Izumi were the only ones truly deserving of being heroes, aiming for 𝗧𝗵𝗲. As the school day ended, Izumi walked home, reflecting on her notes about heroes. One page caught her attention, the one about the vigilante known as the Reaper. He had made headlines a few months prior for his ruthless efficiency in taking down dangerous villain organizations across the globe. Though his methods were alarming, he had achieved results that surpassed even the top heroes in Japan. Witnesses reported seeing shadows during his appearances, hinting at the strength of his quirk. Katsumi interrupted Izumi's thoughts, urging her to keep walking. As they strolled through the shopping district, a soda bottle suddenly dropped near them. When Katsumi kicked it, a sludge-like villain emerged and grabbed them, plunging them into a new adventure. Meanwhile, Izuku, after years away, contemplated whether to stay in Japan or continue his previous path. After all, the war wasn't over yet. 14 years ago, a journey to the doctor filled with excitement turned into chaos. The anticipation of discovering the capabilities of a new heart, which glowed with promise, was abruptly shattered. The hope of becoming a hero like All Might was overshadowed when a loud noise interrupted their travel. Their car was struck by an unseen force, sending it crashing into a building. In the aftermath, everything went dark. When consciousness returned, confusion reigned. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, questions flooded the mind. Who was I? What was my name? Who were these people? Where was I? As the flashback faded, the present unfolded. Walking through the streets, an explosion echoed in the distance. Leaping onto a rooftop for a better view, a scene of distress emerged. A blonde girl trapped in green sludge and a green-haired girl desperately trying to free her. Nearby, pro heroes shouted for caution but seemed ineffective. The two girls appeared oddly familiar, stirring a sense of recognition. With a sigh, a black cape materialized, and a dagger was drawn. Utilizing a unique ability, both girls were swiftly rescued, leaving onlookers in shock. One girl had long, spiky green hair and freckles, while the other sported ashy blonde hair tied in a ponytail with striking red eyes. It soon dawned on Izuku that the blonde girl was his sister. The girls landed near the heroes, and gratitude was exchanged, though one girl insisted she hadn't been the one to save them. Just then, a dark aura enveloped the area, sending a chill through everyone present. The villain, initially confident, was now visibly shaken as he faced an ominous figure, the legendary Reaper, cloaked in darkness. The villain pleaded for mercy, having just moments before plotted to use the girls as shields. The Reaper, unfazed, dismissed the cowardice, and in an instant, the threat was neutralized, leaving everyone stunned. Only one observer, a slender blonde man with striking black and blue eyes, witnessed the swift action, his astonishment evident. As the Reaper departed, he admonished the heroes for their inaction, urging them to embody the titles bestowed upon them and to act when lives were at stake. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving the heroes to grapple with their failure. Izumi faced criticism for her recklessness, but Katsumi defended her fiercely, intimidating even some of the pro-heroes. Eventually, the tension subsided, and the sisters made their way home, only to be met with an unexpected surprise. All Might stood before them, exclaiming his iconic entrance. The girls were in awe, and as introductions were made, All Might revealed his injuries, remnants of a past encounter that limited his power. He explained that he had been inspired by Izumi's bravery and wished to pass on his quirk to her. Though initially shocked, both sisters agreed to the opportunity, eager to train under the legendary hero. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku listened from a distance, relieved that his sister was safe for the moment. However, danger loomed as ominous voices plotted against him, and he felt an urgent need to act. Bloodied and desperate, he ran through a muddy forest, unsure of his surroundings but driven by the instinct to survive. Eventually, he reached the city, overwhelmed by confusion and the cold night air, hiding beside a trash can as he tried to make sense of it all. Could recall was the flight that had led him to this moment. Some people were conversing while wearing robes. Eventually, they led the protagonist to a building in a warehouse, from which they managed to escape. However, they were soon found and had to flee again. A command was issued to eliminate the creature. The protagonist leaped onto a large trash container and continued running, pushing through the pain. They ran and ran until they found themselves trapped, holding a knife and waiting. Blood trickled from their head, and their leg throbbed with pain. They noticed the people aiming their powers at them, followed by a loud explosion. The protagonist awoke from the dream while it was still nighttime. It had been about a month since arriving in this place. Thanks to newfound abilities, they no longer needed much sleep, but the daily quests were still a hassle. The rewards were decent, but they had accumulated dozens of low-ranking dungeon keys, at best C rank. However, the extra skill points gained were proving useful in the long run. More intelligence would be beneficial as their army continued to grow. They rarely used fatigue recovery since the villains they had faced so far were weak. It baffled them how some had become the top villains in their countries. A few were powerful, but most were merely individuals with quirks who lacked direction. At least their shadows were learning about different types of humans. Who was a villain, who was a hero, who should be protected, and who should be eliminated. Igris and Iron had the most knowledge, while Tank was catching up, and the rest of the shadows were following their lead. Now, the protagonist was patrolling the area at night, with their shadows moving independently to eliminate more villains. However, none of their shadows detected anything at the moment. Was it due to the low crime rate, or were the villains too intimidated by their presence? It didn't matter, it was better that they didn't disturb anyone. The protagonist had more important matters to attend to. While traveling at high speed on tank, they sensed a malicious intent and fear. Turning in that direction, they saw something disturbingly familiar. They activated their stealth skill and crouched down, waiting in the shadows beside a girl. A man wearing a plague mask, a coat, and black breath stood nearby, his brown hair and yellow eyes unmistakable. From the intel gathered about Japanese villains, he was known as 𝗏𝗏. The girl leaned against the wall, covering her head with her arms. As she settled into that position, the protagonist noticed her bandaged arms and legs. They had encountered enough villains and monsters to recognize that these injuries were not the result of accidents or innocent clumsiness. She appeared pale, far too pale for nighttime, and her white-blue hair and red eyes, along with a horn on her head, made her stand out. She seemed terrified of him, trembling in fear. 𝗏𝗏 spoke, asserting that she could not escape him and that she was essential for his plans. The girl pleaded for mercy, expressing her pain. The protagonist was confused by her words but felt a surge of anger. 𝗏𝗏 continued to taunt her, stating that she was cursed and would never be loved, labeling her a monster. Seeing the girl cry and panic, the protagonist felt a wave of nostalgia wash over them. When they saw 𝗏𝗏 reach for her, they lost control. They unleashed their bloodlust, enveloping the area in darkness. They seized 𝗏𝗏's hand with one arm and used their other hand to activate their power on the girl, pulling her away as their cloak faded. 𝗏𝗏 looked at them in horror, realizing they were real. The protagonist taunted him, questioning if he had seen them on television, claiming to be more real than his fear. Before 𝗏𝗏 could react, the protagonist squeezed his arm with all their strength. They were unsure of his quirk, but it didn't matter. 𝗏𝗏 screamed in pain as his arm was severely injured. He jumped back, using the remaining part of his arm to heal the injury, demonstrating his ability to restructure anything he touched. It was a powerful quirk, but it had its limits. The protagonist summoned a shadow infantry to carry the frightened girl away. 𝗏𝗏 attempted to retaliate by summoning spikes from the ground, but they halted midway as the protagonist used their speed to appear beside him and severed his arm. 𝗏𝗏 was about to act, but the protagonist lifted him using their power and pinned him against the wall. The protagonist remarked on the rarity of the moment, while 𝗏𝗏 gasped in pain and exhaustion. The protagonist revealed their intent, pulling out a dagger and cloaking themselves in darkness, leaving only their glowing eyes visible. They expressed their enjoyment of the situation, beginning to inflict small cuts to maximize 𝗏𝗏's suffering. However, their satisfaction was interrupted by a sense of greater danger approaching, a sensation they could never forget. There was no mistaking it, a gate was opening nearby. They dropped 𝗏𝗏, no longer concerned about him, and turned to see the size of the gate, which caused them great worry. It appeared to be a rank, or even A+. When they touched it, they found themselves unable to enter, as if a barrier was blocking their way from within. Izuku Midoriya took a stance, drawing both of his daggers and plunging them into the ground with all his strength. A surge of energy erupted in the form of lightning, powerful enough to topple several electric poles and plunge the area into darkness. He pressed forward, determined to find his companions. As he searched, he spotted a soldier immobilized by spears, unable to move. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, introducing itself as 𝗏𝗏, the great priest of the High Orcs. 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged Izuku's ability to break through his barrier and mentioned that he was not the first human to arrive, but the other was smaller and possessed intriguing power. He invited Izuku to his chamber. Izuku freed the soldier from the shadows, and the soldier bowed, seemingly bracing for punishment for not following orders. Izuku reassured him, stating that he had done all he could and was not angry. He absorbed the soldier back into his shadow and proceeded toward the chamber. Standing before the massive door, a system notification appeared, presenting a new mission: to save Eri and eliminate all High Orcs, with rewards including new skills and stat points. Izuku realized that Eri must be significant if the system wanted her rescued, but it was a task he intended to undertake regardless. He vowed to reach Eri. As he burst through the door, he found Eri trembling in fear, held captive by 𝗏𝗏, who lounged on his throne. She had closed her eyes and ears, overwhelmed by the noise. Izuku approached the center of the room, surrounded by hundreds of high orcs. 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged his arrival, expressing that Eri's abilities were intriguing but deemed her boring for their standards. He lifted Eri with magic, prompting Izuku to use his own powers to pull her toward him. He dashed back to the entrance, where he noticed her fear. Izuku comforted her, assuring her that everything would be all right. As she looked at him, he removed his helmet to reveal his face, hoping to calm her. Although she relaxed slightly, the presence of the orcs behind them frightened her again. Sensing an impending attack from one of the orcs near 𝗏𝗏, Izuku swiftly used his powers to slam the orc to the ground, then lifted him and smashed him against the ceiling repeatedly until he was stuck there. He reassured Eri that none of the orcs would harm her. With a calm demeanor, Izuku turned to face the orcs and declared his intent to defeat them all. 𝗏𝗏 laughed, confident that Izuku would never be able to overcome their numbers. As Izuku advanced, his shadow expanded, and he called upon his soldiers from the depths of his shadow. Over 100 shadow warriors, armed and ready, awaited his command to attack. With a single order, they charged forward alongside him. As the orcs rushed toward them, Izuku activated his Dominion skill, empowering his shadows with a purple aura that enhanced their strength. The orcs charged at full speed, but Izuku's shadows formed a solid line and countered the assault. Long-range fighters, including mages and archers, unleashed a barrage of projectiles. Although his shadows were strong, the orcs proved to be formidable opponents. Realizing he needed to reduce their numbers, Izuku joined the fray, wielding his daggers and striking down every orc in his path. Despite the strength of his shadows, many fell to the relentless orc attacks. Izuku knew he had to thin their ranks before the real battle could begin. Suddenly, a massive wave of fire surged toward his army, incinerating a significant portion of his shadows. He turned to see 𝗏𝗏, with a dragon head floating beside him, taunting him about the weakness of his minions. Undeterred, Izuku declared that 𝗏𝗏 would be defeated before he could exhaust Izuku's mana. He leaped forward to strike, but 𝗏𝗏 blocked him with a barrier. The orc priest boasted that Izuku would lose his soldiers and fail to kill him. Izuku countered, revealing that he had powerful allies as well. He pointed to Igris, Iron, and Tank, who charged at the orc generals. Meanwhile, Izuku consumed a mana potion, preparing to unleash his true power. With a surge of energy, he summoned the fighting spirits of the fallen orcs, nearly tripling the size of his army. They charged at the living orcs, while Igris, Tank, and Iron engaged the orc generals. Iron struck down one orc with his hammer, while Igris skillfully parried attacks and dispatched another with a well-placed knife. Tank finished off the last orc with a powerful blow. Izuku noted that 𝗏𝗏's guards were down, and a mage without protection was vulnerable. 𝗏𝗏 was taken aback by Izuku's power, questioning how this could be possible. Not waiting for a response, Izuku attacked again. 𝗏𝗏 raised his barrier, but it was shattered by one of the mages wielding an orb of power. The orc priest then enlarged himself, and Izuku faced him head-on, ready for the next phase of the battle. 𝗏𝗏 looked unimpressed and questioned whether the humans still looked down on him. He attempted to stomp on Izuku while unleashing the hymn of the fire dragon to incinerate him. However, Izuku skillfully dodged and leaped high, aiming for 𝗏𝗏's face. He noted that the larger the opponent, the easier it was to strike. Izuku partially formed his dagger and moved it into 𝗏𝗏's eye, causing the orc to recoil and collapse to the ground, bleeding. As 𝗏𝗏 lay there, he gazed up one last time to see his generals transformed into shadows. Izuku remarked that a mage without guards was easy to defeat, and here 𝗏𝗏 was completely defenseless. 𝗏𝗏, in disbelief, questioned how he, the great 𝗏𝗏, could be defeated by a human. He couldn't speak further as his generals ended his life. Izuku leveled up, receiving an alert that the job request was complete. He gained 20 stats and a new skill, Eye of Wisdom, along with 3 item boxes. Observing the shadows around him, he noted the impressive number. He decided to use shadow extraction on the orcs, realizing he had acquired a new rank. He named one of them Tusk, an elite knight. With a total of 30 stats gained, Izuku felt satisfied but knew he needed to save the best items for later. He extracted 1,207 shadow soldiers. Saving this newfound power allowed him to see people's quirks, which he found perfect. Once finished, he headed toward Eri, who was leaning against a wall, watching the aftermath with a mix of awe and fear. He approached her slowly and sat down in front of her. He reached out his hands gently, inviting her to come closer. Eri immediately stood up and hugged him tightly. Izuku embraced her back, adjusting her position to hold her more securely. Looking into her eyes, he reassured her that it was over and they could leave. She clung to him, wrapping her arms and legs around him like a koala. Once they exited the gate, he jumped onto a rooftop with her and gently set her down, but she only hugged him tighter. Eri pleaded not to be left alone, and Izuku asked about her parents. She began to cry, revealing that she felt cursed and believed her parents hated her. Izuku comforted her, insisting she was just a child who deserved better. He noticed she appeared to be around 4 years old, the same age he had been when he felt lost. Memories flooded back of the old man who had saved him from danger, despite the BLD on his hands. In a flashback, Izuku recalled a time when he encountered a frightened child covered in injuries, holding a knife and leaning against a wall. The child spoke in Japanese, and Izuku, having grown up in Japan, was able to communicate with him. He reassured the boy, promising to help him find out who he was and where he was. The child was panicking, but Izuku calmed him down, explaining that they were in Seoul, South Korea, and offered his hand. Returning to the present, Izuku felt a sense of nostalgia as he recognized the similarities between his past and Eri's situation. He offered to take care of her, and she begged him not to leave. Feeling a pang of empathy, he took her hand and decided to return home. Eri referred to his shadows as the black people, and he smiled, summoning them, including the orcs. She flinched at their appearance, but he assured her they were different and would never harm her. As his shadows knelt before him, Eri looked on in awe. Izuku encouraged her to approach and touch them, allowing her to pat the knight named Igris. Although Igris couldn't smile or blush, Izuku sensed his happiness at the interaction. He suggested that Eri call him Uncle Igris or Big Brother Igris. With a gentle smile, Izuku proposed they go home, and Eri returned his smile with a small blush. After dealing with the gate, they headed back to his temporary place. He noticed Eri was disturbingly skinny and realized she likely hadn't been fed properly. After giving her a relaxing bath, he wrapped her in towels, but he had no clothes for her. Deciding to use some of his gold, he opened the item shop and purchased sleepwear for her, knowing they would share a bed while he slept on the couch. Just as he was about to leave, Eri held his hand tightly, not wanting him to go. Izuku noticed that Eri was still feeling afraid, so he decided to stay with her, lying down beside her on the bed. He positioned her against the wall, wrapped his arms around her, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up to find her completely hugging him. As he stirred, she woke up, yawning like a cat and looking around in confusion before her gaze landed on him. He greeted her with a warm smile, saying good morning. Eri, still disoriented, asked who he was and where she was. Izuku was taken aback by her lack of memory from the previous night. As she pondered the situation, tears began to well up in her eyes and she whispered that it hadn't been a dream. He chuckled softly and reassured her that she was safe with him, suggesting they get something to eat. Just then her stomach growled, and she looked down embarrassed. Izuku told her that it seemed she was hungry already and invited her to come with him. He led her to the kitchen, where he prepared a meal from the packed food he had. Eri enjoyed the meal, though she struggled a bit with the spoon, indicating she wasn't used to it. He wondered how she had been fed before. After breakfast, he took her to bathe. Once she was clean, he thought it would be a good idea to complete his daily quests early. The only challenge would be jogging. He turned on the TV for her and began his workout while she watched cartoons. After finishing his push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, he was about to take a shower when he noticed she had accidentally changed the channel to the news. To his surprise, the report was about Overhaul and the villains he had faced the night before. Eri's face went pale, and he quickly reassured her that Overhaul was gone for good. The news anchor reported that Overhaul, the leader of the villain organization, had been found dead, and it was suspected to be the work of an international vigilante known as the Reaper. There were also reports of minor thugs being found dead throughout the city, raising questions about whether the Reaper was working alone or if he had accomplices. Izuku glanced at Eri, who was trembling at the mention of Overhaul's name. He comforted her, assuring her that he would never return to hurt her again. He encouraged her to join him for a morning jog, promising they would return home afterward and even go somewhere fun. She looked nervous, but he reassured her that he would be there for her, and 𝗓𝗧 would be in her shadow to watch over her. With her nodding in agreement, 𝗓𝗧 entered her shadow for added protection. Izuku took her hand and left the house for their jog. He knew he needed to keep up with his training to avoid penalties, which he dreaded. As they ran through the city, he carried her until they reached a park. He jogged around it, wearing a hoodie and face mask, while Eri wore simple clothes. She was wary of the people around them, clinging to him and burying her head against his chest. He gently encouraged her to look at him, reassuring her that it was safe. They sat down for a moment, and he urged her to observe the friendly atmosphere. Hesitantly, she nodded, and as they sat together, he motioned for her to look at 𝗓𝗧, who was in her shadow. When she noticed him, she seemed confused. Izuku explained that 𝗓𝗧 was there to protect her, and if anything happened, he would be there in his place. As her uncle and one of his best allies, 𝗓𝗧 was perfect for the job. Gathering her courage, Eri began to look around, her eyes widening in awe at the colorful flowers surrounding them. Izuku smiled at her, reminding her that this was not the hell she had come from but a place where she could be free to be the normal kid she deserved to be. Tears filled her eyes as he hugged her gently, taking a moment to organize his thoughts about his inventory and new skills. He recalled a new skill he had acquired from an orc dungeon called Eye of Perception, which allowed him to see the quirks of others, an invaluable tool for fighting villains. He pondered the extent of Eri's quirk, Rewind, which could revert any living being she touched to their previous state, wondering what its full potential might be. After their jog, he decided to take Eri to a beach he remembered from his childhood. However, upon arrival, he was disappointed to find the beach littered with trash, obscuring the view of the sea. Eri looked at him, puzzled, and he sighed, explaining that the place wasn't in the best shape and suggesting they go somewhere else. Just then he was approached by Katsumi and Izumi, which surprised him. He hesitated, unsure whether to reveal himself, but before he could decide, Eri buried her face in his chest and called him Papa. Izumi noticed her fear and asked if she was okay. Izuku explained that Eri was his adopted daughter, whom he had rescued from an abusive situation. He mentioned that her wounds were still fresh and she wasn't comfortable around others, which was why he had hoped to bring her to the beach for some fun, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Izumi apologized, and Izuku reassured her that it was not their fault. He then asked what had happened to the beach, hoping for some insight. Last time Izuku visited, the area had been quite different. Katsumi explained that it had been a dumping ground for years, with people carelessly discarding their trash. Izuku acknowledged that he hadn't been around for long and inquired about their presence there. Katsumi mentioned they were cleaning up the area as part of their training, while Izumi added that it could also benefit the community. Izuku thought it was a great idea, a way to accomplish two goals at once, and decided it was time to leave, wishing the girls a good day. They apologized for having startled him, and he reassured them it was perfectly fine. Reflecting on the encounter, Izuku considered revealing himself later but decided to take Eri to a park to play. They enjoyed their time in the sandbox before heading home, where he picked up groceries for the week along with a small fridge. He had also found a larger home suitable for both of them, a single building with several bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Although it was costly, he had the means to afford it, thanks to his ability to convert in-game currency into real money. A month passed, and Izuku noticed an increase in gates appearing in Japan, more than in any other country. There were several C-rank gates, 1 B rank, and most were either D or E rank. He felt reassured about his decision to stay, especially since it was close to Korea. He contemplated introducing Eri to the old man, who had been instrumental in helping him secure Eri's identification in both Japan and Korea. The old man, he, was thrilled to hear about Eri and managed the process smoothly, keeping the details of her rescue a secret. He suggested bringing Eri to Korea, but that would have to wait. One day, Izuku informed Eri that they would visit a different park with other children her age. Although she felt a bit nervous, she agreed. They arrived at a mall with an indoor playground, where Izuku wore a mask and cap but no hoodie. Eri was apprehensive but still ventured into the sandbox. As he watched her, he noticed a boy around her age enter. He had black hair and wore a red hat with horns, a white shirt, black boots, and dark gray shorts. Eri gazed at him, and soon the boy asked if he could join her in the sandbox. Eri, initially in awe, shyly nodded. After a brief moment of hesitation, they began to play together. Their interaction started off awkwardly but gradually improved. A woman in her early 20s approached Izuku, introducing herself as Shino Sosaki and inquiring if Eri was his daughter. He confirmed this and asked if the boy was related to her. Shino explained that the boy was her nephew. Izuku then suggested they listen to the children playing. In the sandbox, the boy introduced himself as 𝗂𝗲, and Eri shared her name. 𝗂𝗲 proposed they build a sandcastle, and Eri, curious, asked what that was. He promised to show her how to make one. As they played, Izuku noticed their expressions were serious, hinting at underlying feelings of nervousness. Eventually, Eri broke the silence, asking 𝗂𝗲 if he was okay. He questioned her concern, and she revealed that she was worried about being hurt by others, having experienced pain in the past. 𝗂𝗲 was taken aback by her honesty. Eri confided that her new papa had promised no one would hurt her, but she still felt scared. 𝗂𝗲 reassured her, asking if her papa was nearby. She pointed out Izuku, who was observing them from a distance. 𝗂𝗲 then admitted he missed his parents, and Eri empathized, sharing that her mother had also left her. 𝗂𝗲 looked at her with understanding, and she explained that her new papa was taking care of her after rescuing her from a dangerous situation. Izuku approached the children, asking Eri if she was having fun. She nodded in response. 𝗂𝗲 asked if Izuku was Eri's new papa, to which Izuku confirmed. Shino, curious, inquired about the term new papa. Izuku explained that he had adopted Eri after rescuing her from a troubling situation. He requested that Shino not mention the details of her past, as it was still sensitive for Eri. Shino acknowledged his request and expressed her gratitude for his care of Eri, who hugged him tightly, affirming that he had saved her. As a professional hero, asking questions was part of the job. Izuku understood this well. Shino expressed her gratitude for his understanding, addressing him as Mr. Jin. Izuku introduced himself as Sung Jinwoo, explaining that although he appeared Japanese, he had grown up in Korea and his name reflected that heritage. His parents had moved to Korea before his 𝗵𝗲𝗍𝗏, believing it was a more suitable name for him. Shino inquired if he would ever take her to Korea, to which Izuku affirmed that he would one day introduce her to his family. Shino noted that the plane ride might not be enjoyable for her, and Izuku agreed, observing that the area was becoming more crowded than it should be. They decided to leave. The children, Eri and 𝗂𝗲, were visibly blushing, and Izuku remarked that some of them seemed hungry. Shino suggested they grab something to eat, and Izuku asked if she knew a good place. She mentioned a restaurant a couple of blocks away, and they agreed to head there. Upon arriving, they found a small play area for kids, and Eri and 𝗂𝗲 rushed off to enjoy themselves. This provided Izuku with the opportunity to address his concerns about 𝗂𝗲. He asked Shino what had happened to him, noticing the sadness in the boy's eyes. Shino revealed that 𝗂𝗲's parents had been killed by a villain a few weeks prior. They were her cousins, and she was now looking after him. Izuku expressed his condolences, recognizing the tragedy of the situation. He understood that 𝗂𝗲 felt abandoned, believing his parents had left him for the sake of others. Shino confirmed this unfortunate reality. Izuku reflected on the pain both children shared, seeing it as a potential bond that could form between them. He suggested they encourage the kids to spend more time together, allowing them to build trust outside of their guardians. Shino agreed but wanted to know more about 𝗬𝗓𝗏 quirk, as it would help her take precautions. Izuku, with a serious demeanor, explained that he needed a quiet place to discuss it further. After their meal, they headed to Shino's house. Once there, the children played in Koda's room while Izuku sat with Ms. Sosaki in the living room. He got straight to the point, stating that 𝗬𝗓𝗏's quirk was delicate. He sought her assurance of trustworthiness before revealing more. Shino confirmed she was trustworthy, and Izuku apologized for what he was about to do. He used his bloodlust ability on her, causing her to sweat and tear up. While maintaining the skill, he asked if he could trust her. After a moment, she stammered her affirmation. He deactivated the power just in time to catch her before she fainted. Izuku apologized again, explaining that he had a good judge of character but wanted to be certain, especially since it involved his daughter. He shared his belief that people reveal their true selves when faced with overwhelming power, and he felt she was someone he could trust. He removed his mask, revealing his face, which left her in awe and slightly blushing. Shino acknowledged his actions, admitting she would likely do the same for Koda. Izuku thanked her and explained that 𝗬𝗓𝗏's quirk, called Rewind, had the power to revert anything to its previous state. He wasn't fully aware of its extent but knew it was the reason for her past abuse. He felt a strong responsibility to keep her safe. Shino remarked on the power of 𝗬𝗓𝗏's quirk, noting its potential for healing. However, she asked about 𝗬𝗓𝗏's control over it. Izuku admitted that was the problematic part. He didn't want to trigger any bad memories and wouldn't train her until she was ready. This made attending school difficult for her. Shino suggested enrolling 𝗬𝗓𝗏 in the same kindergarten as Koda once she was ready to socialize. Friends supporting each other could be beneficial. Izuku agreed but wanted to ensure the other students were friendly. Shino reassured him, having done her own background check on the school. As they continued to drink tea, the day grew late and they prepared to leave. The children emerged from the room with small smiles on their faces, bringing joy to both adults. Before departing, Ms. Sosaki exchanged phone numbers with Izuku. Things were progressing smoothly, 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and Koda were getting along well. However, Izuku had doubts about enrolling her in school and whether to assign guards. He considered one of the orc lieutenants, whose power was significant enough to handle threats. He needed to assess the situation carefully. Later, Izuku jogged with 𝗬𝗏𝗏 on a sunny afternoon, feeling optimistic about how everything was unfolding. The jog was coming to an end, and the city was growing quiet. It seemed that staying in Japan for a while had led people to believe I was here for good, and the crime rate was dropping even lower. This was a positive development for everyone, as I could close the gates without worrying about villains or anyone else for that matter. Citizens typically didn't venture out at this hour, which was an added benefit. Once the jog was over, we headed to a grocery store to buy food. I had plans to prepare some Korean cuisine, but I was missing a few ingredients. As we passed a schoolyard, it appeared that classes were ending and students were getting ready to leave. Suddenly, I sensed a powerful aura emanating from an alleyway, followed by a piercing scream. Upon reaching the scene, I spotted a towering figure in a cloak, cornering 3 girls. The man was enormous, at least 4 meters tall, and exuded an intimidating presence. From my vantage point, I could see his sharp teeth and spiky hair. He pressed his hand against the wall, demanding to know where a certain agency was located. With a mere flick of his fingers, he cracked the wall, sending a wave of fear through the girls. One girl, with shoulder-length red hair and red eyes, attempted to defend herself by raising her hands, but her fear was palpable. She bore a small scar near her right eye and seemed to possess a hardening quirk, though it appeared weak or poorly trained. The second girl had complete pink skin and hair, adorned with small yellow horns. Her black eyes, accented with yellow irises, were filled with tears that threatened to spill. It seemed her quirk was acid, which could potentially harm the villain, but his immense size likely made her doubt its effectiveness. The last girl, with a bob cut and brown eyes, had permanently pink cheeks. She held her hands close to her body, but it offered her little comfort. I noticed her quirk was called zero gravity, which could be useful for escape if she managed to use it, but her fear seemed to paralyze her. The giant before them had multiple quirks, which was unusual, as humans typically did not possess more than one. This reminded me of All Might and Izuku, and I recalled a rumor I had heard while planning the New York incident. I would need to investigate this further, but first, I had to handle the immediate threat. I considered my options. I could eliminate him, but we were in the middle of the city, and I was holding Eri, who was beginning to feel scared. I couldn't fight while carrying her, and I needed a shadow to keep her safe. However, it was daytime which could expose him. His quirks were clearly designed to work in tandem, including a powerful sense quirk, a form of gigantification, and a quirk that blocked pain, among others. He was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. I could defeat him, but not without causing some damage. With 3 hostages in play, my priority was to get them to safety with Eri. Although he could serve as a good shadow, it wasn't worth the risk at that moment. The best course of action was to intimidate him. Being such a large figure, finding him again wouldn't be too difficult. I turned my gaze to Eri and reassured her that everything would be all right. I then focused on the girls, using my quirk to pull them behind me, which caught the villain's attention. I instructed them to stay close as I prepared to confront him. He questioned my identity, wondering if I was a hero come to defeat him. Before he could act, I activated my bloodlust and locked eyes with him. It seemed to have an effect, as he visibly shrank back in fear. I commanded him to leave, and he took a step back before fleeing. Once he was gone, I turned to the girls, who were visibly shaken. I asked if they were all right and if they had sustained any injuries. They assured me they were fine, expressing their gratitude for my intervention. Eri, still by my side, asked if the monster had gone away, to which I confirmed that he had. One of the girls mentioned that the man had asked for the address of a hero agency, noting how odd it was since he didn't appear to be a hero. I explained that he was indeed a villain, likely a hitman, and very dangerous. They admired my bravery, asking if I could have taken him in a fight. I replied that while I could, it wouldn't have been worth the risk given our location near a school. I urged them to check for injuries and to call the police, requesting they not mention my involvement. I preferred to avoid the spotlight. They expressed their admiration for my actions, calling it manly. I noticed the red-haired girl still trembling, looking at her hands with disappointment. I placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, telling her it was okay. She expressed her frustration over feeling frozen in fear, questioning how she could ever become a hero if she reacted that way. I reminded her that one failure shouldn't define her and that it was natural to feel fear. Even the best of us can escape that feeling. Everyone has a hero they admire, and it's likely that they experience fear too. However, what sets them apart is their ability to confront that fear, and that is what makes them heroes. She looked at him with wide eyes. Izuku reminded her, without fear, there is no bravery, they are 2 sides of the same coin. After he patted her head, he felt a presence nearby. He noticed a man leaving wearing a face mask, but he could see the green eyes and hair, along with freckles. The man seemed experienced, making Izuku wonder if he was truly a professional hero, but he left too quickly for Izuku to ask more. Mina called out to Ijiro, asking if he was coming. Ijiro apologized, calling out to Mina and Achiko, urging them to wait for him. As night fell, Izuku was prepared. Eri was sleeping soundly, free from nightmares. This time, he commanded his shadows to keep any villains they encountered alive, wanting to learn more about the villain he had seen earlier. While some of his shadows carried out this task, he focused on closing any gates that appeared. Fortunately, there was no range limit for his shadows, allowing him to travel great distances without issue. He wandered not just in his area but also to other prefectures, sending some shadows in that direction. He was fast, with fatigue being his only concern, but it was manageable with lower-ranking gates. Higher-ranking ones posed more of a challenge. After a few hours, things were progressing well. He dealt with only minor gates and managed to capture some criminals. His shadows had cornered them, and he stood in the middle of the dark space, making it difficult to see the details of his captives, which suited him just fine. Izuku announced that he would be asking them questions and instructed them to answer properly if they wanted to live. One of the criminals stammered, expressing disbelief at his presence. Izuku's first question was about a man with multiple quirks. The criminal reacted with confusion, questioning the possibility of such a thing. In a surprising turn, a polar bear appeared, taking offense and attacking one of the criminals. The others looked on in terror, some fainting and others visibly frightened. Izuku noted their fear, questioning how they could call themselves villains if they were so afraid of death. He reminded them of their past actions against innocent people. Izuku then posed a new question, stating that he only needed one of them to answer before he would let them all live. One of the criminals asked what he wanted, and Izuku inquired about where he could find information. The criminal hesitated, prompting Izuku to threaten them with his bear companion, who was now drooling ominously. With the countdown from 6, the criminal finally revealed that a man named 𝗲𝗏 could provide the information Izuku sought. He was the go-to person for various jobs, both minor and major. Izuku pressed for 𝗲𝗏's location, and after some more hesitation, the criminal handed him a piece of paper with contact details. Izuku knocked them out and left them near a police station, where they would be apprehended. He reflected on 𝗲𝗏, realizing he would need to deal with him the next day, as it was getting late and he needed to wake Eri. The following day, Eri seemed to be improving with the presence of others. Izuku decided it was time to explore kindergarten options for her. He called Miss Sasaki for assistance, and together they visited a local kindergarten. After speaking with the principal and observing the students, he felt reassured that it would be a suitable environment. They introduced him to Eri's teacher. A few moments later, a teacher with white hair and red highlights approached, wearing glasses and blue eyes. She greeted him and inquired how she could assist. Izuku asked her to introduce Eri as the new student. The teacher, Miss Himura, expressed delight at having such a little angel in her class. Izuku explained Eri's situation, and although Miss Himura appeared saddened, she assured him she could handle it. She introduced herself as Fuyumi Himura and expressed pleasure in meeting him. Izuku thanked her, asking her to call him Jean, and then invited Eri to join them to meet her new friends. Eri hesitantly agreed, and Izuku reassured her that Koda would be with her. As they waited outside the classroom, Izuku discreetly placed 5 shadows in Eri's shadow, instructing them to protect her without engaging unless there was a serious threat. The orcs nodded in understanding and positioned themselves to guard her while remaining hidden. Though they were orcs, they no longer felt compelled to harm humans, making them suitable protectors. Izuku watched as Eri was introduced to the class. Miss Himura simply presented her as Eri. She appeared shy, but he sensed no malice from the other children, feeling relieved that he had worried for nothing. He observed her walking toward Koda, and they began to chat, further easing his concerns while he kept the shadows in place. As night returned, Izuku resumed his search for 𝗲𝗏, following the address provided by the thug. He used stealth to enter the building, employing his skills to open doors quietly. So far, everything seemed fine, but there were no signs of 𝗲𝗏. Eventually, he found the man lounging on a couch with a glass of whiskey. Although Izuku couldn't see his face, he could make out his hair and the cigarette he was smoking. He approached silently and deactivated his stealth. 𝗲𝗏 acknowledged Izuku, stating he had expected him sooner. Izuku asked how soon he had anticipated his arrival. 𝗲𝗏 mentioned he thought Izuku would come a few weeks after arriving in Japan. When Izuku inquired about 𝗲𝗏's expectations, 𝗲𝗏 explained that someone who had managed to pull off the New York incident would inevitably seek connections, like those 𝗲𝗏 could provide as the biggest information broker in Japan. There was a sense of respect in the air as 𝗲𝗏 offered information freely, acknowledging Izuku's reputation. Izuku expressed his admiration for 𝗲𝗏's wisdom and inquired about a man rumored to possess multiple quirks. 𝗲𝗏 clarified that he needed more specifics, as the term multiple quirks could mean different things. Izuku elaborated, stating he was searching for someone with at least 4 quirks that complemented each other. 𝗲𝗏 chuckled, admitting that the information Izuku sought was quite extraordinary and nearly impossible to uncover. However, he mentioned an old rumor from Japan about a man who could take and give quirks without limit, known only as All for One. Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of this name, and he pondered whether this individual was still alive. He asked 𝗲𝗏 where he might find him, but 𝗲𝗏 confessed he had no idea, calling it the greatest mystery. Izuku decided to leave, indicating he might return for more information and inquired about the cost. 𝐎𝐸𝐻𝐼𝐳 explained that his fees varied based on the seriousness of the inquiry. Izuku assured him that he was not concerned about the cost but warned 𝗓𝗏 not to cross him, to which 𝗓𝗏 responded that he was merely a broker and not a fighter. As Izuku departed, he reflected on the power of the individual 𝗓𝗏 had mentioned. He recalled a similar situation where someone had received a quirk from All Might and considered whether Izumi might know more about it. He debated whether to approach her directly or wait for the right moment. That night, Izuku found himself in stealth mode, perched on a balcony outside All Might's bedroom, contemplating his next move. He weighed the risks of confronting All Might, knowing that while he could overpower him, it would not be wise to resort to violence. All Might was a national hero, and defeating him would not be an easy task. Izuku sighed, deciding to keep a low profile for now. He resolved to return and speak with All Might, acknowledging that it might be challenging due to All Might's dense nature. As he left the mansion, he noted its modest size compared to other mansions he had seen, appreciating All Might's humility. The next day, Izuku took Eri to daycare as usual and resumed his routine. During this time, Miss Sosaki reached out to him, inviting him to a concert. She explained that a man she had saved had given her 2 tickets, and children were free to attend. Izuku confirmed that he would bring Eri, and Miss Sosaki would bring Kota. They agreed to meet the following day. Izuku felt optimistic about the concert, believing it could help Eri learn to remain calm in a lively environment. Meanwhile, Miss Sosaki was excited about Izuku's attendance, though her friends teased her about it being a date. She insisted it was merely a friendly outing between parents. Izuku considered the upcoming concert, realizing it would be rude to refuse the invitation. He continued his preparations, scouting locations where he sensed magic, ensuring he would be ready if a portal appeared. He took a moment to rest in a park, sensing the shadow he had placed in All Might's vicinity, noting that All Might had been busy with hero work throughout the day. As night fell, Izuku positioned himself outside All Might's balcony once more. This time, he used his abilities to quietly enter the room. Upon seeing All Might, who was startled awake, Izuku reassured him that he meant no harm. All Might, still groggy and defensively poised, questioned Izuku's intentions. Izuku explained that if he had intended to harm All Might, he would have done so while he slept. He revealed his identity as Reaper, leaving All Might in shock and curiosity about his presence. "If you are not here to harm me," Izuku expressed that he only sought information. All Might questioned what made him think he had the answers he needed, suggesting that with Izuku's abilities, he could easily infiltrate the Hero Association headquarters. Izuku acknowledged this but believed that All Might possessed knowledge that others did not. He assured All Might that he was not a threat. If he were, the pro-hero would have been in danger long ago. All Might then asked what Izuku wanted to know. Izuku inquired about All for One, causing All Might to freeze at the mention of the name. He demanded to know where Izuku had heard it. Izuku explained that he had encountered a villain with multiple quirks, more than just a half-and-half quirk, at least 4 quirks that worked perfectly together. He speculated that such compatibility was unlikely unless one was born with extraordinary luck. After some investigation, he had come across the name All for One and learned of his strength, prompting his visit to All Might. All Might questioned why Izuku thought he would know anything about him. Izuku pointed out that All Might, known as Toshinori Yagi, was one of the 6 national authority heroes in the world. He wondered how many villains could inflict the injuries All Might bore. After a moment of contemplation, All Might sighed, acknowledging that Izuku had deduced his secret. He confirmed that All for One was responsible for his injuries but claimed to have defeated him. Izuku asked if All Might was certain of this, to which All Might replied that he had struck All for One with all his might, believing he had killed him. Izuku noted that All Might had not checked to confirm. All Might admitted he had been too injured at the time. Izuku pointed out that if All for One were truly dead, they would not be facing the current threat. All Might speculated that it could be an ally of All for One returning. Izuku disagreed, asserting that All Might had failed. When All Might questioned his reasoning, Izuku explained that during his encounter with the villain, it had been daylight, and the villain had been asking civilians for the location of a hero agency while mentioning something about doing anything for the MSTR. All Might appeared frozen in shock, then clenched his teeth and punched the wall in frustration. He realized that if 𝗓𝗏 was indeed back, they were in serious trouble, and he doubted he could defeat him again, especially in his current condition. Izuku pressed for details about 𝗓𝗏's quirk, expressing curiosity about the stories he had heard online. All Might explained that 𝗓𝗏 had the ability to take and give quirks. He could remove a quirk by touching someone and either keep it for himself or transfer it to another person. Izuku understood this explained the existence of multi-quirk users and asked how many quirks 𝗓𝗏 might possess. All Might noted that there was no upper limit to how many quirks he could hold, suggesting he could potentially have all types of quirks, but transferring them to others was a different matter. Izuku acknowledged that humans had not evolved to the point of holding multiple quirks, which was why being quirkless still existed. All Might then asked if Izuku had killed the villain he encountered. Izuku regrettably admitted he had not. He explained that engaging in a fight would draw unnecessary attention and cause destruction, especially in a public area, which was not worth the collateral damage. All Might looked Izuku in the eye, questioning his reputation as a brutal killer. Izuku revealed that his goals were complicated, but he was investigating something that could change the world forever, for better or worse. He hinted that this was the reason he had taken on the persona of Reaper. All Might remained silent, prompting Izuku to ask about 𝗓𝗏's age. All Might speculated that he had been around for centuries and likely found a quirk that halted aging. Izuku agreed that such a power could be discovered if one searched long enough. He stated that he had gathered all the information he needed and was ready to leave, advising All Might to get some rest. All Might then asked which side Izuku was on. Izuku declared that he stood with humanity and the side of good. He acknowledged his reputation as a killer but insisted he was not heartless enough to harm anyone indiscriminately. He assured All Might that their conversation would remain a secret, as revealing it would gain him nothing. All Might accepted this but warned that he would still attempt to apprehend Izuku. Izuku welcomed the challenge, reminding All Might not to expect him to hold back, as he believed he could defeat him. All Might simply stared as Izuku departed. The next day, Izuku dressed casually in a hoodie and mask, while Eri wore her favorite outfit. They made their way to the concert venue, a crowded stadium, waiting for their friends at the gate. Izuku carried Eri in his arms as she looked around with curiosity. Though still a bit nervous, she had improved since school, which made him happy. After the concert, he planned to take her to South Korea to meet the rest of the family, though staying there might be complicated due to the frequency of gates in Japan. Shino greeted Izuku as he turned to see her. She was dressed similarly to when he first met her, while Kota wore shorts and a t-shirt. Izuku returned the greeting, and Shino expressed her happiness that he could make it. Izuku noted the event's size, and Shino explained that Yaoyorozu's company was hosting it for charity. Izuku learned that they had partnered with a music group that would be introducing new members. As they entered the venue, they found themselves amidst the crowd. Eri felt uncomfortable, but Izuku reassured her. The concert began with a group of performers taking the stage. Among them were two girls around Izuku's age. One had purple hair with a heartbeat-like design, wearing a black top with long sleeves and a short blue skirt. She appeared shy and blushing. The other girl had light brown hair, orange eyes, and wore a black dress with some makeup that brightened her face. The atmosphere felt lively and vibrant, with a natural charm. Two adults resembling the purple-haired girl were likely her parents. The host welcomed everyone to the show, announcing the arrival of new members and encouraging the crowd to show their enthusiasm. The audience cheered loudly. Izuku lifted Eri onto his shoulder, while Mandalay attempted to do the same with Kota, but Izuku's height allowed him to easily lift Kota as well. As the music began, the stage transformed into a colorful spectacle. The purple-haired girl possessed an appealing singing voice that captivated Eri, who watched in awe, her eyes wide with wonder. Kota joined in the enjoyment, swinging his arms to the rhythm. Eri's happiness overflowed, her cheeks flushed and a radiant smile gracing her face. Izuku felt a surge of joy at seeing her so carefree. Had she finally begun to overcome her fears? Whatever this new feeling was for her, he was grateful for it. He noticed Sasaki looking at him with a smile as they performed several songs. the light brown-haired girl created enchanting illusions that illuminated the venue, showcasing her impressive skills. After a few songs, the host spoke again, rallying the crowd for a break. The audience responded with excitement, and as the crowd dispersed, they settled in to enjoy snacks and drinks. The kids sipped on milk while Izuku and 𝗧𝗧𝗏 opted for water. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 expressed surprise at Izuku's age, to which he replied that he often appeared older than he was, a trait that had its advantages and disadvantages. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 admitted to feeling a bit envious, but Izuku reassured her that she didn't look old at all. Their conversation was interrupted when 𝗬𝗏 tugged at Izuku's shirt, pointing eagerly at a candy apple. He chuckled and grabbed two, one for her and one for Koda. The kids relished their treats, devouring them with delight until they filled up and dozed off on their laps. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 remarked on Koda's fondness for Izuku, who acknowledged it with a hint of pride. However, he grew serious as he posed a question about Koda's past. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 stiffened slightly at the inquiry. Izuku pressed on, wanting to know who had harmed Koda's parents. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 revealed that the villain responsible was known as Muscular, a powerful foe rumored to rival All Might in strength, who had caused immense suffering. Izuku listened intently, understanding the impact such trauma could have on a child. He then turned the conversation to 𝗧𝗧𝗏, asking how she coped with the loss. She shared her perspective as a pro-hero, acknowledging the emotional toll of their dangerous profession. Despite the pain, she felt a responsibility to protect Koda, who had become her priority. Izuku admired her resolve, recognizing the rarity of her character in a world filled with chaos. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 blushed at the compliment, and they shifted the topic to the kids getting autographs after the show, both excited for the experience. After the break, the concert resumed with renewed energy. The host made an announcement about a special opportunity for those with golden tickets, allowing them to meet the performers after the show. Izuku exchanged glances with 𝗧𝗧𝗏, both pleased that the kids would have a chance to meet their idols. Once the concert concluded and the autograph session wrapped up, they entered a backstage area where they encountered a man with blonde hair, a middle-aged woman who shared a quirk with the purple-haired girl, and a girl with spiky black hair. The latter two were animated and friendly, dressed in stylish outfits. The man introduced himself as Kyotoku Jiro, along with his wife Mika and daughter Kyoka. Izuku introduced himself as Sung Jinwoo, explaining his Korean name. Kyoka greeted 𝗬𝗏 warmly, who shyly complimented their beauty, causing the girls to blush. They exchanged playful banter, and 𝗬𝗏 expressed her admiration for their performance, describing how it had captivated her. Koda, initially quiet, finally spoke up, albeit shyly, which elicited laughter from the group. 𝗧𝗧𝗏 introduced herself, and Kyotoku welcomed her warmly. Izuku inquired if Momo also had a golden ticket, to which she explained that her family had sponsored the event, allowing her to attend. The atmosphere was filled with excitement and camaraderie as they enjoyed the moment together. Kyoka received support from her friends. Mika mentioned it was Kyoka's first time singing, and Izuku complimented her singing voice, encouraging her to pursue it. However, Kyoka expressed her longing to become a hero. Momo chimed in, noting that they were all applying to you. Cammy had gotten into Shiketsu but could transfer to you with good grades. Cammy added that Momo even received recommendations, which was exciting for her. Izuku used his vision to observe their quirks, gaining a basic understanding of each. He noted that Jiro had the earphone jack quirk, allowing her to create vibrations, essentially a sound quirk. Cammy possessed an illusion quirk, which seemed straightforward, while Momo's creation quirk appeared quite powerful. As they spoke, the door opened again, revealing two girls, one around Izuku's age and the other closer to 𝗬𝗏 and Koda's age. Both had long green hair and a somewhat blank expression. 𝗬𝗏 greeted 𝗧𝗧𝗏, who acknowledged her and Koda. Izuku wondered if 𝗧𝗧𝗏 was a friend from school, and 𝗬𝗏 confirmed she was. 𝗧𝗧𝗏's older sister, Shino, introduced herself as a pro-hero, which impressed Cammy. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the room, followed by the sound of the door being crushed. Shino immediately took a defensive stance, and Izuku quickly gathered everyone to safety. They faced a group of villains, appearing to be low-tier thugs. Shino instructed everyone to stay back while she charged at the attackers with agility, taking them down swiftly. The thugs seemed untrained, falling quickly under her skillful moves. However, another villain appeared, towering at around 15 feet tall due to a minor gigantification quirk. Shino realized the danger and attempted to divert his attention, but Izuku pulled her back just in time. Confused, Shino questioned his actions, but Izuku insisted on being allowed to fight. Just as she hesitated, the giant swung at Izuku, who effortlessly grabbed his forearm and applied pressure, causing the villain to cry out in pain. Izuku then unleashed a shockwave with a swift motion of his hand, knocking the giant senseless. Turning to the others, he warned them about the potential number of villains still present and decided to scout ahead. As he moved, he noticed one of the thugs attempting to approach Momo. He swiftly grabbed the thug by the neck, pulling him closer and demanding information about their numbers and intentions. The thug hesitated, but under Izuku's intense gaze, he revealed that there were 17 of them, including the ones present, and that they aimed to kidnap the heir of the Yaoyorozu family while stealing cash. Izuku reassured Eri, who was in tears, promising he would return quickly. He removed his mask to show her a reassuring smile before setting off to confront the remaining villains. The group watched in awe, some still processing what had just happened. Tsuyu asked Shino about Izuku's quirk, but she admitted she had no idea, finding him quite secretive. Kyoka, still in shock, realized she could hear his whisper due to her quirk and recognized him as the Reaper. She debated whether to inform someone about this revelation but ultimately decided against it, feeling uncertain about his reputation. When Izuku returned, the group was surprised. He confirmed he had finished dealing with the villains. Shino pressed him for the truth about his job, and he explained that he worked for the Korean Hero Association, but the details were classified. He requested Shino to take credit for the takedown, citing his preference to avoid the spotlight and his unofficial status as a hero in Japan. Shino agreed, and Izuku thanked her, suggesting they get everyone home as the night had become long. Before leaving, Kyoka handed Izuku her phone number, and the other girls followed suit, surprising him. As he processed the situation, his phone rang, and Shino answered, identifying herself to Warden Aminasa, who inquired about the recent arrest of the villains from the concert incident. Izuku reflected on how Eri had finally started to feel like a normal girl again, even after the chaos of the concert. She was happy to be with him, and he considered introducing her to the rest of his family in Korea, but first, he needed to ensure everything remained calm in their current situation. While lost in thought, Izuku received a call from Shino. Shino's silence was concerning, prompting Izuku to check in on him. After a moment, Shino finally spoke, mentioning Jin-san and asking about the events from the previous week involving some villains. Izuku recalled the encounter vividly. In his stealth mode, he had observed the villains, who appeared weak and petty. One was holding a hostage, and using his telekinesis, he had swiftly rescued the person and vanished with them. One by one, he had dealt with the others, transporting them to a remote area of the building. Izuku had confronted the villains, expressing his disdain for their actions. He had unleashed his intimidating presence, warning them that they would confess everything to the police, from their employer to their most embarrassing moments. He had made it clear that there would be no escape for them, no matter where they tried to hide. Returning to the present, Izuku listened as Shino revealed that all but one of the villains were dead, and the survivor seemed to have lost his sanity. Shino recounted how the last villain had been rambling about their plans and even personal matters, claiming that someone was watching him. Izuku pondered whether it was his shadows that had caused such fear, but Shino suggested it might be the mysterious employer instead. Shino then inquired about Izuku's recent plans, to which Izuku shared that he was preparing to take someone back to Korea to meet his family. Shino expressed happiness for her, and after a brief exchange, they ended the call. Izuku resumed his activities, standing before a B-rank gate that could still pose a threat. He hoped to gather new shadows from this encounter. Upon entering, he found himself in a forest world, curious about what challenges awaited him. Suddenly, he heard the sound of many footsteps, which turned out to be a group of centaurs, some armed with spears and others with axes. As they charged at him, Izuku summoned his shadows, and his allies swiftly took down the centaurs. He noted their impressive size and wondered if his long-range fighters could ride them effectively in battle. As he continued through the forest, he encountered more creatures, but they were no match for him. He soon spotted a camp with more centaurs, and before he could engage, their leader appeared, towering over the others and demanding to know if he was responsible for the deaths of their kin. Izuku calmly acknowledged the confrontation, knowing they would attack regardless. He sent his shadows to face the centaurs, and while the leader attempted to use a sound wave attack, it proved ineffective against Izuku's forces. His shadows, led by powerful orcs, cleared the area of monsters. After several hours, they returned with some corpses, which Izuku transformed into shadows, adding to his growing army. Among the new shadows, the centaur leader was a higher-end elite, and Izuku received a new item that would boost the abilities of his allies. Satisfied with his harvest, he prepared to leave. As he exited the gate, he sensed danger. Dropping to the ground, he witnessed chaos as a low-end monster battled a pro hero. It appeared there was another gate nearby, concealed by the larger one. Using his telekinesis, he took down the low-tier golem monster, realizing that this was a minor threat that the pro heroes could handle. A woman with striking purple hair approached him, dressed in a form-fitting outfit and wielding a 𝗕𝗶𝗃. She demanded to know who he was, having seen him defeat the golem effortlessly. Izuku introduced himself as a hero, but she questioned his appearance and asked for identification and a quirk license. Izuku, however, declined to provide any. Izuku felt the urgency to be somewhere else. He noticed the heroine's quirk, somnambulist, which aimed to put him to sleep. He knew it wouldn't work, but he decided not to reveal that. Instead, he moved closer and took her hand. He expressed that he couldn't allow her to proceed with her plan. She remained still, sweat glistening on her forehead. Suddenly, he sensed an attack aimed at them both. Acting quickly, he pulled her out of harm's way just as a massive wave of fire struck the ground where they had been standing, melting it away. Izuku turned to see a tall, muscular man with red hair and blue eyes, clad in a blue and red suit. Flames danced in his hair and facial hair. Izuku inquired about the man's identity, only to be met with disbelief when the man realized Izuku didn't recognize him. Izuku admitted that the only pro-hero he knew was All Might, which only fueled the man's rage. Another blast of fire was sent his way, but Izuku was already beside the heroine again, unfazed by the man's fury. He found it pathetic that this hero would endanger his fellow comrade to attack him. Izuku confronted the man, questioning how he could justify his reckless actions. The man paused, and Izuku released the heroine to focus on him. As the man prepared to charge again, Izuku swiftly moved next to him and seized his arm, warning him not to try anything. With a firm grip, he applied pressure, breaking the man's forearm. The man cried out in pain, sweat pouring down his face, but Izuku sensed he lacked the bloodlust necessary for his system to react, so he saw no reason to finish him off. Izuku declared he had no time for this and intended to leave. The man shouted in frustration, finally realizing who Izuku was. Izuku acknowledged that it was about time the man figured it out. The heroine looked at him in shock as the man vowed to take him down for justice. Annoyed, Izuku unleashed his bloodlust, halting the man in his tracks. He questioned the man's heroism, challenging him to justify why he should be allowed to live. The man stood in silence, and as helicopters approached, Izuku decided to depart to avoid drawing more attention. The pro-heroes present were left horrified. One man reflected on Izuku's speed and strength, realizing he truly lived up to his dangerous reputation. The heroine, however, noted that despite his fearsome reputation, he had saved her twice when he didn't have to, suggesting he might not be as heartless as some believed. Izuku returned home, contemplating his preparations for Korea. Eri was still sleeping soundly, but he knew she would wake soon. He wondered about the growth of his army and if he would reach 1,000 shadows by the next year. When he arrived home, he prepared Eri's clothes and made breakfast for both of them. A few hours later, Eri wandered into the kitchen, yawning and rubbing her eyes. She greeted him cheerfully, and he asked if she had slept well. She confirmed she had, and he informed her they would be visiting family later that day. Eri was excited about the trip, and Izuku encouraged her to eat her breakfast. As she ate, He watched the news report about the previous night's incident, which focused on his confrontation with the fire hero while neglecting to mention the hero's reckless endangerment of his comrade. Frustrated with the media's portrayal, he felt a mix of disdain and resignation. Suddenly, Eri pouted at the screen, defending her father against the mean comments. Izuku reassured her that he didn't care what they said, explaining that in the world, there would always be people who spoke unkindly, and reacting to them would only give them power. He patted her head, reminding her that he had learned to ignore such negativity. He then addressed his shadows, emphasizing that if he were someone who couldn't handle insults, he wouldn't have achieved his current standing. The shadows nodded in understanding before returning to his own. He urged Eri to get ready for their flight. At the airport, he was greeted by 3 agents, one of whom was a familiar face. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲, the number 7 hero of Korea, complimented Izuku on his growth. They exchanged pleasantries, and 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 noted the resemblance between Izuku and the chairman from years ago. Izuku acknowledged the similarity and suggested they move along, as the others were likely waiting. Eri, curious about their conversation, learned that the language spoken was Korean, another language she would encounter in school. Izuku assured her that everyone he knew could speak Japanese, so she wouldn't feel isolated. Hand in hand, they boarded the plane, grateful for the support of the old man who had helped them. They were now seated on the plane, waiting for departure. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 inquired about Izuku's experience as a parent. Izuku responded that it was going well. His daughter was a quiet girl with good manners, shy at first but gradually overcoming her timidity. Curious, 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 asked how Izuku had met her. Izuku explained that while patrolling outside, he noticed a villain pursuing her and listened to what the villain was saying. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 wanted to know what the villain had said. Izuku's response hinted at his anger, revealing that the villain's words had made him feel a strong urge to confront him. He mentioned that while he didn't know the specifics of what the villain had done, he was aware it had left emotional and physical scars. The emotional scars were mostly healed, but she had a fear of needles, which would make vaccinations challenging. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 acknowledged the situation, expressing relief that Izuku had found her at such a young age. Izuku affirmed that she was now his daughter. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 complimented the story and hoped she would grow up to be a normal girl, unlike Izuku. Izuku agreed, wishing the same, and reassured 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 that she was not like him. As the plane began to move, they took off for Korea. In the air, Eri gazed outside in wonder, exclaiming how high they were. Izuku confirmed her observation, asking what she could see. Eri described the blue expanse and the clouds below, which she found appealing, likening them to a lair. Izuku hugged her, sharing in her excitement as she pointed out various sights. The flight was brief, but Eri enjoyed every moment. Upon landing, they were escorted by a group of agents directly to the Korean Hero Association building. Although the limousine was nice, Izuku felt he could have walked. He noticed Eri looking around in awe, trying to read some of the signs but struggling. She asked him about the words, and he explained they were in Korean, promising to teach her eventually. As they arrived at the association headquarters, Izuku noted the usual presence of guards. He headed straight for the chairman's office and knocked on the door. The chairman invited them in, and Izuku removed his mask, revealing a smile. The elderly chairman, 𝗂𝗓𝗄, greeted him warmly, commenting that he hadn't changed at all. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging the sentiment. The chairman then asked about Eri, who was shyly hiding behind Izuku's leg. Izuku explained that the room might be overwhelming for her. 𝗂𝗓𝗄 introduced himself in a friendly manner, and Eri peeked out to look at him. Izuku lifted her to meet the chairman's gaze, reminding her of the day he found her. Eri's expression turned somber for a moment before she smiled, recalling how Izuku had saved her. Izuku shared how 𝗂𝗓𝗄 had helped him in a similar way when he was in need. Eri, curious, asked if the chairman was Izuku's grandfather, to which they both laughed. 𝗂𝗓𝗄 clarified that he was more like a grandpa to Izuku. Eri, still in awe, reached out for a hug, which the chairman welcomed, feeling the warmth of her embrace. 𝗂𝗓𝗄 expressed his joy in meeting Eri and encouraged her to call him Grandpa he. She happily agreed, and the chairman felt a sense of pride at her smile. Izuku remarked on Eri's cuteness, to which 𝗲𝗏𝗁 agreed. They decided to take Eri to Izuku's mother's house, while the others stayed behind due to their responsibilities. Upon arriving home, Izuku was greeted by his mother, who still had her long black hair and a bright smile. She welcomed him back, and Izuku introduced Eri as his daughter. His mother was thrilled, unable to contain her excitement at the news. Izuku reminded her to keep her enthusiasm in check, but she couldn't help it, noting that it wasn't every day her son returned with a new daughter. His mother invited them inside, mentioning she had prepared soft tofu stew and garlic bread. Izuku noted that Eri would enjoy the meal and suggested they speak Japanese since Eri was not yet fluent in Korean. His mother agreed, encouraging them to feel at home. Izuku joked about the mess Eri might have made in his room, and his mother playfully admitted that she had indeed made a mess during sleepovers. Izuku acknowledged that Eri missed him, asking when she would be home. His mother informed him that Eri's friend, Songi, would also be joining them soon. Izuku reflected on how the children admired him after a past incident, and his mother reassured him that he would always be seen as the caring son in her eyes. As they prepared Eri's meal, Izuku's mother asked if he intended to take Eri back to Japan. He explained that they would return, as Eri had friends there, and removing that support could negatively impact her well-being. His mother, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, inquired about the villain Izuku had saved Eri from, wanting to understand more about what had happened. As an object or a monster, the villain's actions were unforgivable. After hearing about the abuse, Izuku took matters into his own hands and felt no remorse for what he had done. If one were to give Eri a bath, the scars on her arms and legs would be evident. Izuku's mother asked how many scars there were, to which he replied that there were far too many for someone her age. Concerned, she inquired if it was as bad as when Izuku was little. He acknowledged that it was somewhat similar. His mother expressed her worry about Eri's safety, recalling how the villains had relentlessly pursued Izuku in the past. Izuku reassured her, stating that he had made arrangements for Eri's protection. He had befriended a pro-hero and assigned 5 shadows to guard her, instructing them to eliminate any villains they encountered discreetly. His mother questioned the effectiveness of pro-heroes, fearing they would still come after Izuku. He admitted that he anticipated they would soon discover his identity but felt prepared for the consequences. He asked his mother if she would be willing to act as Eri's guardian if anything went awry, to which she readily agreed, promising to raise her just as she had raised Izuku and 𝗔𝗓𝗓. Izuku believed that 𝗔𝗓𝗓 would love Eri and could teach her many things. He explained that Eri's quirk, called Rewind, allowed her to revert any human to their previous state, a power that could almost reverse time. In her prime, she could become the greatest rescue hero or healer in the world. His mother gasped in awe, calling Eri a blessed child. Izuku lamented that this was likely why she had been mistreated by the villain, who had viewed her power as a curse and treated her as a monster, only useful in his hands. His mother was horrified at the thought of someone being so cruel. Izuku reassured her that he had already dealt with the villain and would ensure that any of his lackeys would meet the same fate. His mother expressed her trust in his sense of justice, noting that he was just like his adopted father, always willing to help others. She playfully wondered if he might be a secret child of his father. When she asked why he had returned to Japan, Izuku explained that the gates had been appearing more frequently there than in other countries he had visited. Although the gates were low-ranking and manageable for local forces, he found it curious. His mother wondered if there was something unique about Japan that caused this phenomenon, but Izuku admitted he had no idea and would seek answers in the future. His mother then asked if he had contacted his 𝗵𝗲𝗏 family. Izuku revealed that he only knew of his sister, as his 𝗵𝗲𝗏 mother had passed away, and he had no memories of his father. He felt she was in good hands but doubted she would believe him if he were to reveal himself as her brother. He compared it to how one might react if the Reaper appeared claiming to be a long-lost sibling. He was not ready to answer the many questions she would likely have. His mother encouraged him to take a leap of faith. Izuku considered her words. Just then, Eri called out to him, and they turned to see her happily eating, food smeared on her cheek. They chuckled as Izuku grabbed a napkin to clean her face, and she exclaimed how delicious her meal was. Later, the door opened, revealing 𝗔𝗓𝗓 and Songi, who had just returned from school, chatting excitedly. 𝗔𝗂𝗧 asked if her brother was home, and upon confirming, she and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 rushed to him, jumping into his embrace. They were growing up so fast. They expressed how much they had missed him, and he reciprocated the sentiment, suggesting they sit down together. As they settled in the living room, 𝗔𝗂𝗧 eagerly asked about her niece. Izuku informed her that 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐵 was in the kitchen with their mother. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 inquired if 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐵 could speak Korean yet, to which Izuku replied that she could not, so they should speak Japanese with her. He would only use Korean if it was important and 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐵 should not overhear. 𝗔𝗂𝗧 asked how his travels had been, and Izuku downplayed the excitement, mentioning that he had fought many villains and dealt with numerous monsters. He also shared the news of becoming a father, which 𝗔𝗂𝗧 found amusing. Curious about what had happened to his room, 𝗔𝗂𝗧 hesitated before apologizing for any mess. Izuku summoned a shadow to clean up, and 𝗔𝗂𝗧 remarked on how convenient they were. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 asked what Izuku's plans were moving forward, and he explained his intentions. They seemed a bit sad but understood. When he mentioned 𝐻𝐻𝐵's situation, they were shocked. 𝗔𝗂𝗧 noted the similarities to Izuku's past, and he agreed, admitting that it was likely why he felt compelled to care for her, almost like a father. 𝗔𝗂𝗧 decided to change and see 𝐻𝐻𝐵, with 𝗧𝗵𝗲 eagerly following her. 𝐻𝐻𝐵 returned, her face covered in garlic bread, and the girls, now in casual clothes, were delighted to see her. 𝗔𝗂𝗧 approached 𝐻𝐻𝐵, crouching down to introduce herself as her aunt and asking for a hug. 𝐻𝐻𝐵 happily obliged, and they shared a warm embrace, both girls exclaiming how cute 𝐻𝐻𝐵 was. Izuku playfully reminded them to keep their voices down, concerned about the neighbors hearing them. They agreed to have dinner before heading out to explore Seoul, with their mother suggesting they walk around to show 𝐻𝐻𝐵 the city. 𝗔𝗂𝗧 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 were excited to join. After taking a refreshing shower, Izuku returned to find 𝐻𝐻𝐵 enjoying herself between the girls. He chuckled, gathering them together as they set out into the streets of Seoul. He felt relieved that not much had changed since his last visit, but his mother pointed out a few new developments, including a new hero who had graduated from the top school and was quickly recruited by the Hunter's Agency. Intrigued, Izuku asked about the hero's name, and 𝗔𝗂𝗧 informed him that her hero name was Light Princess. He wondered if she was a good person, and his mother mentioned that there had been a few incidents involving her, but she seemed to have a good reputation. Izuku contemplated the implications of the Hunter's Agency and what it might mean for the future. The #1 hero of Korea wasted no time boosting his agency. At least he was neither a coward nor arrogant. As they walked through the streets, they decided to pick up some ice cream for everyone to enjoy later, despite the cool weather. Izuku remarked that it was a calm day, to which his mother agreed, noting that villain attacks seemed to be decreasing lately. Curious, Izuku asked about the current percentage, and his mother informed him it was around 14%, lower than he remembered. She expressed hope that it might decrease even further, and they both pondered the possibility. Their attention shifted to a group of reporters crowding around someone. In the middle of the commotion sat a blonde woman with brown eyes, wearing a pink cap, a white blouse, and jeans. For some reason, she was covering her nose with a tissue, which made Izuku wonder if she was sick or about to sneeze. The reporters were relentless, and she appeared annoyed by their presence. Suddenly, a small boom caught their attention, and fireworks lit up the sky. The distraction allowed the woman to slip away unnoticed. After the woman left, Izuku and his companions continued their stroll, eventually reaching a park where he and 𝗔𝗂𝗧 used to play. He asked the kids if they remembered the park, and they confirmed they did. 𝗬𝗏𝗏's eyes sparkled with excitement as Izuku shared that he and 𝗔𝗂𝗧 used to play there at their age. He promised to bring them back to play the next day, which made 𝗬𝗏𝗏 beam with joy. His mother chimed in, saying she was sure they would love it, as Izuku had many cherished memories there. Izuku glanced at his mother, who looked ready to cry tears of happiness. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗔𝗂𝗧 nearly rushed to hug 𝗬𝗏𝗏, but he raised his hand to pause their enthusiasm. His mother reassured them that they would all enjoy the outing. Izuku mentioned that Seoul would be fun for 𝗬𝗏𝗏, and his mother promised to show her everything about Korea. He cautioned her not to let 𝗬𝗏𝗏 get too attached, as he didn't want her to leave her friends in Japan. His mother confidently assured him she could handle 𝗬𝗏𝗏 just fine, having raised both him and 𝗔𝗂𝗧. As they made their way home, Izuku gave 𝗬𝗏𝗏 a bath. When he entered his old room, he noticed the shadows had cleaned it just as he liked. After putting 𝗬𝗧𝗏 to bed, he headed downstairs, where his mother was waiting for him. She reminded him that she had told 𝗔𝗂𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏 to sleep, and that included him. Izuku playfully pointed out his ability to stay awake for nearly a week, but his mother dismissed his bravado, reminding him that he was still her son and she didn't want him to overwork himself. He conceded, deciding to sleep next to 𝗬𝗧𝗏, which made his mother smirk as she teased him about taking a picture of them cuddling. The next morning, Izuku woke up early for his daily workout. After finishing his push-ups, he set out for a 20-kilometer run. During his run, he sensed a new gate appearing, an A-rank gate. He realized he needed to handle this personally. Upon entering, he found himself facing werewolves, which he thought might make good emotional support animals for 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Most of the creatures had black and brown fur, with the black ones outnumbering the others. They charged at him, howling, and he summoned his shadows to engage them. As the shadows fought, Izuku observed the different types of beasts. The black ones were basic foot soldiers, equipped with sharp claws, teeth, and tough hides, along with enhanced strength and agility. He noted their intelligence as they climbed walls and leaped from above. Dodging an attack, he swiftly dispatched one of the werewolves. While watching his shadows battle, he noticed Tank was performing exceptionally well and realized he was at elite level max. This sparked his curiosity about how strong the others could become in the future. The more the shadows fought, the more he could assess their abilities. The black ones were fodder, the brown ones could breathe fire, and the silver ones could produce lightning. As they approached the boss room, Izuku spotted a new type of werewolf, larger and standing on 2 feet. It towered at around 10 feet tall, with fur as white as snow and razor-sharp canines. This was the final boss, and he felt confident he could defeat it. Just as he was about to recall his shadows, he noticed 𝗂𝗧𝗏 marching toward the beast. 𝗂𝗧𝗏 sought permission to engage, and Izuku acknowledged him. He saw that 𝗂𝗧𝗏 was also at max level. Suddenly, an alarm indicated that 𝗂𝗧𝗏 was asking for a promotion, and Izuku accepted. As the black aura enveloped 𝗂𝗧𝗏, he began to glow with a green aura, and his armor transformed. Now at a low to mid-S rank, 𝗂𝗧𝗏 charged at the beast. The monster retaliated by creating blizzards with its claws, but 𝗂𝗧𝗏 skillfully parried the icy slashes. He leaped into action, throwing his daggers at the beast. Although he missed his initial stab, he quickly executed a jump and spin, landing a solid hit on the creature. With a series of swift movements, he managed to slice the beast in half and finished it off with a decisive strike to its head. Izuku acknowledged the victory but sensed that he was not alone in this battle. He turned to Tank, who was also undergoing a transformation. This change was distinct. Tank appeared larger than before. As the gate began to vanish, Izuku utilized shadow extraction, successfully calling upon the fighting spirit of the defeated monster. The monster's level increased, and it was now ranked as a knight. Izuku decided to name it Fenrir, and the creature accepted the name with a bow. It was time to leave. With the sun rising, Izuku Midoriya, now at level 92 and holding the title of Shadow Monarch, returned home. He found 𝗬𝗧𝗏 still asleep and smiled before heading to the shower. Upon opening the bathroom door, he was startled to see 𝗔𝗂𝗏, who was wrapped in a towel and about to remove it. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and they both blushed. 𝗔𝗂𝗏 let out a startled scream, and Izuku reacted with surprise, quickly shutting the door, nearly breaking it in the process. From the other side, 𝗔𝗂𝗏 shouted at him, questioning why he hadn't knocked. Izuku retorted, asking why she was awake so early on a Saturday. Their banter continued, with 𝗔𝗂𝗏 insisting that he had no right to enter without knocking, while Izuku pointed out her habit of leaving the lights on. After a moment of silence, they both sat by the door, the tension easing as Izuku chuckled, reminiscing about their childhood. 𝗔𝗂𝗏 giggled in response, and they shared a moment of nostalgia. In a flashback, Izuku found himself sitting in a hospital, dressed in clean clothes. He could hear the conversation between an old man and a nurse, though he struggled to grasp the details. The nurse explained that despite having no memory of his past, Izuku retained instinctive functions like eating and speaking. His strength was remarkable for his age, and his wounds healed faster than normal. The most unusual aspect was a second heart on his right side, which had a faint purple hue. The old man, 𝗂𝗏𝗄, inquired about Izuku's condition, and the nurse revealed that all tests indicated he was quirkless, leaving them puzzled about the second heart. 𝗂𝗏𝗄 expressed his gratitude and left to speak with agents and police officers about Izuku's identity. Unfortunately, they had no leads due to a recent villain attack that compromised public information. They speculated about Izuku being kidnapped, but without any solid evidence, they could only assume he had been held captive for at least a week. 𝗂𝗏𝗄 decided to take Izuku under his wing, promising to teach him Korean and the customs of his new home. Izuku nodded in agreement, and thus began his education. Over the months, he learned to speak and write in Korean. To everyone's surprise, he also demonstrated a keen ability for battle and hero analysis. After 2 years, he was ready for a normal life, and 𝗂𝗏𝗄, not being the best with names, left the decision of naming him to the family that would adopt him. When they arrived at their destination, they were greeted by a man, a woman, and a girl around Izuku's age. The man introduced himself as Sung Il-hwan, and after confirming that he was the boy mentioned by the chairman, 𝗂𝗏𝗄 explained that he hadn't chosen a name for Izuku yet, as he was unsure when his memories would return. Since you will be his family now, the chairman wanted them to decide as well. The chairman expressed gratitude for their willingness to adopt the child. Kyung-hae mentioned her ability to speak Japanese, which surprised 𝗂𝗏𝗄. He acknowledged that it would be convenient for helping the child. Il-hwan affirmed their commitment to do their best. 𝗂𝗏𝗄 then informed them that he had not chosen a name for the child, as he was uncertain when the boy's memories would return. He apologized for the inconvenience and encouraged them to pick a name together. Il-hwan assured him that it was fine and they could decide on a name. As 𝗂𝗏𝗄 prepared to leave, Izuku thanked him while bowing. 𝗂𝗏𝗄 chuckled and patted his head before saying goodbye. Izuku felt a bit sad standing there, but Kyung-hae approached him, asking if it was all right for them to help him choose a name. Izuku agreed, and Il-hwan expressed their longing to introduce themselves again. Kyung-hae suggested they go to the living room to decide on a name. After some discussion, they settled on the name Sung Jinwoo. Weeks later, as Izuku prepared for his first day of school, Kyung-hae asked if he was excited. He replied affirmatively, calling her mum. Gina, his sister, joined them as they headed to school. Upon arriving, the teacher welcomed the students and introduced Sung Jinwoo as the new student, instructing him to take a seat. He sat next to Gina and a girl with a bob cut named Songi. After class, Songi introduced herself and learned about Gina's adoption of Izuku, realizing they were now siblings. Excited to play, they went outside. While resting, Izuku noticed 2 older kids arguing, which escalated towards a fight. He rushed in to block a punch aimed at Songi, taking the hit himself. He quickly recovered and retaliated, taking a battle stance. The older kid challenged him, but before anything could escalate further, teachers arrived to defuse the situation. The day continued with the 3 kids playing together. Returning home covered in mud and sweat, Kyung-hae called them out for being dirty and insisted they take a bath together. The kids complied, tossing their clothes into the bathtub. They splashed and played, enjoying their time in the water. As Izuku reminisced about those days, he leaned against the door, unaware that Gina was about to enter. He fell backward, landing on the floor. Gina, wrapped in a towel, looked surprised, and they both blushed at the awkward moment. Just then, their mother appeared, smirking and capturing the moment on her phone, teasing them about the situation. Embarrassed, Izuku looked away, and after a rather awkward breakfast, he left with the girls for a hangout. As they walked, they passed by their old kindergarten and the park where they first played, reminiscing about the good times they shared. Later that day, Izuku received a call from 𝗂𝗏𝗄, asking him to come to his office for an important task. After a brief jog to the association headquarters and passing security, he knocked on the door to his grandfather's office. Upon entering, he greeted 𝗂𝗏𝗄, who informed him of a job to investigate a new hero agency that had been elusive. Izuku agreed to take on the task and asked for the agency's name before leaving the room to begin his investigation. That was good news. The representative confirmed that within several months, they believed it would be time to launch the device into orbit. 𝗂𝗏𝗄 expressed his eagerness to see it for himself. The representative assured him that it was indeed a curious device. As 𝗏𝗏 made his way downstairs to the research block, he was met by 𝗏𝗏, who also seemed interested in the project. The doctor greeted 𝗏𝗏 and informed him that they had finally managed to isolate the different energy measurements. 𝗏𝗏 was pleased but sensed there was more to the story. The doctor mentioned that they had conducted tests and discovered that the artifact could also be used on humans. 𝗏𝗏 inquired about the implications and whether it was dangerous. The doctor reassured him that it was not dangerous. In fact, it was quite beneficial. In short, it could detect a person's power level, specifically the strength of their quirk. 𝗏𝗏 was intrigued and asked how they could identify the power level. The doctor explained that it was akin to observing a bright light. The stronger the light, the more powerful the quirk. When individuals activated their quirks, they emitted energy around them, and the device specifically targeted that energy. 𝗏𝗏 then asked about quirkless individuals. The doctor admitted uncertainty but offered to call his quirkless daughter to test it out. 𝗏𝗏 appreciated the willingness to conduct research at their facility, believing it could save many lives. The doctor expressed gratitude for the opportunity, noting that he had lost trust in his previous funders after they took his last invention. 𝗏𝗏 hoped the doctor would reclaim his trust one day. The doctor acknowledged the sentiment but emphasized that there was still much work to be done and did not want to take up more of 𝗏𝗏's time. 𝗏𝗏 insisted it was fine, but the doctor requested to be addressed by his name. After some hesitation, 𝗏𝗏 complied, addressing him as Mr. Shield. Meanwhile, Izuku was observing the new agency his grandfather had mentioned. He used stealth to gather evidence and entered the agency's main office, where he unexpectedly witnessed the leading pro hero conversing with a man in a business suit. As he listened, he realized they were discussing illegal support items, which he recorded for later. After gathering enough evidence, he decided to leave, feeling fortunate about the timing and eager to share the information with his grandfather. As he walked back, he admired the pleasant day, enjoying the freedom of not having to cover his face as extensively. Suddenly, he heard an explosion and dashed toward the sound. Upon arrival, he saw several villains on the ground and a blonde woman standing triumphantly over them. Recognizing her as the pro hero he had seen before, he noted the crowd of reporters surrounding her. Izuku wondered why she was holding her nose, speculating that she might have a sensitive sense of smell. He activated his skill to analyze her quirk, discovering that she possessed light manipulation, which enhanced her speed, strength, and agility while allowing her to manipulate light. He pondered whether her sensitive nose was also a part of her abilities. As he observed, a new villain appeared, prompting Izuku to prepare for action with his dagger. However, he hesitated upon noticing that the woman was not alone. The #1 hero of Korea, Choi Jong-un, also known as the 𝗵𝗄, was present, unleashing fire on the villain. Izuku recalled that Choi had taken his mother as a sidekick and noted that his fire quirk was comparable to that of a well-known hero from Japan. He recognized Choi's intelligence and composure, appreciating that he was not reckless like some heroes could be. Deciding he was not needed in the current situation, Izuku prepared to leave but noticed Light Princess staring at him. They exchanged glances for a moment before he vanished from sight. After the encounter, he returned to the association. Upon arrival, Izuku informed 𝗏𝗏 of his return. 𝗏𝗏 was surprised by his quick return, to which Izuku attributed his success in eavesdropping on a conversation about illegal dealings. 𝗏𝗏 praised him for the valuable information, expressing gratitude for his efforts. Izuku then recalled the crystal he had recovered from France, which had proven useful for tracking gates. 𝗏𝗏 shared that the scientists he had hired had made significant progress and that in a few months, they would be able to create a new satellite system for tracking gates. Izuku was excited about the prospect, knowing it would aid in monitoring major gates and help prevent incidents like the one in 𝗕𝗄𝐻. 𝗏𝗏 speculated whether the USA was also investigating the gates, and Izuku suggested that, given recent events, it was likely they were doing so in secret. He mentioned having seen high-ranking heroes in London shutting down a gate, indicating that other countries were likely taking similar actions while concealing their efforts under the guise of villain attacks. 𝐒𝐻𝐁𝐻𝐿 acknowledged that the rest of the world might be preparing for a revelation about the gates. Izuku felt confident that he would have enough support to face any challenges that might arise. 𝗂𝐻𝐁𝐻 inquired about the number of shadows Izuku currently commanded, to which Izuku responded that he had several hundred, with their strength rapidly increasing. Some of the shadows had already ranked up and more were on their way. 𝗂𝐻𝐁𝐻 smirked, confident that one day he would take over the entire hero business in Japan or Korea, or perhaps both, and then the world. Izuku felt the challenge in the air, intrigued by the prospect. 𝗂𝐻𝐁𝐻 expressed certainty that Izuku would rise to the occasion, noting that nothing was scarier than immortal, restless pro heroes. Izuku replied that he needed to build up his power first, leaving the possibility open for the future. The two began to chat and share laughter, discussing various topics, including recent crimes and activities, until they were interrupted by Qiol. He burst in, urging 𝗂𝐻𝐁𝐻 to turn on the TV immediately. Izuku grabbed the remote and switched it on, revealing a news flash that caught both their attention. Breaking news: 3 hours ago, the American Hero Association was attacked. The reporter stated that several heroes, including a top hero, had been reported injured, but there were no other casualties according to the police. A second reporter, live at the scene, described a street engulfed in flames, with firefighters struggling to control the blaze. The government had yet to provide an explanation, but it was expected soon. As the reporters spoke, Izuku and 𝗂𝐻𝐻 exchanged glances. Izuku remarked on the audacity of those who would dare to pull off such an attack. 𝗂𝐻𝐻 noted that despite its size, the USA's crime rate was only 10%, thanks to 2 national authority heroes who dealt with threats. Whoever was responsible for the attack had to be either brave or foolish. A knock at the door interrupted their conversation. 𝗂𝐻𝐻 called for the person to enter, revealing 𝗵𝗃, Light Princess, and another individual with spiky orange hair and orange eyes, dressed in a black tuxedo and looking serious. 𝗂𝐻𝐻 greeted them, and Baek-Yoon-ho asked if he had seen the news. 𝗂𝐻𝐻 confirmed that he had. Choi Jong-in found the situation interesting, but Light Princess was focused on Izuku, studying him intently. 𝗂𝗂 recognized Izuku as the person she had seen earlier, armed and ready to confront villains. Izuku acknowledged her observation, and 𝗂𝐻𝐻 introduced him as his personal assistant. The others were surprised, and Baek-Yoon-ho compared Izuku to Qiol. 𝗂𝗂 inquired about Izuku's weapon, to which he explained that he had permission to engage in battles from the chairman. She apologized for her earlier suspicion, and Izuku reassured her that it was all right. Suddenly, Izuku's phone buzzed, and he answered it. His mother was on the line, inviting him home for his favorite meal and mentioning that Eri missed him. Izuku chuckled and promised to return soon. After hanging up, he informed 𝗂𝐻𝐻 that he had to leave, and the chairman wished him well. As Izuku stood to leave, 𝗂𝗂 caught a whiff of something in the air around him, causing her to lean closer in surprise. She blushed, realizing that he didn't have an unpleasant scent, which was unusual for someone quirkless. Curious, she asked about his quirk, but Izuku replied that it was a long story and that he had to go. He left the room, leaving behind a confused 𝗵𝗃 and a flustered 𝗂𝗂. Baek-Yoon-ho, still in shock, expressed his bewilderment about Izuku's presence. 𝗂𝗂 asked what he meant, and Baek-Yoon-ho explained that he could see people's power levels. The others turned to 𝗂𝐻𝐻, who remained calm and smiling, confirming Izuku's strength. About 5 minutes later, Izuku arrived home. His mother welcomed him, and he inquired about the girls and Eri. She informed him that they were upstairs playing, with Jean doing Eri's hair. Moments later, the girls came downstairs, Eri sporting pigtails. His mother called them over, and Izuku chuckled at her reaction to being called grandma. While they ate, his mother asked when he would return to Japan. Izuku replied that he would go back next week but would miss them. She encouraged him to reconnect with his old family, suggesting it was okay to take a leap of faith. Izuku promised to think about it. Song-yi then asked how many allies he could summon now. Izuku mentioned he could summon about a couple hundred, prompting her to inquire how many more he planned to have. He replied that one could never have too many and called forth Fenrir, a massive werewolf with a playful demeanor. The girls were fascinated, and Eri excitedly asked if she could play with him after dinner. Izuku assured her she could, and she gazed at Fenrir with wonder. His mother smiled, commenting on Izuku's unique taste in pets. Izuku defended Fenrir's honor, stating he was a powerful ally, and the werewolf puffed up with pride. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 remarked on how Izuku always had the coolest companions, to which he humorously responded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Laughter filled the room as Eri finished her meal and jumped onto Fenrir, joyfully rolling around with him. Fenrir liked her as a playful gesture of retaliation. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 expressed her fondness for him, and Izuku agreed. Suddenly, he noticed 𝗓𝗏𝗏 sitting on the couch, observing them. Their mother inquired if they often behaved that way, to which Izuku replied that it wasn't common unless he allowed them to act freely. He recounted a time when he let a shadow explore the house he rented, leading to the shadow discovering a passion for cooking. He also mentioned an intense game of rock paper scissors between two shadows, Iron and another. Their mother questioned why he kept them around, and Izuku admitted he sometimes wondered what they would do without him. After more playful antics and various shadows engaging in different activities, Izuku decided to call it a day. Another day, another gate awaited him. He found himself clearing yet another B-rank gate, noting a surprising increase in their frequency around Seoul, as if a massive gate had opened. However, the newly opened gates were at best C rank, so he sent his infantry to handle them. Despite their lower rank, the sheer number of gates concerned him. He had dispatched 𝗓𝗏𝗏, Tusk, and others to separate gates to close them all, while the rest of his elite soldiers were also spread out. Upon entering the gate, it began to glow red. Izuku sighed, realizing he wouldn't have to worry about time anymore. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself surrounded by mountains, contemplating the possibility of flying or digging enemies. Just then, a flock of birds caught his attention, and he acknowledged the challenge of facing flying foes, reminding himself that he needed to practice that aspect of combat. He felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling a previous encounter where 𝗓𝗏𝗏 had nearly defeated him. Meanwhile, Eri was peacefully sleeping in her room, cuddled by 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 like a teddy bear. Their grandmother, Park Kyung-hye, opened the windows and gently urged them to wake up, reminding them of school and her own work commitments. 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 asked if her brother would be looking after Eri that day, to which their grandmother confirmed he would. Back to Izuku's perspective, he found the birds to be quite bothersome, but he was pleased to discover that his telekinesis skill had evolved, along with his stealth, now at maximum level. An alarm indicated that his skill, Dominator's Touch, had reached its final form, Ruler's Authority. He noted the acquisition of a new item, the Helmet of Mars, which provided significant physical and magical damage reduction, along with an active skill that could provoke enemies into a blind rage. As he sensed the mana of his soldiers approaching, he felt relieved. When they emerged from the shadows, he recognized Fenrir, Iron, Chief Centaur, and another elite shadow, all ready for promotion. He welcomed the competition, noting that 𝗓𝗏𝗏 and Tusk were already a powerful duo. The four shadows were enveloped in black mist, and when released, they appeared transformed, with iron spikes larger and Fenrir looking more formidable. An alarm signaled that the shadow soldiers had reached the rank of knight, allowing them to be named. Izuku decided to name one war runner, impressed by his potential for leading frontal assaults. The shadow soldier bowed, and Izuku turned his attention to the new knight, curious about its abilities. The shadow demonstrated its power to control metal around them, reminding Izuku of a villain he had defeated during his experiments in the USA. He decided to name this Shadow Magnet, fitting for its abilities. Just as he prepared to return home, he sensed a powerful presence approaching rapidly. Suddenly, an attack came at him, and he dodged to see the source, the Light Princess. Recognizing her, he noted the advantage of being cloaked. She confronted him, accusing him of being the Reaper and demanding to know what he was doing there. Izuku calmly stated he was ensuring the city's safety, but she was not convinced and questioned if the shadowy beasts were his companions. Realizing she had seen them, Izuku felt a sense of annoyance. As she approached, he asked if she wanted to fight. She declared that he was a wanted vigilante, and it was only natural for her to confront him. Izuku warned her of her strength but advised her to know her limits. She charged at him, her sword glowing with light, showcasing her quirk of photokinesis, which enhanced her strength and agility. As they clashed, a shockwave erupted from their collision, revealing her impressive power. Izuku recognized that she was stronger than some, but not at the level of the most formidable opponents he had faced. She launched a series of elegant attacks, showcasing her skill and technique. With each strike, she danced gracefully with her blade, pushing him back with a spinning kick. Just as she prepared to deliver a decisive blow, Izuku managed to evade her attack. She expressed her confidence, believing she had him cornered, but he caught her blade with his hand, creating another shockwave that shattered nearby windows. She stared at him in shock, realizing the battle was far from over. Izuku lifted her by the collarbone, looking into her eyes as she gazed down at him. He then brought her down to the ground, ensuring she would be incapacitated. He reflected on her connection to his past mentor, realizing the weight of their shared history. Afterward, he transported her to a nearby hospital, utilizing his unique abilities to remain unseen. He marveled at how this evolved skill allowed him to carry her without needing to focus on his hands, pushing his limits beyond what he thought possible. Upon returning home, he found 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 dressed in her school uniform while their mother wore her nurse outfit. He acknowledged that 𝐸𝐴 would be staying with him, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he noted that she didn't have to attend school. He explained that he had graduated from college online, prompting 𝗔𝗂𝘁𝗵𝗲 to tease him about the nature of his education. Despite her protests about enjoying school, he encouraged her to stop complaining. After a quick shower, he prepared to take 𝐸𝐴 with him to a place he felt he needed to visit. His mother reminded him that he hadn't been there since his return, and he agreed that it was time. As they left the house, he stopped by a flower shop, and 𝐸𝐴 curiously asked who the flowers were. He explained they were for some old friends, though meeting them would be complicated. Carrying 𝐸𝐴 in one arm and the flowers in the other, he made his way to the graveyard. 𝐸𝐴 expressed her feelings about the place, and Izuku acknowledged her sentiment. He found the graves he sought, recognizing them among many others. Sitting before the stones, he reflected on the time that had passed since he last visited. He spoke softly to the graves, sharing his thoughts and feelings about the sacrifices made for him. He expressed his gratitude to his mentor and friend, vowing to honor their memories. As he placed the flowers down and offered a silent prayer, he introduced 𝐸𝐴 to the spirits of his old companions, explaining their significance in his life. He reassured her that they had been true heroes, despite their doubts. After a moment of silence, he stood and prepared to leave, but then noticed someone approaching. To his surprise, it was the Light Princess, now dressed casually and carrying her own bundle of flowers. She greeted him, and he reciprocated, curious about her presence. She revealed that she was there to honor her own mentor, prompting him to share his connection to the same person. They exchanged stories about their pasts, and Izuku noticed 𝐸𝐴 shyly retreating. He encouraged her to be brave, introducing her to the princess, who was taken by 𝐸𝐴's cuteness. After a brief moment of hesitation, the princess asked if she could take a moment to pray at the gravesite before suggesting they grab coffee together. Izuku agreed, noting that 𝐸𝐴 might not understand their conversation, but he would speak Japanese with her. They made their way to a nearby cafe, where 𝐸𝐴's eyes lit up at the sight of sweets. As they settled down with their drinks, the princess inquired about his work with the chairman, and he explained the various roles he had taken on. Their conversation flowed easily, and he sensed a growing connection between them. The waitress brought over a dessert for 𝐸𝐴, and Izuku noticed the princess blushing as she wrote something on the bill. Curious about her intentions, he pressed her for an explanation, and she hesitated, her cheeks flushed. They returned to discussing their mentor, acknowledging his enduring spirit and dedication to heroism. Izuku admired the bond they shared, realizing that despite their recent acquaintance, there was a sense of camaraderie forming between them. Even though there was a connection between them, 𝗂𝗏 found herself questioning her feelings. She hesitated, looking around nervously. Izuku noticed her blush and felt a mix of concern and curiosity. He wondered if she might be interested in him in some way. When her phone rang, she quickly excused herself, mentioning it was from the agency. Izuku understood and wished her a nice day as she hurried away. 𝐸𝐴, on the other hand, continued to enjoy her apple cake, seemingly unfazed by the situation. After finishing, they left together, and Izuku decided to take Eri to the association headquarters to visit the old man, knowing she would want to see him one last time before their departure. Upon their arrival, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 greeted them warmly, expressing his happiness to see Eri again. He acknowledged that Izuku had brought her for a final visit. Izuku confirmed this, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 mentioned that his wife would soon arrive and would be eager to meet Eri as well. Izuku inquired if she was still the same, to which 𝗏𝗏𝗏 assured him she was and would be glad to see him too. Shifting to a more serious tone, Izuku began speaking Korean with 𝗏𝗏𝗏, ensuring Eri wouldn't understand their conversation. He posed a question about converting a long-dead villain into a shadow, a villain that someone special to him feared. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 recognized the villain as the one Izuku had saved Eri from and acknowledged the potential usefulness of his abilities, while also sensing Izuku's internal conflict. Izuku confirmed that he had indeed saved Eri from a gate and had turned those villains into shadows. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 asked about Eri's reaction, and Izuku recalled that she had been scared at first, but eventually became comfortable even playing with them at times. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 concluded that if Izuku knew where the body was, it was fair game for him. After a visit from his grandmother, who was thrilled to meet Eri, they returned home. Izuku and his mother engaged in conversation while 𝗔𝗂𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 were in their room with Eri. Izuku glanced in the mirror, noticing his taller, more muscular build and the absence of any scars, a result of his powers manifesting. Curious about his appearance, Izuku asked his mother how she would rate him. She responded that all mothers think their children are handsome or appealing, regardless of their looks. Izuku acknowledged her point and felt a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Park Kyung-hye reflected on how many looks her son received whenever they went out. She had lost count of the number of times waitresses had written down their phone numbers for him since his growth spurt. She knew that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had a crush on him and had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of him having a 𝗕𝗏𝗏. Later that night, 𝗂𝗏𝗏 was overwhelmed with her thoughts. She buried her face in her pillow, feeling frustrated about her earlier interaction with Izuku. She questioned how he might perceive her and reflected on her interest in him, noting his handsome appearance and the absence of any unpleasant scent. As she recalled her encounter with the Reaper, she realized that she hadn't noticed a scent from him either. This revelation left her pondering the implications. Time passed, and Izuku checked if Eri had packed her clothes and toys before they headed to the airport. Accompanied by his mother, 𝗔𝗂𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, they prepared for their journey. 𝗔𝗂𝗏 asked him to send them emails and pictures, and their mother reminded him not to shy away from contacting his 𝗵𝗏𝗏 family, assuring him they would welcome him. As they were about to leave, Izuku spotted 𝗂𝗏𝗏 again. She expressed her longing to see him, and although he knew it wasn't the best time, he agreed to listen to her. They found a secluded bench for privacy. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 quietly asked if he was the Reaper. Izuku was taken aback by her question and wondered how she had figured it out. She explained that he didn't have a foul scent, unlike others she had encountered. Izuku chuckled, asking what she would do if he were indeed the Reaper. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 admitted she just wanted to know. She explained her unique ability to smell people differently, noting that stronger individuals had a more unpleasant scent, which had helped her avoid danger. Yet he was different, he had no scent at all. When she pressed for an explanation, Izuku admitted that he didn't fully understand it himself, suggesting he might not be human. 𝗂𝗏𝗏 was shocked by his revelation, and he confirmed that even the chairman was aware of his situation. She expressed her trust in 𝗏𝗏𝗏's judgment, recognizing him as the former symbol of peace. Izuku felt a mix of emotions as he prepared to leave Korea. He appreciated the kind words from Miss Cha, who wished him a safe trip. As he boarded the plane back to Japan, he reflected on his situation. He considered himself foolish for being overly selective, like a spoiled child rejecting his meal. His stats showed he had invested heavily in intelligence, which had led to an impressive number of shadow soldiers, 840, to be exact. Yet, he realized he had many empty slots available for more. His shadow slots had expanded significantly, and he pondered whether he should begin taking monsters from C-rank gates, as he had only been converting those from A-rank or high-end B-rank gates. The dilemma weighed on him: should he save the slots for a massive gate or fill them now? After 2 days of searching, he finally located Overhaul's grave, which was neglected and dirty. He unearthed the remains and opened the coffin, noting the poor condition of the body. The head was stitched back onto the torso, a clear sign of careless work. Izuku summoned the spirit, calling for it to rise from the darkness. He received alerts confirming that he had reached out to the fighting spirit of the soul, but the abilities of the shadow soldier would be diminished due to the time that had passed since the person's death. He was given the chance to name the soldier, who was ranked as a knight. After considering his options, he decided to name the soldier Forger. As Forger bowed, his status changed, and Izuku noted the impressive transformation. The soldier wore a blackbird mask that glowed green, with green veins visible on his forearms, surrounded by an aura of darkness that made him appear formidable. Izuku hoped that Eri would not react negatively to his new soldier but knew he would find out once he returned home. He organized his forces into teams to enhance their efficiency. In a flashback, he recalled dividing his soldiers into 7 teams, each tasked with creating high-ranking gates. He instructed them to inform him of any A-rank gates so he could convert the monsters within into shadows, while they were to collect anything useful from lower-ranked gates. He emphasized the importance of discretion and defending humans only if they were not villains. Now back home, he found Eri sleeping peacefully. It was late, so he decided to rest as well, knowing it would help him recover his mana and health. He planned to check on his soldiers' progress at dawn and assign Forger as their leader. The next morning, he woke up early, dressed, and sensed his new team leaders waiting for him on the rooftop. Upon checking on them, he was pleased to see that many had leveled up, especially Igris, who was rapidly approaching Tusk in strength. He finished his morning jog and returned to find that his soldiers had only left behind what was necessary from the monster corpses. After completing his daily tasks, he took a shower, and Eri woke up. He greeted her warmly, and she responded with a sleepy yawn. He asked if she was excited to return to school, and she expressed her eagerness to see her friends. As they enjoyed breakfast together, Izuku broached a sensitive topic. He asked Eri if she remembered the bad man, and her expression shifted to sadness. She recalled the hurt he had caused her but reassured him that he was gone. Izuku explained that the red figures in his army were the bad men from the cave, and Eri understood that he turned bad people into good ones, as her grandmother and aunts had told her. He confirmed that he had done the same with the bad man, who was now different. Curious, Eri asked if it was true. Izuku gently summoned Forger, who knelt before her. Eri hesitated but approached him, expressing her past fears and the pain the bad man had caused her. Tears welled in her eyes as she recounted her memories but then declared that she was no longer afraid. She recognized Forger as part of her father's team and offered him a gentle pat on the nose, showing her acceptance and courage. Forger responded by reaching out to comfort her, solidifying their bond. The tension hung in the air during the exchange, but a sigh of relief escaped as a smile spread across my face. I placed a hand over my heart and thought about how grateful I was to Snowball. Eri expressed her trust in her father, believing he would keep her safe from harm. He reassured her, promising that he would never let anyone hurt her and encouraged her to get ready for school, offering to drop her off. Once Eri was prepared, I took her to school, where I spotted Miss Sosaki by the gates. She was dropping off Koda, and when she noticed me, she smiled and waved. Shino called out to me, excited to see me again. I returned her greeting, happy to be back. Shino shared that not much had changed in my absence, except that Koda had missed both Eri and me. Koda, feeling embarrassed, protested, but I couldn't help but smirk at his reaction. Eri rushed over to hug Koda, a sight that warmed the hearts of the adults watching. Suddenly, a green-haired girl dashed toward them, calling out Eri's name. They embraced, exchanging words of how much they missed each other. Just then, another familiar face appeared, and Shino greeted Azuitsuyu, who confirmed her identity and expressed her happiness to see us again. She mentioned that she had heard I had been away, and I explained that I had visited my family in South Korea, where Eri had made quite the impression. Shino noted that my absence hadn't been too eventful, aside from a landslide incident where her team had helped tourists. I asked about the challenges of communication during the rescue, and she expressed a wish for a way to connect minds for easier understanding. As we chatted, 𝗓𝗍 revealed that her team was recovering from their recent mission, which allowed her some free time. I shared that my family had enjoyed spoiling Eri during my visit. 𝗓𝗍 then mentioned that Koda was still not fond of heroes but had started to admire a vigilante named Reaper. I felt a mix of amusement and curiosity at this revelation. 𝗓𝗍's thoughts on Reaper were complex. While she didn't condone his methods, she understood his popularity and the potential consequences of arresting him, especially for Koda. I suggested that I might talk to Koda to understand his perspective better, and 𝗓𝗍 expressed her gratitude for my willingness to help. Our conversation shifted to recent news about an attack on the American Hero Association HQ, which had shocked everyone, including 𝗓𝗍, who had been at her agency during the incident. I reassured her that my work with the South Korean Hero Association was unaffected by my presence in Japan, as I could still assist the chairman from here. As we continued our discussion, 𝗓𝗍 expressed surprise at my age when we first met, noting how reliable I seemed for someone so young. I appreciated her compliment, and after an hour at the cafe, we decided to take a stroll. Suddenly, 𝗓𝗍 had an idea to introduce me to her team. I found it intriguing and agreed to follow her. We arrived at a building that matched her agency's name. Upon entering, I was greeted by 3 individuals, 2 women and a man. One woman had blonde hair tied in a ponytail, while the other had long, silky green hair. The man was tall and muscular, with brown hair tied back. It was clear I was about to meet her team. Perhaps his quirk was better suited for battle, or at least for close combat. They were all relaxing in the living room, watching television in casual attire. One of the women, with a hint of surprise, exclaimed upon seeing 𝗓𝗍, "𝗓𝗍, welcome back. Oh my goodness, who is this handsome guy?" 𝗓𝗍 introduced me, saying, "This is Ryuko, and he is Sung Jin-woo." Another woman chimed in, "Oh, the guy you mentioned." The first woman added, "Mentioned? He is all she talks about since they met." I glanced at Sasaki, who turned her face away, blushing. Izuku noted, "I see. I didn't know you held me in such high regard, Sasaki." 𝗓𝗍 stammered, "WL." The first woman teased, "And now she can't speak. Look at how the calm and collected leader of the Pussycats has fallen." The 3 of them laughed and I chuckled along. Izuku asked, "So, what are your names?" The blonde woman approached me, introducing herself, "I am Ryuko Tsuchikawa, nice to meet you, cutie." Another woman said, "I am Tomoko Shiratoko." The last woman added, "I am Yawara Kuroda, nice to meet you." Izuku introduced himself, "I am Sung Jin-woo. Nice to meet you all." Ryuko then asked, "So, Mr. Sung, are you single?" 𝗓𝗍 quickly interjected, "Are." Sasaki immediately closed her mouth, and 𝗓𝗍 continued, "Sorry for her, she wants a partner way too badly." Izuku responded, "I see." Ryuko protested, "Let me go, 𝗓𝗍." 𝗓𝗍 insisted, "Hush now. Stand down. Let's sit down and talk. Like grown-ups." Ryuko relented, "Fine." She seemed quite childish, but they managed to calm her down. Izuku remarked, "So, you are the rescue heroes known as the Pussycats." Tomoko confirmed, "We are." Izuku continued, "You usually deal with disaster areas, am I correct?" Kuroda affirmed, "You are correct, Mr. Sung. But we do occasionally engage with villains." Izuku stated, "I know. I expected as much. 𝗓𝗍 is quite skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and you are well built, which is good for close combat as well." Kuroda replied, "Thank you. Yes, I am the main close combat specialist on the team." 𝗓𝗍 added, "Ryuko, thanks to her earth manipulation quirk, is quite versatile and can perform long-range attacks effectively." Izuku expressed his admiration, "Really? That's impressive. What about you, Miss Shiratoko?" Tomoko explained, "My quirk is called Search. I can locate people within a 100-meter radius, along with identifying their weak points." Izuku nodded, "I see. So that's how your team operates." Ryuko asked, "Pardon?" Izuku elaborated, "When it comes to rescue missions, you search for civilians and report to Sasaki, who then informs Kuroda and Tsuchikawa. The 2 use their abilities, mainly Tsuchikawa, to extract people from danger." In combat, Kuroda scans the weak spots of opponents and informs Sasaki without alarming the villain. Then Sasaki relays the information to you two, and either one of you, both of you, or all four of you take down the villain. Am I correct? They looked at me with wide eyes. Ryuko asked, Shino, how much did you? She stopped, equally shocked. Izuku reassured them, she didn't inform me about anything or any of your secrets. This is just an educated guess based on your team dynamics and how your quirks function. With a formation like yours, this strategy is the most optimal. We continued chatting, and before we knew it, it was time to pick up the kids from school. Izuku announced, All right, Sasaki, let's go get the kids. Sasaki replied, Okay, Jin-san. The two of us left and headed for the school. There, we spotted Eri and Kota leaving together, holding hands. Our eyes widened, and we exchanged smirks. Izuku greeted them, Hi kids. How are you doing? They turned to us and Eri rushed toward me. I scooped her up, but Sasaki's phone rang. Sasaki answered, Hello. What? I see. I will be there. Izuku inquired, What happened? Sasaki explained, Jin-kun, can you take care of Kota for today? Izuku asked, Hero work. She nodded. Izuku replied, Okay, stay safe. The kids are with me. She bowed slightly and hurried back to her agency. I looked at the kids. Eri was stoic while Kota appeared frustrated. I sighed and gathered both of them. Izuku said, Well, kids, it looks like you are with me today. Eri responded, Okay, Papa. Kota muttered, Whatever. It seemed I needed to talk to Kota sooner than expected. I waited in the room while Kota and Eri played together, with Eri trying to cheer up the gloomy Kota. I sighed and interrupted them. Izuku asked, Kota, can we talk? Kota replied, Sure, what is it? Izuku began, It's about your parents. Kota frowned at me. Izuku continued, Listen, I'm not going to say they died honorably. There is nothing honorable about leaving your family behind, especially when they need you. Trust me, but you must understand that taking it out on Shino won't help you or society. Kota remained silent, visibly annoyed. Izuku shared, Did you know I was around your age when my mother died? Kota froze, surprised. Eri looked at me, confused. Kota asked, You lost your mother? Izuku nodded, Yes. And fun fact, the villains who killed her were quite persistent, so they pursued me for some time. Eri chimed in, But Grandma is alive. Izuku clarified, She is my adopted mother, sweetie. My bearded mother, however, died when I was 4. Kota inquired, What about your dad? Izuku replied, I never had one. At least, I have no idea. I crouched down to his level and said, People die, Kota. Sometimes sooner than we would like. That's the hard truth of life. Leaving children like you behind is painful, and I understand that. You don't really hate heroes or society, you're just sad. You don't want to be alone anymore. At that moment, Kota began to cry. Izuku reassured him, Listen, you are not alone, Kota. You have Shino, who is doing her best to raise you. You have her teammates, your friends, Eri, and you have me. I won't leave you, Kota. I hugged him tightly and he returned the embrace. Eri, seeing this, also started to cry and joined in the hug. I wrapped my arms around both of them. Eri said, Ko-chan, I am sorry. Kota asked, For what, Eri-chan? Eri replied, You were sad. Izuku comforted them, It's okay, both of you. Everything will be all right. I held them until they calmed down, and then the two kids resumed playing. I turned on the television for them to watch some cartoons. However, while switching channels, we stumbled upon a news report that was troubling, especially concerning the pussycats. The reporter stated, We are outside the warehouse. There are many civilians held hostage inside. The police have lost contact with the pro heroes who went in for the rescue. Other heroes are waiting outside, ready. As the report mentioned the pro heroes inside the facility, my heart sank at the mention of the pussycats. It seemed I needed to intervene. I turned to Kota, who looked terrified. Izuku felt the weight of emotion pressing down on him, on the verge of tears. He reassured Kota that they would save his aunt. Koda looked up at him, uncertainty in his eyes, asking how they would accomplish that. Izuku leaned in, sharing a secret about his job, urging Koda to keep it between them. In an instant, he transformed into the Reaper, leaving Koda in awe. Izuku introduced his companions, Igris and Tusk, who appeared beside him. He instructed Koda to keep them company, and Koda's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed how awesome it was. Izuku summoned a few shadows to assist with basic tasks like cooking before he left the house, heading toward the designated location. Meanwhile, the Pussycats arrived at the scene, where they were met by numerous SWAT units and local heroes. 𝗵𝗲 inquired about the situation, and an officer informed her that hundreds of civilians were trapped inside a warehouse, with over 80 heavily armed villains present. 𝗵𝗲 was taken aback, unable to believe the severity of the situation. The officer explained that they had called for help because one of them possessed a quirk that could manipulate Earth. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 confirmed that she had that ability, and the officer expressed the need for her quirk to minimize damage. He then outlined the plan, which involved using Ragdoll to locate the hostages, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 to bring them to safety, and 𝗵𝗲 to keep everyone calm. Tiger, curious about his role, was told that he would act as a decoy. He accepted the task, ready to do whatever it took to ensure success. The team prepared for action, with 𝗵𝗲 sending messages to keep the civilians informed and calm. Ragdoll activated her quirk, sensing a large number of people, and quickly realized that many were grouped together, likely civilians. She guided 𝗵𝗲 to avoid any villains as they organized their rescue operation. After 20 minutes of coordination, Ragdoll successfully located all the hostages. 𝗵𝗲 sent messages to the civilians to prevent panic as 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 divided the heroes into groups to execute the rescue. The heroes charged in, confronting the villains while 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 began extracting civilians one group at a time. The operation was progressing smoothly, with 3 out of 4 groups rescued. However, the villains were not idle. Their leader discussed the situation with his subordinates, deciding it was time to unleash their secret weapon. As the heroes continued their evacuation, they noticed something ominous approaching, something that felt distinctly unnatural. Before they could react, one of the heroes fell victim to the creature, leaving the others in shock. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the heroes outside quickly adjusted their plans, mobilizing to assist their teammates inside. The SWAT teams and Pussycats joined the fray, increasing their numbers significantly. Inside, Tiger and his team were the first to regroup with the reinforcements. The last group of hostages was the largest, and 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 knew it would take time to extract them. Once inside, the presence of so many heroes reassured the hostages. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 immediately set to work, creating barriers for protection and forming a tunnel for the civilians to escape. But just as they were about to proceed, a wall was smashed open, revealing a humanoid creature with pale skin and sharp fangs, its mouth stained with blood. It lunged at them, and 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏 quickly raised an earth wall, but the beast tore through it effortlessly. The combat heroes sprang into action, but they were no match for the creature's ferocity. The situation escalated rapidly, and 𝗵𝗲 found herself standing alone, waiting for her turn to face the beast. Just as it prepared to leap, the villain leader commanded it to stop, entering the room with his henchmen. 𝗵𝗲, wounded and dizzy, struggled to remain standing as the confrontation intensified. She observed the dozen villains and the monstrous creature before her. While many claimed she was adept at controlling her emotions, the truth was that this stoic leader concealed deep fears within. These fears intensified after she took Koda under her wing. She was no longer just a hero, she was a parent. Her nephew, no, her son, was waiting for her. With a quirk like hers, she knew her options were limited. The boss commanded his minions to take her down. They obeyed and lunged at her. 𝗵𝗲 fought valiantly, but it was futile. As she battled, flashes of her life raced through her mind, her time in school, her licensing exam, meeting other heroines, and forming her team. These memories felt distant, even though she was only 22. Most hauntingly, she recalled the loss of her cousin, who had left Koda in her care. The monster struck her hard, and she was defeated in an instant, crashing into a wall and falling to the ground, severely injured and fading in and out of consciousness. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Izuku sensed the presence of others inside. He activated his stealth ability, but then received an unexpected message. The alarm indicated that his stealth had reached its final form, granting him a new skill called Phantom. This skill allowed him to become undetectable by all 5 senses and to permeate his body through any object, though it wouldn't work on objects imbued with high concentrations of mana. This development made things increasingly convenient, and he was relieved to see his skill level up. With newfound determination, he sought out the civilians alongside Shino. To his surprise, they were all gathered in the same room. Mandalay lay on the ground, surrounded by the fallen bodies of other pro-heroes, including her team. He approached her cautiously, relieved to see she was still alive, but her condition was dire. Even without a close examination, he could tell she was gravely injured. He felt a pang of sympathy for her, knowing the aftermath she would face. For now, his priority was ensuring the safety of the civilians and Mandalay. Upon closer inspection, he noted that there were no immediate threats to the civilians other than the villains. No explosives or collars were present, which was a relief. He left the room, deactivated his stealth, and revealed himself to the villains. He swiftly took down half of them, using his bloodlust to intimidate the others before returning to the civilians and Shino. The waiting was nerve-wracking, but it paid off when one of the goons rushed at the group, shouting for the boss. The boss barked at his minion to stop shouting and question the bad news. The goon, panicking, warned that they were all in trouble. The boss pressed for details, and the goon revealed the terrifying presence of the Reaper. In that moment, Izuku used his ruler authority to pull the goon outside, ensuring his scream echoed through the building before he fell silent. Activating his bloodlust and shadow domain, he enveloped the area in darkness, stepping into the room where the villains could only see his eyes and hear his footsteps. He checked on Shino again. She was still breathing, albeit weakly. Her vitals were barely stable and her injuries were severe: a broken arm, several broken ribs, and a concussion. She needed medical attention urgently. Kneeling down, he gently moved her closer to the civilians, ensuring they were all in the same area. Suddenly, he heard the villain shout for his comrades to kill him. Turning slightly, he saw a monstrous figure attack. It moved quickly for a creature of its kind, but to Izuku, it seemed slow. Perhaps his enhanced agility made it appear that way. The creature resembled a male vampire, desperate for blood and covered in a dark substance that didn't seem to be its own. Normally, he would engage in battle to assess its abilities, but his priorities had shifted. Using his ruler authority, he seized the creature and crushed it effortlessly, leaving it motionless on the ground, shrouded in black smoke. Izuku reflected on the encounter, questioning whether he was becoming too powerful or if the heroes had simply been inadequate. Regardless, he turned his attention to the villains, who stared at him in shock and horror, while the civilians looked on in awe. He declared that if that creature had been their trump card, it was all over. With a wave of his authority, he controlled a dagger and eliminated the remaining villains, though the boss managed to escape. As much as he wanted to pursue him, the safety of the civilians took precedence. He addressed the civilians, assuring them he would create a path to safety. He cut open a route leading outside, dispatching a few shadows to deal with the nearby villains. As the crowd began to exit, he noticed a girl with a bob cut, her white hair partially obscuring her face. Her blue eyes were fixed on him, filled with wonder. She asked if his quirk was similar to hers, and he activated the Eye of Wisdom to discern her abilities. Her quirk was Poltergeist, a telekinesis ability, though her limits were low. She inquired how he had become so strong. He pondered the question, knowing the answer lay within the system, but he kept that to himself. Izuku knew he had to put in the effort. As he looked at Shino, he noticed her realization that she was falling behind. She left the building with the other civilians, and he gently picked her up, reassuring her that Kodo was safe and that she would be okay. Carrying her in a bridal style, he used his speed to reach the police officers nearby. They immediately pointed their guns at him, confirming the civilians' claims about his presence inside. The officer's tone was confrontational, and Izuku felt compelled to respond. He warned the officer to reconsider his priorities before a loud crash echoed nearby. It was All Might, standing firm and looking directly at Izuku. He laid Shino down gently and approached All Might, who was serious and devoid of his usual smile. The tension in the air was palpable, and Izuku could sense the fear from those watching. They passed each other, and All Might stated that they each had their own jobs to do. With that, he took Shino and jumped away to a nearby hospital, while Izuku prepared to confront the remaining villains. A week later, a funeral was held for the fallen heroes. Izuku was there to support Shino, who had her head lowered, dressed in black and holding Kota close. The young boy was crying for his lost uncles and aunts, especially now that he had begun to open up to them. Eri was doing her best to comfort him, and the two shared their grief together. Eventually, everyone left the graveyard, leaving just the four of them. Izuku approached Shino and offered to take the kids with him if she wanted to stay a little longer. Shino's voice trembled as she referred to him as the Reaper, and Izuku acknowledged it. She asked if he had taken down the villains, and he confirmed that he had. They stood together in silence, with Eri and Kota hugging her from the sides, providing comfort in their shared sorrow. A week had passed since the funeral, and Izuku and Eri regularly visited Shino and Kota to ensure they were okay. He often let Eri have sleepovers with them to help Kota cope with his loss. Despite the sadness, Shino was managing to hold herself together for Kota's sake, showing signs of improvement. One evening, as they sat across from each other while the kids slept, Shino looked at Izuku with a serious expression. He sensed her frustration and invited her to ask her questions. She confronted him about being the Reaper, demanding to know if everything he had told her was a lie. Izuku reassured her that there were no lies. He was indeed the Reaper but also an agent for the South Korean government. Shino struggled to believe him, questioning how they could trust someone with his reputation. Izuku explained that he was allowed to operate as he did for a good reason, but he knew she would find it hard to accept. He decided to show her the truth instead of explaining it further. He instructed her to put on her hero suit, stating they were going out that night. Shino was taken aback, fearing he wanted her to witness violence. Izuku clarified that he wanted her to see him confront monsters, not people. After a moment of hesitation, Shino expressed concern for the kids, but Izuku assured her he had it covered. He summoned his shadows, causing her to panic momentarily. He introduced Igris and 4 other shadows, assuring her that they would take care of the children while they were gone. Shino was visibly shaken but eventually agreed to join him. They arrived at the roof of a warehouse, where Izuku landed gracefully, setting Shino down as she tried to regain her composure. She requested a warning next time, and he assured her she would get used to it. As she stood up, Izuku took a moment to genuinely look at her in her hero suit for the first time. She wore striking red knee-high boots with pink fluff, a red miniskirt with a yellow utility belt, and a sleeveless top that left her midriff exposed. The outfit highlighted her athletic build, and he remembered her mentioning her skills in combat. She also wore a communication device resembling cat ears, adding a unique touch to her appearance. She wore pink paw gloves with sharp nails. Shino asked what they were doing there, and Izuku explained that he sensed something would appear nearby. Just then, they heard a commotion on the ground. Izuku recognized it as the location of a gate inside, knowing it would be troublesome. Upon arrival, he observed 2 gangs fighting, with about 12 individuals involved, their quirks proving ineffective. With a sigh, he swiftly dealt with them. Shino was bewildered, questioning how he managed that. Izuku explained that he needed to eliminate the nuisance to avoid complications with his mission. Shino was confused and demanded to know what was happening when suddenly the area shook, and a large blue portal appeared. Izuku smiled, while Sasaki looked on in shock. Shino exclaimed in disbelief, and Izuku reassured her that the large gate was a good sign. He urged her to come with him for answers, but Shino was skeptical and questioned if it was his doing. Izuku clarified that he was there to close it, but they needed to enter first. He pulled Sasaki inside, and as they were transported, the gate began to turn red. Once they emerged on the other side, they found themselves in a vast tropical area. Izuku remarked that red gates seemed to have a preference for him, which caused Shino to panic. He urged her to calm down, explaining that they had entered a red gate. Shino, trying to regain her composure, attempted to send an emergency signal through her headset, only to find it static. Frustrated, she realized her phone and GPS were not functioning. Izuku advised her not to bother, explaining that they were not broken, they were simply no longer on Earth. Shino looked at him with a mix of fear and confusion, and Izuku encouraged her to see for herself. Just then, a crab-like monster lunged at them. Sosaki attempted to fight it, but its shell was too tough. Izuku pulled her back and dispatched the creature himself, warning her not to engage as she was not strong enough. Shino was startled by the sight of more monsters charging toward them. Izuku commanded her to burn them, summoning several mages who easily dealt with the creatures. However, he sensed more powerful monsters approaching. Turning, he saw a multitude of sea monsters attacking them. Izuku summoned his army, his shadow expanding to cover the entire coast and conjuring various monsters to combat the threat. As he observed the battle, he noticed Sosaki looking pale and trembling with fear. He understood that witnessing such a fight would be overwhelming for any ordinary hero. Suddenly, a massive fire erupted, causing her to fall back in an attempt to shield herself. Izuku turned to see Tusk, who seemed overly eager to fight. He reminded Tusk to keep himself in check due to the presence of an important guest. After a brief moment, the battle concluded. Izuku noted that while it was over for now, red gates could be troublesome. He approached Sosaki, who remained on the ground, visibly shaken. He called her name, and when she turned to him, he sat beside her and offered comfort. He instructed his shadows to search for the boss and eliminate everything in their path, but to refrain from killing him just yet. With only a few allies remaining, Izuku encouraged Sosaki to take a deep breath and calm down. She began to relax, though a blush remained on her cheeks. He assured her that he would explain everything as they had time to spare. As they sat together, he began to clarify the situation. Izuku explained that they were in a gate, an artificial pocket dimension filled with monsters. This particular gate was a variant, taking them to a different dimension, unlike normal gates that were closed areas. He described the various environments they could encounter, all sharing the commonality of dangerous monsters that needed to be purged. Shino expressed disbelief, realizing the creatures were not human and needed to be destroyed. She admitted she couldn't even see their movements due to their speed. Izuku elaborated on the ranking system for gates and monsters, explaining that anything above rank B required experienced heroes to handle. Shino questioned the necessity of their destruction, and Izuku explained that the monsters were driven by a primal urge to kill any human they encountered. He acknowledged that there was more to the story but couldn't reveal everything just yet. He brought her there to witness it firsthand, and now that they had done so, they could leave. Shino inquired about their exit strategy, and Izuku explained that they needed to defeat the boss of the gate. Once it was defeated, a portal home would appear as the gate collapsed. Shino asked if he knew the boss's location, and Izuku admitted he did not, which was why he had sent his summons to find it. He reassured her that time was on their side, explaining that each day spent in this dimension equated to only an hour on Earth. Even if they were stuck for a week, it would still be morning back home. Shino's expression paled at the thought of a worst-case scenario, but Izuku comforted her, assuring her that he had provisions and was accustomed to eating monster meat. Izuku was not going to assume that Shino could eat as he did. For now, they just needed to wait on the beach until his men returned. He used his storage ability to pull out a box full of food, a tent, and a complete camping set with a portable kitchen. Shino looked at him in astonishment, curious about his quirk. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging her curiosity but stating that it was a mystery even to him. He set everything up on the ground and laid out a pair of blankets on the sand. He explained that normally he would venture into the forest, but since she was with him, that was not an option. He encouraged her to relax, assuring her that despite the dangerous situation, it was also safe as long as she was with him. His shadows were currently clearing the island. Just then, they heard explosions from the center of the island, followed by rumbling sounds. A massive blast of fire erupted from the ground, shooting into the sky, powerful enough to rival a mountain. Izuku observed the spectacle, sweating slightly, and remarked that his men were certainly having fun. He turned to Shino, who was watching in awe, and she asked how strong they were. He replied that they were pretty strong but would ultimately lose to 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑠, the one left behind with the kids. He explained that 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑠 was the strongest, which was why he had been assigned to protect them. Shino absorbed this information, and Izuku urged her to relax, noting that the heat was intense. Shino reflected on her situation, feeling overwhelmed by the strangeness of being in another dimension, as Jin-Kuan had described. She was still upset with him for not revealing his identity as the Reaper. Trusting him was difficult, especially since she had followed Ryuko's suggestion to make her costume more appealing to him. Despite their age difference, she felt a connection, but her responsibilities as a caregiver and hero left little room for relationships. She was aware of his power, having witnessed it multiple times, and now she was grappling with many questions about the monsters they faced. As she pondered, she turned to see Izuku under the sun, doing push-ups without a shirt, glistening with sweat. The sunlight accentuated his muscles, making him appear even more fit than she had imagined. She felt her cheeks heat up as she considered the strength he possessed. Suddenly, she became aware of her own reaction and instinctively rubbed her legs together, realizing what she was doing. Embarrassed, she turned away, covering her face with her hands. Izuku found the exercises tedious but acknowledged the extra points they provided. He had completed most of his training with only a 20-kilometer run left. He knew he couldn't leave Shino alone, even with the presence of his shadows, without giving her a proper explanation. He recalled a previous incident where his friends had followed him into a gate and witnessed something they shouldn't have. He wanted to avoid putting Shino in a similar situation. He glanced over at her and noticed she was looking away, trembling slightly. Concerned, he approached her to check if she was all right. She seemed startled and her face was flushed. Izuku wondered if the heat was affecting her and suggested that they both cool down. Shino nervously asked him to put on his shirt, but he insisted that it was too hot for that. As they spoke, Izuku felt his mana draining rapidly, sensing that something was harming his shadows. He quickly stood up and turned toward the forest, prompting Shino to ask what was happening. He informed her that it seemed the situation would soon come to a conclusion. He called back half of his soldiers and saw that Iron, Forger, and Warrunner had returned with their troops. He instructed Shino to go with them while he would follow shortly. Warrunner crouched down for Shino to climb onto his back, but he was still too tall, so Forger assisted her. They set off while Izuku waited for the distance to increase. He then turned to the beach, where he used shadow extraction on the fallen enemies. He ran around the island, gathering shadows from the remnants left behind. After a few hours, he had collected around 150 strong shadows, all high-level infantry or elites. He wondered how many he had in total now, estimating it to be around 1,000, and felt satisfied as long as their quality continued to improve. He also searched for any information regarding the origins of the gates but found little. Finally, he made his way back to where Shino was supposed to be. He found her sitting on a stone bench, seemingly crafted by Forger, looking around awkwardly. He apologized for being late. Izuku needed to sort things out. Shino asked what kind of things he was referring to, and he explained that he needed to gather evidence and samples. They stood in front of a massive lake, where a significant source of mana was located. Izuku pointed out that it must be the boss, as he could sense a large amount of mana in the center of the lake. He believed that defeating it would open the gate for them to return home. Shino, still frightened by their situation, expressed her longing to leave as soon as possible. As Izuku approached the lake, he noticed the surface vibrating, sensing that the monster was coming for him. He preferred not to test his fighting skills in the water just yet, hoping to practice later after obtaining its shadow. The ground shook beneath them, and a humanoid creature emerged from the water, appearing to be half fish and half human. It wielded two tridents, poised to attack with incredible speed. The creature was massive, its torso towering at around 50 to 60 meters, and its tail likely made it even taller. Izuku remarked on its size, while Shino stood in shock, acknowledging its enormity. Noticing the creature preparing to strike, he quickly grabbed Sasaki and jumped away, calling back most of his summons, leaving only the captain's. The creature pulled back one of its arms and launched a trident with a powerful force, creating a loud boom and a shockwave. Most of Izuku's shadows dodged, but iron attempted to block it, managing to redirect its trajectory. Izuku glanced down at the damage caused, observing that Sasaki was trembling at the sight. The display of power left Shino in awe. After landing safely, Izuku gently set her down, stating that he needed a moment. Just then, he noticed the creature preparing to slam the other trident down on them. Shino warned him to watch out, but he simply chuckled, pulling out one of his daggers to block the impending attack. When their weapons clashed, a shockwave pushed everything around them away, but Shino seemed unaffected, which relieved him. He checked on her, and though she didn't respond verbally, her gaze indicated she was all right. With a smirk, he pushed the trident away and summoned another dagger, swiftly cutting off the creature's head. As it fell beside him, he received a system notification indicating he had leveled up, and a portal appeared behind them. He informed Shino that their way out was open and encouraged her to leave, assuring her he would follow. Once she stepped through the gate and returned to the real world, Izuku turned back to the defeated monster. He summoned a smaller creature from its head, which was unusual since most grew larger. This one seemed to utilize some form of gigantification magic, but that didn't concern him. The system notified him that his shadow soldier's rank was high enough to be named, and he decided to call it 𝗔𝗵𝗲. After exiting the gate, Shino bombarded him with questions about their experience. Realizing he was right about needing to return home, she blushed and nodded, pouting slightly. Izuku chuckled and picked her up in a bridal carry, prompting another blush from her. Upon returning home, they found Igris watching over the children. He acknowledged Izuku's return with a bow, which Izuku appreciated. They quietly closed the door, allowing the kids to sleep. Izuku suggested they let the children rest while he made a phone call, inviting Shino to listen in. She was curious about the tickets he mentioned as they headed to her office, which was decorated with a cat theme. Once seated, they prepared for the call. Izuku called the chairman using a secure line. He acknowledged the unusual timing of the call but was open to hearing what Izuku had to say. Izuku shared that he had updates and wanted to introduce a new person to their circle. After a brief pause, he expressed curiosity about what prompted this decision. Izuku explained that due to the increasing number of gates in Japan, he thought it would be beneficial to have a hero he could rely on. He also mentioned that he had already taken her into an A-rank gate and felt a sense of obligation to her. Additionally, he trusted her with 𝗬𝗏, which made him believe she could be trusted with this situation as well. He agreed to the meeting and asked when they should convene. Izuku suggested next weekend, coinciding with a Japanese holiday, allowing them a few days to prepare. He confirmed he would handle border control and noted Izuku's quick return was unexpected. Izuku confirmed it was for business, and they concluded their conversation. After hanging up, Izuku turned to Shino, who appeared confused and surprised. He clarified that he had been speaking with the chairman of the Korean Hero Board. Shino was astonished to learn that the chairman knew Izuku was Reaper, to which Izuku explained that it was the chairman's suggestion. He anticipated that if he explained everything to her at that moment, she might not believe him even after experiencing the gate. He reassured her that all his research and evidence were with the chairman, and he believed this trip would help her relieve some stress. Shino looked at him, still in disbelief, but eventually nodded in agreement. Izuku suggested she rest, acknowledging that the night had been overwhelming for her, and she accepted his advice without argument. Time passed, and Izuku informed 𝗬𝗏 that while he knew she was excited to see her friends again, this trip would be brief. He, Shino, 𝗬𝗏, and Koda were on a private plane. Shino sat beside him while Koda played a console game on the other side of the cabin. 𝗬𝗏 gazed out at the clouds below. 𝗬𝗏, sitting in front of them, remarked on Izuku's unexpected return. Izuku explained that it was due to unforeseen circumstances but welcomed the opportunity to have a contact in Japan. 𝗬𝗏 then addressed Shino, asking if she was certain about this decision. Shino affirmed her commitment. 𝗬𝗏 offered Izuku a glass of wine, which he accepted, noting that while he could no longer get drunk, he still appreciated the taste. Hours later, they arrived in Seoul. Shino inquired about their next steps, and Izuku stated that he would first drop the kids off with his family. Shino asked if that meant they would be staying with them for the next few nights, to which Izuku confirmed, though he wasn't sure about the room arrangements. Upon arriving home, they were greeted by Izuku's mother, who expressed her surprise at his early return and invited them to enjoy lunch. Izuku introduced Shino and Kota to her, and she welcomed them warmly. As they settled in, Izuku's mother noted that he was calling Shino by her first name, which prompted her to smile knowingly. After lunch, the kids went off to play, and Izuku turned to Shino, indicating it was time for business. He informed her that they would be heading to the association headquarters next. Shino took a moment to prepare, and while she was away, Izuku's mother seized the opportunity to inquire about his relationship with Shino. Izuku reassured her that Shino was a good friend he trusted. His mother pressed for more details about their interactions, and Izuku explained that Eri sometimes had sleepovers with Shino's family and that they had attended a concert together. His mother seemed pleased but continued to observe him with a knowing smile. Shino returned, dressed in her hero suit, unsure if it was appropriate. Izuku reassured her that she looked fine, and they left together. Upon arriving at the headquarters, they headed straight for the chairman's office. 𝗂𝗏 greeted Izuku and expressed surprise at his early arrival. Izuku introduced Shino as Mandalay, a pro-hero from Japan. Shino bowed slightly in respect, and 𝗂𝗏 welcomed her, preparing to explain the situation they faced. He warned her that she needed to be ready for what was to come. Shino affirmed her readiness, having already experienced one of the gates. 𝗂𝗏 handed Izuku several files, piquing his curiosity. After reviewing the contents, he nodded in understanding and left the room. Meanwhile, 𝗂𝗏 prepared a projection that displayed an image of a gate. He explained that these gates had been appearing globally for many years, with his first encounter occurring 60 years prior. He noted that the UN and global hero boards referred to them as mysterious villain groups to obscure their true nature. The projection shifted to a massive portal that had appeared on the east coast of North America, followed by footage of a dragon wreaking havoc. Shino watched in shock and fear, recalling what she had read but never seen in such detail. 𝗂𝗏 informed her that this classified record showed the devastation caused by the dragon 𝗕𝐻𝐻, which had destroyed vast areas and claimed countless lives. It took all 6 of the National Authority heroes to defeat the creature, resulting in the loss of thousands of elite heroes. An image of a gate appeared, the same one from which 𝗕𝐻𝐻 had emerged. 𝗂𝗏 pointed out the 2 images, asking Shino if she noticed any similarities. As she examined them, she realized they were indeed alike. 𝗂𝗏 explained that while the gates differed in type and size, the other side remained the same. He revealed that the monsters Jin-Woo faced came from the same place as 𝗕𝐻𝐻. Shino felt a wave of unease wash over her. 𝗂𝗏 assured her that this was no prank and handed Sasaki a file containing autopsy reports on various monsters, most of which had been captured by Jin-Woo, either alive or dead. Shino glanced through the files, observing the remains of beings that resembled both people and creatures, some with multiple hearts and unusual organs. As a professional, she knew such traits were not uncommon in a world filled with quirks. 𝗂𝗏 acknowledged her confusion regarding the differences between these beings and those with mutation quirks. He flipped through a few pages, showing her images of groups of individuals with strikingly similar features. He explained that while mutation quirks could cause extreme changes, they typically resulted in diverse traits. The sheer number of individuals in the pictures, all with green skin, tattoos, large canines, and primitive attire, was astonishing. He posed a question about the likelihood of them being siblings, emphasizing that such similarities among so many individuals were rare, even among family. They had conducted tests and discovered that these beings had significantly different genetic traits from humans, with no quirks present in their genes. Shino inquired if they could be considered lab-born, but 𝗂𝗏 pointed out that this did not account for their culture. He played a recording for her, filled with strange sounds that resembled roars. 𝗂𝗏 noted that while it sounded like gibberish to them, there was a discernible pattern, suggesting it was a form of communication. Shino realized that lab-grown creatures would not possess their own language, which would take centuries to develop. Combining these facts led her to a startling conclusion: they were not merely aliens but extra-dimensional beings. 𝗂𝗏 confirmed her suspicion, explaining the gravity of their situation. Shino recalled Jin mentioning that technological devices failed to function inside the gates. 𝗂𝗏 elaborated that these gates could break and allow monsters to enter their world, just as the dragon had done. He shared that he had encountered such beings in their world long ago, and the implications were terrifying. As they descended in an elevator to the basement of the headquarters, they arrived at a research facility. Shino observed scientists examining carcasses and felt a surge of panic upon seeing a pit filled with cells, each containing a monster. 𝗂𝗏 reassured her that the cages were specially designed for them, housing only low-ranking monsters, with a few being relatively high-level. However, he directed her attention to a specific area. Upon entering a large room, Shino saw a stone wall adorned with carvings and images depicting a war. 𝗂𝗏 pointed out the upper right corner, where she noticed carvings of flying creatures that bore a disturbing resemblance to the dragon in the footage. He warned that the dragon might be just a fraction of the true threat that could descend upon them, and the thought sent chills down her spine. Shino asked if this was what Jin was investigating, to which 𝗂𝗏 confirmed that it was indeed his mission, and he would pursue it by any means necessary. Shino connected the dots, realizing that Jin's transformation into the Reaper was driven by the need to confront these threats. 𝗂𝗏 explained that Jin had faced interruptions from villain groups, who were less cautious than heroes, leading to numerous incidents that he had to manage. His vigilante persona instilled fear in criminals, making them think twice before acting. Shino expressed concern about the consequences of Jin's actions, particularly his rising body count. 𝗂𝗏 acknowledged the gravity of the situation but emphasized Jin's unique value as a resource for uncovering the truth and providing firepower. He pointed to ancient runes on the wall, which spoke of destruction and a powerful dragon king. Shino was taken aback when 𝗂𝗏 revealed that Jin had been the one to translate the runes, having an innate ability to understand them. This revelation left her in shock, prompting her to question what 𝗂𝗏 knew about Jin's powers and past. He recounted an encounter from 14 years ago when he had saved a young boy from a group of thugs. The boy, covered in BLD and wielding a knife, displayed strength beyond his years. After rescuing him, 𝗂𝗏 had taken the boy in, teaching him Korean and helping him find a place to belong, a true family to look up to. The family gave him his name, Sung Jinwoo. Hearing this, Shino was taken aback. 𝗂𝗏 remarked that what was most intriguing about him was his body, noting that calling it abnormal would be an understatement. Shino inquired why he thought that, and 𝗂𝗏 explained that during a checkup, they discovered he had no quirk gene. He was quirkless. However, there was something unusual, a second heart, dark in color. Shino's mind raced as she processed this information. 𝗂𝗏 continued, stating that Jinwoo was not entirely human or perhaps a different kind of human altogether. Even Jinwoo himself seemed to doubt his humanity. He had encountered sentient monsters in a gate and claimed he could understand their language perfectly, while others only heard an unfamiliar tongue. The monsters had told him they felt compelled to kill humans, but in Jinwoo's presence, that voice was absent. 𝗂𝗏 emphasized Jinwoo's importance, sharing that they had conducted tests where he was placed in a cage with death row inmates and a monster. The monster had eliminated everyone except for him, and some even attempted to communicate with him. Jinwoo possessed both the power and innate skills to uncover the truth behind these phenomena. 𝗂𝗏 expressed his willingness to allow Jinwoo to eliminate criminals if it meant protecting the world. Shino felt overwhelmed, realizing the potential invasion at hand and how her crush was a key figure in stopping it. The weight of the situation left her alarmed. She questioned her own abilities, feeling inadequate with only minor telepathy to offer against a global threat. 𝗂𝗏 acknowledged that it was a lot to take in and suggested they return, noticing her shivering. Once they were back, Shino took a moment to compose herself. 𝗂𝗏 instructed her to support Jinwoo as someone he could trust in Japan. She didn't need to fight alongside him, as he preferred working alone, but her presence would be valuable. Shino agreed to do what she could. Next, 𝗂𝗏 urged her to keep everything a secret, even from her government. When Shino questioned the necessity of secrecy, he assured her that they were aware of the situation but had failed him in the past. He warned her to stay away from the Japanese Hero Safety Public Committee, particularly its chairman, Matsumoto Shigeo, whom he deemed untrustworthy. Shino nodded, making mental notes, though many questions lingered in her mind. From Izuku's perspective, when he returned, he found Chairman Go-Gun-hee and Shino in the office. Shino appeared troubled, rubbing her head in frustration. Go-Gun-hee welcomed Izuku, who couldn't help but chuckle at Shino's demeanor. He asked if the meeting had gone well, to which Go-Gun-hee confirmed that he had explained everything necessary. Izuku wondered if Go-Gun-hee had revealed the details of his powers, but a shake of the head indicated otherwise. Izuku turned to Shino, asking if she had learned what she needed. She remained silent, but he took her silence as a yes. He suggested they head home, noting that the chairman had a busy schedule. As they left, Shino finally voiced her frustration, exclaiming her disbelief at the situation she had found herself in. Izuku smiled, welcoming her to the circle. Shino sighed, expressing her urgent need for a drink. Izuku offered to take her out that night, which surprised her. She gasped, blushing at the suggestion. He reassured her that it was just to help her cool off. For a moment, she stared at him, flustered, before turning her attention back to the road. As they drove, Shino asked him what he truly was. Izuku paused, then sighed, admitting he had no clear answer. When she pressed about his powers and the nature of his darkness ability, he explained that it was complicated and not a quirk, though they registered it as one for secrecy. Shino was curious about his soldiers, questioning how they came to be. Izuku hesitated, preferring to keep that information hidden. He revealed that only a few trusted individuals were aware of the truth, and he wished to protect others from the nature of that skill. Shino absorbed this, sounding disappointed, and then asked about his memories, recalling that Go-Gun-hee had mentioned he was found in an alleyway without them. Izuku confirmed that he had regained them. Around the time Izuku's powers began to manifest, Shino asked him what he remembered. He revealed that his BRH name was Izuku Midoriya. He then shared the story of how his mother had died and how he had been abducted by villains, leaving his little sister in the care of the Bakugo family. Shino listened intently, her eyes wide with concern. She inquired if he had seen his sister since then, to which Izuku responded that he had encountered her twice, the second time by coincidence while wearing concealing clothing, so she did not recognize him. The first time he had seen her was when he witnessed her and Sumi being attacked by a villain on his first day in Japan. Shino recalled hearing about that incident, recognizing it as the attack by the sludge villain. Izuku confirmed that his sister had indeed been there. When Shino asked if he had contacted them, he fell silent, and she seemed to understand his hesitation. She encouraged him to see them, but Izuku expressed reluctance, mentioning that his mother had said the same thing. Shino insisted that his mother was right, and after a moment of contemplation, Izuku agreed to think about it. Upon arriving home, Izuku noticed that Ginna and Songi were also there, spending time with Eri and Koda. They greeted him excitedly, and he explained that the conversation had concluded quickly, with Shino now being part of their inner circle. Ginna and Songi expressed their surprise, feeling left out since they were not pro-heroes. Izuku reminded them that he had shared details about his mission, but they complained that he rarely shared anything. When they pressed him to share the fun parts, he reluctantly agreed to share more if they asked. Their mother called them to the table, where dinner was ready. As they sat down, she initiated small talk, asking about their plans now that Izuku had accomplished what he came for. He mentioned that they could stay for a few more days and that he owed Shino a drink, planning to take her out that night. Ginna and Song were shocked by this revelation, and their mother playfully suggested it sounded like a date. Izuku dismissed the idea, questioning if it truly was a date. His mother explained that it was, given the circumstances. Seeing the girls react with disbelief and blush, Izuku defended his decision, stating that Shino needed to unwind after everything she had been through. After a brief pause, the girls exchanged glances and then turned to their mother, who chuckled and nodded in agreement. They insisted on joining him, and he reluctantly agreed. Later that night, Izuku left his room dressed in a black shirt and formal breathes, his sleeves rolled up as his mother had suggested. He noticed the three girls emerge from their rooms, each dressed to impress. Songi wore a stylish green halter top and a mini skirt with thigh-high boots, while 𝗔𝗂𝗧 donned a purple halter dress that complemented her hair. Shino wore a chic black top paired with a long skirt that had a stylish slit. Izuku couldn't help but admire their looks, though he questioned if they were overdressed. The girls playfully pointed out that he looked just as dressed up as they did, and they all set off together. As they walked, many onlookers stared, some envious of Izuku for being with 3 attractive girls, while others envied the girls for being with someone as handsome as him. Shino, aware of the attention, clung to Izuku a bit tighter. When they arrived at the bar, a waitress approached to take their orders. 𝗔𝗂𝗧 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲 opted for wine, while Shino chose a cocktail. To their surprise, Izuku ordered a non-alcoholic drink, explaining that he couldn't get drunk due to his quirk. Shino was curious about this, and he reassured her that they should feel free to enjoy their drinks without worrying about him. As the night progressed, the girls became more relaxed and tipsy, but they couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy when several waitresses approached Izuku, offering their numbers. Realizing how oblivious he was to the attention he received, Shino felt a mix of irritation and protectiveness. After a fun evening, they returned home, and the girls exchanged knowing glances. They were blushing as they told Izuku that they had something to share once they were inside. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity and followed them to his room. Once the door was closed, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 surprised him by jumping forward and kissing him on the lips, catching him completely off guard. After she pulled back, Izuku was left blushing and stunned. Before he could process what had just happened, 𝗔𝗂𝗧 stepped in and kissed him as well, making his face turn an even deeper shade of red. Finally, it was Shino's turn, and the atmosphere in the room was charged with anticipation. She also kissed him on the lips, which finally broke the tension. Izuku was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at the 3 girls, who were smiling and blushing. He wondered what was happening. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 explained that both she and 𝗔𝗂𝗧 had harbored feelings for him since childhood. 𝗔𝗂𝗧 added that he had always protected and cared for them, especially after their father disappeared, making it natural for them to love him. Shino confessed that she had developed feelings for him as well, which had grown into love over time. She appreciated his support during her difficult moments, including when she lost her team and needed help with Koda. Izuku acknowledged that he cared for them too, but he felt overwhelmed and unable to choose between them. They all understood and expressed their willingness to share their feelings with him. As they simultaneously urged him to accept their affections, he took a deep breath, sighed, and blushed before agreeing. Upon hearing his acceptance, the girls cheered and jumped onto the bed with him. Shino kissed him first and he returned the kiss. As they shared the moment, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 and 𝗔𝗂𝗧 playfully began to tease him. Shino looked down, surprised by the intensity of the situation, but she felt a sense of joy. The 3 girls playfully engaged with him, creating an atmosphere filled with excitement and affection. As Izuku approached Shino, he noticed her lying back on the bed, and he admired her. He leaned in closer, sharing a tender moment that made her smile. The connection between them deepened, and they enjoyed each other's presence, lost in the moment. After a while, Izuku turned his attention to 𝗔𝗂𝗧 and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who were eagerly watching. He lifted 𝗔𝗂𝗧 with his powers, and as she floated in the air, he admired her. He gently laid her back on the bed, ensuring she was comfortable. As he positioned himself, he noticed her initial discomfort but decided to give her time to adjust. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 approached him, sharing a kiss that deepened their bond. Once 𝗔𝗂𝗧 was ready, Izuku resumed their connection, ensuring each moment was filled with care and attention. Their shared experience was filled with mutual enjoyment, and the atmosphere was charged with excitement. As they continued, the girls expressed their pleasure, creating a harmonious rhythm together. Eventually, Izuku shifted his focus to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who was eager for his attention. He maintained their connection, ensuring she felt cherished and cared for. Their shared moments were filled with passion and joy, creating a bond that was both intense and meaningful. As they continued to explore their feelings for one another, the atmosphere remained charged with affection and excitement, solidifying their connections and deepening their relationships. Eventually, Izuku reached his limit again and felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He lifted her up and placed her next to the other girls, contemplating whether to leave for some work. He wasn't exactly tired, but he decided against it and sent his shadows to handle the tasks instead. He then laid on the bed, cuddling with the girls. The next day, as they prepared to return, the girls and Izuku decided to have a camping trip since it was the weekend and they had time. Gina mentioned that she was still sore from the previous night, and Songi agreed, adding that it was in a good way. Izuku couldn't help but facepalm, while Shino looked more embarrassed. Eri, confused, asked what they were talking about, prompting the three girls to turn to her. Shino quickly assured her that it was nothing to worry about. Gina reminded them that they would be returning tomorrow, and Izuku noted that they had school to attend. Songi lamented that it was unfortunate they couldn't speak Korean, as then Eri could have been living in Seoul with them. Izuku started to respond but paused as he sensed a massive surge of mana, more than he had ever felt before. Looking around, he noticed a crack in the sky, and suddenly a massive black gate appeared, towering like a skyscraper. The girls turned to him in shock, and Gina exclaimed about its size. Shino hesitated, asking if he wouldn't come with them, but paused when she saw the smirk on his face. His eyes glowed with energy as he stared at the gate. Without further argument, they left with the kids, leaving him alone with the potential S-rank gate. Izuku entered the gate and was immediately hit by a wave of cold air, reminiscent of his first experience with a red gate. Upon arrival, he found himself on a large pathway, not made of bedrock like usual, but with proper walls adorned with fine mosaics and pristine decorations. The walls were painted with ornate images, but he found them to be merely fancy without much information to glean. Sighing in defeat, he surveyed the seemingly endless hallways before him. The width was sufficient for 30 people to march in a single file. His shadow army had recently surpassed 1,000 soldiers, and considering their current location, he debated whether to let them explore on their own or lead them himself. Using his senses, he searched for traces of mana to guide him to the boss room. He noticed a flash of light ahead and followed it, only to encounter a fork in the path. The light seemed to lead to all three directions, suggesting the possibility of multiple bosses or some other trick. Deciding to summon his shadow army, he divided them into 3 groups and sent them down each path, accompanying one of them. As they continued through the hallways, the paths began to branch out further, with the light shining in multiple directions. He sent a group of shadows down one path, but they returned shortly, shaking their heads, indicating a dead end. This made him suspect that the labyrinth was a trick rather than a new discovery. It seemed he needed to find the center of this maze. Returning to the starting point, he recalled all his soldiers and ordered them to explore and report back. On the first day, as his soldiers explored the gate, they returned with information confirming that it was indeed a labyrinth. However, this information came at a cost. The place was filled with magical and mechanical traps. The mechanical traps were fewer in number, while the magical ones were more common. His shadow soldiers faced dangers from invisible magic circles that unleashed ice spells, including ice spikes and cryogenic explosions that encased them in ice. The 2 biggest discoveries were the types of monsters present and the obscured mana paths. In one of the dead ends, Igris encountered ice elves guarding a magical pylon. After its destruction, the light that had been misleading his magical senses disappeared, indicating that more pylons like that existed in the labyrinth. On the second day, after destroying the pylon, Izuku ventured deeper into the labyrinth. The true threat of the dungeon revealed itself. The first pylon they destroyed had only a few dozen elves guarding it, and the number of elves before him now suggested that the previous one was either disposable or a warning system. It was also possible that the entire dungeon was monitored and they were aware of his presence. This made his tasks significantly harder. The number of magical traps increased tenfold, and their variety expanded, now functioning like mines that triggered ice projectiles to explode from the ground or walls, targeting his shadows. Iron and Tusk led the charge, utilizing their defensive abilities, while Igris followed closely behind. The others, including Jima, War Runner, and Tank, struggled to move forward due to their size, trailing behind. Fenrir, Magnet, and Forger were positioned in the center. Given the circumstances, Izuku ordered the Shadow Army leaders to split into 3 groups. Iron and Tusk formed the main strike force, leading the army through the main path, with Tank clearing traps using his large body, assisted by the ice bears. The rest were assigned to explore the branching paths, with 𝗧𝗧, Fenrir, Forger, and Magnet serving as the main attack forces for the other groups, while 𝗔𝗵𝗲 and War Runner provided support similar to 𝗕𝗏. The remaining magic casters were evenly distributed for protection. The situation called for a strategic approach, so I utilized 𝗔𝗵𝗲, Tank, and War Runner effectively. As we pressed forward, we systematically dismantled the pylons and thinned their ranks. The formation I devised proved successful. Tusk, Tank, and Iron charged ahead, while the others focused on destroying the pylons they encountered. Despite his aversion to close-quarters combat, Tusk gained significant experience and was nearing a level comparable to 𝗧𝗧. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗧 and the cleanup crew cleared most of the pylons, diligently collecting the heads of the defeated elves, ensuring they brought me the strongest ones. I appreciated their efforts. As we continued to eliminate the pylons and the elves, my experience points increased, primarily due to the contributions of my shadows. This growth indicated that my shadows were becoming stronger, which in turn meant I was growing stronger as well. When the shadow soldiers returned, I noticed 𝗧𝗧 and Tusk approaching. As they drew closer, I realized both had reached the maximum level for their current rank and were ready for promotion. A sense of satisfaction and pride washed over me. I had never managed to promote a shadow beyond Knight or Elite Knight before, and this would be a first. As they knelt before me, I stepped closer. An alert sounded, indicating that the shadow soldiers were requesting promotion. Once I stood before them, I raised my hand and accepted their request. Suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and when it lifted, I found myself back in the dungeon. I turned to see 𝗧𝗧 and Tusk still kneeling, their promotions successful, both now ranked as generals. I pondered the benefits of their new ranks. Until now, promotions had only determined combat capabilities, but perhaps this time would be different. I expressed my approval of their achievements, noting they were the first to reach this rank. Upon hearing my words, I froze when I heard voices thanking me. I turned around to see both 𝗧𝗧 and Tusk looking at me, their expressions filled with surprise. Tusk's voice was particularly familiar, reminding me of our past encounters when he was my enemy. I was astonished to learn that I could hear them now. 𝗧𝗧 expressed his joy at finally being able to communicate with me, and I was taken aback by his deep voice. Tusk echoed similar sentiments, and I welcomed this unexpected development, eager for others to reach the rank of general as well. As 𝗧𝗧 approached, he requested to reintroduce himself. To my surprise, he removed his helmet, revealing a striking face. He identified himself as 𝗧𝗧, the Knight of Death, now serving as my knight. I couldn't help but smile, noting his good looks and wondering how the others would react. On the fourth day, I stood before the boss room. Every ice elf in the labyrinth had been defeated, their bodies lined up to guide me toward the exit. Uncertain of what awaited me, I deactivated the domain of shadows to maintain an element of surprise. Upon entering the massive room, I noticed it was tall with platforms resembling spiderwebs, leading to what I assumed was the boss's throne. A feminine voice echoed from above, accusing me of desecrating her sacred space. She demanded to know if I was one of the invaders. I wondered if she possessed some ability to see me. Below, I noticed what appeared to be a bottomless pit, and I couldn't risk any of my soldiers falling into it. I silently called for Magnet and Forger, instructing them to seal the bottom. Tusk was tasked with creating a protective barrier while the others diverted the enemy's attention. I recalled that I had flying soldiers, which would be advantageous in this setting. Before summoning them, I cautiously moved forward and addressed the voice, questioning her response if I admitted to being an invader. The voice demanded an answer, and I decided to be straightforward. I declared that I was indeed the leader of the invaders. With that proclamation, I summoned my flying shadows, who scattered to create chaos, buying me precious seconds to position my shadows strategically. Utilizing the distraction, I activated Phantom to ascend to the top of the platforms where the boss awaited. As I leaped between the platforms, my speed and the ensuing chaos allowed me to reach the circular platform where the boss sat. There, I found an ice elf woman on her throne, and I was not disappointed by the sight before me. She wore a shoulderless dark blue and white corset dress, with a long blue skirt and silver high heels. Like the other elves, she had blue skin and white hair, but her eyes glowed with a unique power. While the other ice elves grinned in excitement, she frowned, fully aware of her precarious situation. Despite this, she appeared unprotected. Seizing what seemed like an opportunity, the protagonist attempted to strike her down. However, as he drew closer, he felt a sudden chill, as if he had opened a refrigerator and a wave of cold washed over him. His vision blurred, and he tried to halt his advance, but he ended up partially colliding with an icy barrier. This caught the attention of the elf leader, who turned to face him. At that moment, he deactivated his stealth, feeling the weight of hundreds of eyes upon him, including hers. He addressed her, acknowledging her status as the leader of the elves. She remained silent for a moment before introducing herself as 𝗵𝗲, the Grand Magus of the Ice Elves and a royal subject. She noted his success in bypassing her defenses but warned him that his luck would end there. He recognized her glitching, reminiscent of another ice elf he had encountered, and realized he wouldn't gather much information from her. Nevertheless, he formed a plan, knowing that his shadow soldiers could communicate after reaching a certain rank. He resolved to defeat her and add her to his army. He introduced himself, expressing uncertainty about his name but declaring himself the king of the shadows her kin had encountered. 𝗵𝗲 acknowledged that he was not a typical king, pointing out that many kings never left their armies, let alone appeared on the front lines. He appreciated her compliment but lamented that they had to be enemies. 𝗵𝗲 suggested that it was unfortunate their forces had clashed, as she felt no longing to kill him and heard no voices urging her to do so. He inquired if she referred to the voices in her head demanding she kill humans, to which she confirmed, noting that she heard none in his presence. She asked if he was truly human. He glanced at his shadows, observing that the flying units were immobilized against the walls, while the platform construction progressed without any of his shadows falling. Sighing, he replied that he didn't believe he was human but stood on the side of humanity. If she intended to harm them, he would be her enemy. 𝗵𝗲 expressed regret, and at her command, dozens of elves aimed their arrows at him. She raised her hand, causing the bows and arrows to glow as if enchanted, declaring that he was completely outnumbered. He laughed in response, recalling the last ice elf who had said the same to him and teasingly offered to share his previous response. He unleashed his shadow domain, releasing the shadow soldiers at his side, including Igris, Fenrir, Tank, Warrunner, and Iron. 𝗔𝗵𝗲 and Tusk remained downstairs with Magnet and Forger, protecting them. Iron, Tank, and Warrunner charged at the elves on different platforms, while Fenrir and the climbers ascended the platforms and walls, drawing the archers' attention. Tank charged forward, his large form shielding several archers attacking him. Despite being an easy target due to the clear view from the circular platform, he moved slowly and defensively, pushing the elves off the platforms with powerful swings of his claws. Warrunner fared better, using his battle cries and sound attacks to devastating effect. Though archers shot ice arrows at him, his roar cleared a path through the elves, causing many to tumble off the platform while others were pushed toward the edge. He charged forward, with the centaurs behind him impaling the elves with their spears. Iron advanced with his shield raised, forming a wall of shields in front of him. He grinned and activated his taunt, causing some elves to break formation and rush at him. He charged, bashing through a group of them and sending others tumbling backward. With a swift swing of his halberd, he cleaved through many of the elves. Meanwhile, Fenrir lurked beneath the platforms, preparing for a surprise ambush. He could hear the chaos above while observing Tusk and the others finishing the platform construction and moving on the offensive. Focusing on the enemies above, he emerged onto the outer platform with his wolves, launching a rampage against any foes in sight. Downstairs, 𝗔𝗵𝗲 expanded to his maximum size, tearing apart some of the platforms, fully aware that Forger and Magnet could repair them. With a powerful leap, he climbed onto the platforms, wrapping himself around one while moving to another. Tusk, having enlarged himself, casually blasted the elves on the upper platforms, holding back to leave bodies for his liege to resurrect, thus contributing to the growth of their army. Magnet took advantage of the situation, using the metal frames of the walls and platforms as weapons. The defeated elves dropped high-quality weapons, which he levitated, using shields as floating projectiles. Forger, on the other hand, was busy ensuring that the new ground they built remained intact amidst the rubble, adding the debris to thicken the ground. At the same time, he was strategically creating spikes to ensure that enemy soldiers would be thwarted as they fell. However, he was gaining valuable experience from this tactic. Concurrently, he started constructing platforms for the Shadow Army to ascend and support the groups above. From Izuku's perspective, amidst the chaos, he observed the elven leader growing increasingly anxious and restless. It was at that moment when 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎 finished clearing the area of elves effortlessly. Izuku questioned her confidence in having the upper hand, which nearly provoked her into a reaction. She retaliated by launching ice projectiles at him. Although he managed to dodge them initially, the intensity of her attacks escalated rapidly. He found himself blocking and parrying the incoming strikes, which proved to be quite challenging. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎 was also engaged in the same defensive maneuvers. As Izuku parried, he noticed 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎 vanish from sight, only to reappear charging at the elven leader, drawing her attention. This sparked an idea in Izuku's mind. Before he could act, 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎 charged forward, and the elven leader responded with an onslaught of ice projectiles, enhanced for greater impact. While 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎 evaded her attacks, Izuku utilized his stealth ability to become invisible and scaled the walls with his daggers, observing the battle from his concealed position. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎 was quick, but he still had to evade or deflect the relentless assaults. Nevertheless, he was closing in on her. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku stealthily approached her from behind. Just as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow, 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎 charged at her from the front with the same intent. However, she suddenly sensed the danger behind her, freezing in place and turning around, enveloped by a powerful barrier. In retaliation, she unleashed a massive wave of ice, sending both Izuku and 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎 flying. Izuku managed to leap away, stabbing the wall to secure his grip. The elven leader appeared furious as she conjured a colossal ice 𝗕𝗶𝗯 to ride, wreaking havoc on Izuku's troops and causing his captains to falter. He noticed 𝗔𝗵𝗲 attempting to ascend to confront the beast, but he was quickly overwhelmed by a large chunk of ice hurled by the boss. Just then, Tusk struck the ice construct, causing significant damage. Izuku watched as Tusk grinned and grew in size, preparing to unleash a powerful blast. The elven leader countered with her own ice attack, and their powers clashed, nearly obliterating the surrounding area. Recognizing his chance, Izuku leaped down with great speed. As he descended, he saw 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎 leap from a wall, destroying the ice construct and causing the elven leader to fall. In her attempt to defend against Tusk's fiery blast, she left herself vulnerable, allowing Izuku to strike from behind with his dagger. She gasped as her power waned, and they crashed to the ground, which fortunately held firm under the impact. With the boss defeated, the gate began to crumble. Izuku wished he could explore the area further, but given the dungeon's vastness, it was wiser to retreat. He contemplated reviving the boss to gather more information, hoping she would rank up to general status. Upon ascending, he glanced at the mural behind the throne, depicting an ancient ice elf with long white hair and glowing blue eyes, wielding a trident. The inscription above the mural bore a name, 𝗬𝗟𝗓. Though he hated leaving with such crucial information, he knew he had to move on. As he rushed outside, he raised every fallen elf he could, knowing he couldn't save them all but wanting to salvage what he could. The resurrected elves surged toward the exit alongside him. Once outside, he noted that it was nighttime, and several days had passed. The battle had been arduous, but the aftermath was fruitful, with the forest now teeming with shadow soldiers, primarily elves. In front of him stood 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎 and Tusk, along with the defeated elven leader. An alert sounded, confirming the successful extraction of shadows. Izuku was prompted to name the newly formed shadow soldier, who was a general based on her abilities. After some thought, he decided on a name, Enchantress. She bowed her head in gratitude, her voice now kind and humble, which brought a smile to his face. He saved what he could and cancelled the remaining summoning. Now with 3 generals, he felt confident that the rest of his commanders would soon follow. As he made his way home, memories flooded back. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎, Tusk, and Enchantress sensed his nostalgia. Enchantress inquired if something was on his mind, and Izuku reflected on the past, particularly his initial encounters with them, especially 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐. While he couldn't see 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐's expression due to his mask, he imagined he was smiling at the memories. Izuku acknowledged that his earlier victory over 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 had been somewhat underhanded and expressed his apologies, hoping 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 bore no ill will. Hearing this, 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐's eyes widened, but he removed his helmet and smiled. He admitted that fairness was not always a given in battles between warriors, noting that Izuku had done what was necessary to survive. Izuku remarked on 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐's willingness to fight him on equal terms, even after he had dropped his dagger. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 emphasized that tenacity and awareness were crucial skills learned during their encounters. Despite knowing the gauntlet was on the throne, he had inadvertently allowed Izuku to use it against him. Izuku felt relieved that 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 held no grudge and confessed. He still wasn't sure if he could best him in a sword fight. In response, 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 knelt, his eyes glistening with emotion, feeling honored by Izuku's acknowledgement of his skills. Izuku felt truly honored. He laughed as he thought about how excited Eri would be to see that Uncle 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 could now talk. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 smiled, imagining her reaction. Izuku recalled a time when 𝗧𝗏 had met Eri, teasing him about his previous arrogance after being defeated. 𝗧𝗏, now more powerful and humble, acknowledged that his pride had been tempered with wisdom and humility thanks to Izuku. He expressed his commitment to continue growing stronger for Izuku. Izuku then asked about Eri, and 𝗧𝗏 assured him that he would treat her with great respect. Izuku reassured 𝗧𝗏 that Eri saw all of them as her uncles, even being comfortable around 𝗕𝗫𝗪, her former tormentor. 𝗧𝗏 requested permission to share stories of their great deeds with Eri, to which Izuku agreed, suggesting they watch television together occasionally for inspiration. The Enchantress, still new to the group, admitted she was unfamiliar with Eri. Izuku explained that Eri was his daughter and that she considered the Shadow Army commanders as uncles. Upon arriving home, Izuku entered with a grin, greeted by surprised and joyful faces. Eri and Kota rushed to him, while J-Na, Songi, and Shino approached with excitement. His mother stood behind them, tears of happiness in her eyes. Songi remarked on his absence, and Izuku acknowledged he had been gone for 4 days due to a large gate. Shino noted that he must have defeated everything inside it, to which Izuku confirmed, mentioning he had gained much from the experience. J-Na playfully asked if he had caught more Pokemon, prompting Izuku to sigh, knowing she would never stop calling them that. He revealed he had a surprise for Eri, summoning 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐, 𝗧𝗏, and the Enchantress. Shino noted he hadn't seen 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 before, but Izuku explained that the surprise was their new abilities after ranking up. When 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 removed his helmet, everyone gasped, including the Enchantress, who blushed slightly. Eri was astonished that 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 could talk, and when he greeted her, she was so shocked she froze before cheering and hiding behind her mother. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 knelt down to Eri, expressing his gladness that his voice reached her. The girls were amazed that the commanders could now speak. Izuku encouraged Eri and Kota to interact with them. 𝗧𝗏 greeted Eri with a bow, expressing his privilege in meeting her. Eri, still in shock, eventually jumped into 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐's arms, excitedly acknowledging his ability to talk. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 instinctively lifted her up, and they shared a warm hug. 𝗧𝗏 then approached, introducing himself and recalling their first unfortunate meeting. Eri, now smiling, recognized him as silly Uncle 𝗧𝗏. 𝗧𝗏 beamed with joy as he lifted her with telekinesis, hugging and petting her while sharing stories of greatness alongside her father. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 watched, feeling a twinge of jealousy as 𝗧𝗏 claimed his moment with Eri. Meanwhile, Izuku introduced the Enchantress to his family, explaining her role as a general in the Shadow Army. The Enchantress bowed, greeting them with respect. Kota approached her, awestruck and slightly blushing, which didn't surprise Izuku given the Enchantress's beauty. She knelt to greet him, and when Kota complimented her, the girls looked at him in surprise. The Enchantress hugged Kota, expressing gratitude for his kindness. Izuku smiled at their interactions but noticed 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 and 𝗧𝗏 arguing over Eri. That night, with help from 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 and the Enchantress, he put the kids to bed. The Enchantress enjoyed her new role as their aunt. As they left the room, Izuku noticed 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑎𝑐 lingered behind. Eri wished him good night, and he gently patted her hand. Once outside, Izuku asked Igris if he was okay, sensing a sentimental mood. Igris acknowledged he was fine but admitted he was reliving memories, almost on the verge of tears. Izuku offered support, assuring Igris that whenever he was ready to share those memories, he would be there to listen. He expressed his happiness that Igris was feeling joy in his life. If Izuku is a demon, then Katsumi is an angel. Momo follows the princess route, Tsuyu the frog route, Mina the alien route, Toru the ghost route, Kami the gyre route, Ijiro, a female Kirishima, takes the rock route, and Yuki, a female Todoroki, navigates the daddy issues route. In this story, Endeavor is portrayed as significantly worse than in canon, leaving Yukiko in a much more troubled state of mind. The reasons for this become clear as All Might remains oblivious to Endeavor's true nature, while other national authority heroes, such as Thomas Andre, Christopher Reed, and Liu Jigang, are fully aware of his actions. Months have passed since Shino joined their inner circle, providing a safe haven in Japan for Eri. This allowed Izuku to leave Japan and investigate gates in other countries, even returning to America twice and visiting Europe, where he witnessed the national authority hero 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 in action. His red destruction power was impressive, but with Izuku's current abilities, he felt confident he could take him down, especially with his shadow army at his side. Speaking of shadows, clearing that S-rank dungeon had yielded great rewards, and Izuku had also cleared several A and B rank dungeons since then. He now commanded a legion of shadow soldiers, so many that he had to create additional divisions. Currently he had 3 generals, Ygritte, Tusk, and Enchantress, along with a number of elite knights nearing the rank of general. The main division commanders were complemented by many knights who had been promoted to squad leaders. If he were to estimate, he could split them into 100 groups, with each commander leading 10 divisions, each composed of multiple squads filled with elite and regular infantry. Izuku often spent time with Shino and Koda, helping Koda cope with his feelings toward heroes. He considered using his ability to resurrect Koda's parents for a final goodbye, but revealing such a power to a child felt inappropriate. At least Koda was happy with Shino looking after him, and he had begun to see her as a mother figure. Shino had found a job at UA as a rescue operation instructor after the former rescue specialist, a pro named 13, was found deceased. Given her extensive experience in disaster rescue, they hired her, and Izuku was pleased for her. She mentioned getting along well with a pro hero named Midnight, but that was the school where both Izumi and Katsumi were likely planning to enroll. He was uncertain how that encounter would unfold but decided to address it when the time came. As he made his way to a gate, Izuku received a call from Shino. She greeted him warmly, asking how he was doing, and he replied that he was well. Shino reminded him that the UA entrance exam was tomorrow and pointed out that one of the applicants resembled him, even sharing a name that matched what he had told her, Izumi M. Bakugo. Her sarcasm was evident as she continued, suggesting he was running out of excuses to meet his old family, and it would only become more complicated for her. Izuku felt a pang of concern as Shino explained that since he had never revealed himself, Izumi likely thought he was gone. The thought of her being awkward around Shino, knowing that her brother was alive and that they had a close relationship, made him pause. Shino playfully reminded him of a recent NTMT moment they shared, causing him to blush. Shino then asked if he could at least come to watch Izumi's performance, to which Izuku questioned how he would manage that. Shino suggested he could use his ability to go invisible, which made him chuckle. He agreed to observe from a distance, curious to see how Izumi had progressed under All Might's training. The next day, Izuku arrived at the UA campus, where thousands of applicants were gathered for the entrance exam. He focused on Izumi and Katsumi, eventually spotting them and following their movements. They began with the written exam, and he waited for the practical test. Unfortunately, they were assigned to different training grounds, but he was determined to watch both of them. Deciding to SWCH positions frequently, he utilized his ample mana to sustain his phantom presence. As the practical exam commenced, he observed both Izumi and Katsumi in action. Katsumi was fiercely battling robots while Izumi focused on rescuing examinees trapped in rubble, leading them to safety. Izumi wore a kind and bright smile, while Katsumi exuded confidence. Izuku felt pride watching them. As the exam progressed, a giant robot appeared in both areas. Katsumi faced it head-on, while others fled in fear. Izuku watched intently as she fought valiantly, ultimately defeating the formidable opponent. He then turned his attention to Izumi, who sat beside a destroyed giant robot, smiling sheepishly with an elderly woman next to her. His heart swelled with satisfaction at their progress. As he prepared to leave, his elite shadows materialized around him. Igris remarked on his good mood, and Izuku expressed pride in Izumi and Katsumi taking their first steps toward becoming heroes. He smiled as he regarded his commanders, feeling a sense of fulfillment in their journey. Later, Shino reached out to him, asking if he had seen Izumi's performance. Izuku confirmed that he had watched both her and Katsumi, confident they would become great heroes one day. Shino's response was one of intrigue, acknowledging his observations. Shino eagerly anticipated seeing her classmates in class. Weeks had passed since the entrance exam, and the UA students were now enrolled in their respective classes. This gave Shino the opportunity to meet Izumi and Katsumi personally. Upon meeting Izumi, she was instantly captivated by her angelic presence. Up close, Izumi possessed both beauty and a delightful personality. She was stunning, with a charming face and a warm demeanor. One time, she brought 𝗂𝐻𝗫 along and spent hours joyfully playing with him. Although she considered bringing 𝗬𝗨𝗏 with her, she worried it might lead to an awkward situation later. Katsumi, Shino's adopted sister, was the cool big sister type. She was equally attractive, but compared to Izumi, she had a more fiery personality. Usually calm and collected, Katsumi could become quite explosive when angered, which happened more often than Shino liked. Izumi often had to step in to calm her down. The atmosphere shifted when Izuku received a phone call from Shino. She sounded anxious as she urged him to come to the preschool immediately, but she wouldn't explain over the phone. Sensing her worry, Izuku didn't ask questions and quickly arrived at the school in his phantom form, allowing him to sneak in and assess the situation better. In the teacher's lounge, he found Shino sitting nervously with several individuals who appeared to be heroes. One was a woman in a striking outfit, another was a man in a black jumpsuit with a large scarf and yellow goggles, and there was also a man in a suit holding a detective's badge. Lastly, there was a small mouse-like creature, which made Izuku chuckle. It was clear these heroes were here for him, and they seemed capable of getting Shino to talk. Using his eye of wisdom, he assessed their quirks. The man in the jumpsuit had a quirk that could deactivate others' quirks, though Izuku doubted it could affect him. The woman had a quirk that induced sleep, and the detective possessed a lie detection quirk. It seemed more like an interrogation than an attempt to capture him, so he decided to play along for now, deactivating his skill to reveal his presence. Izuku stood before them, dressed in a hoodie and face mask, and the man in the jumpsuit tensed at his appearance. Shino visibly relaxed upon seeing him. Izuku acknowledged that an explanation was necessary. Shino apologized, but he reassured her not to worry, guessing that she had finally managed to track 𝗬𝗏 down. Shino admitted that Kayama had helped her find 𝗬𝗏 while Izuku was away, and she regretted slipping up. Izuku expressed that he had expected his cover to be blown since adopting 𝗬𝗏 and was surprised it had taken this long. Nizu, the headmaster of UA, introduced himself, and Izuku took a seat across from him. He inquired about how they managed to track 𝗬𝗏, suspecting it was due to 𝗏𝗏's lackeys. When they remained silent, he noted their relaxed demeanor despite the situation, suggesting that they were not there to arrest him but to negotiate. Nizu confirmed that they were there to talk, albeit unofficially. Izuku pointed out that the kindergarten setting was not ideal for a confrontation, proposing they move their discussion to an abandoned factory he knew. After a moment of consideration, Nizu agreed to meet him there that evening but mentioned they would bring backup. Izuku expressed he would be disappointed if they didn't and provided them with the address, standing to leave. Before departing, he warned them that any actions taken would only involve them, making it clear that 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗂𝐻𝗫 should not be involved. His eyes glowed as he issued the warning, leaving the heroes tense. Once the pro-heroes left, Nizu discussed the situation with his team. Naomasa questioned whether it was wise to let Izuku go, but 𝗎𝗓 explained that they were not in a position to fight and preferred not to make an enemy of him, especially since they knew where 𝐒𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐻𝐸 was. He also emphasized the importance of keeping children out of the situation. Later that day, at the HPSC headquarters, Endeavor spoke with the chairman, Shigeo Matsumoto, and the pro-hero Hawks. Shigeo revealed that they had located the Reaper. With the arrest of the remaining members of the 𝗕𝗁𝐁𝐵, they had uncovered information about the missing granddaughter of their former leader, who had seemingly vanished with the Reaper after he defeated 𝗕𝗏𝗏. Midnight had identified the girl and her location. Hawks reported that they had gathered information from the Yakuza members, revealing that the child's name was 𝗬𝗓 and she was currently 5 years old. While most details about her seemed ordinary, her quirk raised concerns. It appeared she had the ability to rewind anything to its previous state, and 𝗕𝗏𝗏 had conducted experiments to explore the extent of her powers. Shigeo's expression shifted from shock to a smirk as he considered the implications of capturing the girl, realizing that having her in their grasp could also allow them to control the Reaper. Shigeo asked about 𝗎𝗓's plans for the situation, and Hawks informed him of the upcoming meeting with Izuku that evening in the abandoned factory. One where they could bring as many pro-heroes as they wanted. Shigeo mentioned a funeral and instructed to go there and do what was necessary. He expressed concern about the child involved. Endeavor insisted that she must be separated from him immediately, stating that a criminal like him was not fit to raise a child. Shigeo agreed and decided to send a task force to retrieve the girl during the meeting. He suggested taking Hawks along, knowing he would appreciate his new wings. Hawks simply nodded in agreement. Once the pro-heroes departed, Shigeo contacted Tartarus, introducing himself as Chairman Shigeo and stating there was an urgent matter requiring significant backup for a prisoner's release. The warden responded affirmatively. As night fell, Izuku reflected on his decision to leave Enchantress and Igris with the kids. He recognized that All Might was not at full strength, and the rest of the heroes wouldn't be as effective. He felt it was better for them to care for the children while Tusk and the others remained on guard. The 10 reserved shadows assigned to protect the kids in emergencies were also present, ensuring their safety. Izuku prepared a basic set of furniture and dim lighting to illuminate the main sitting area. He believed the pro-heroes could hide in the shadows, but that would be their downfall, as his own shadows were lurking there as well. While waiting, he noticed the large gate open and the pro-heroes entered. 𝗎𝗓 was present with previous heroes, including All Might and 9 others, likely the top 10 heroes of the country. One of them looked familiar. He was a pro-hero with a fire quirk. Izuku didn't remember his rank but recognized his face. Next to him stood a man in a yellow hero suit with metallic wings. Using the Eye of Wisdom, Izuku discovered he possessed 2 quirks, one called Fierce Wings and another called Steel. Initially, he suspected AFO's involvement, but that seemed too convenient. The other possibility was that he had been given a rune stone. Izuku assessed the other heroes, noting they were decent but not as powerful as the top 3. He felt a bit disappointed by the lineup, realizing that All Might was likely doing most of the work despite his injuries. Once Chloe, 𝗎𝗓, and All Might settled in front of him, Shino sat between them, surrounded by the heroes. 𝗎𝗓 inquired about Izuku's name, to which he replied that he preferred to be called Reaper for now. 𝗎𝗓 explained they had been tracking him since the incident in the U.S., and had finally located him due to his connection with the little girl. Izuku casually mentioned it was just luck that led him to her, and 𝗎𝗓 noted that he had chosen to adopt her after saving her. Izuku confirmed this, stating he felt her importance. 𝗎𝗓 remarked that staying in Japan was a questionable decision, to which Izuku explained that 𝗬𝗓 couldn't speak another language and he wanted a healthy environment for her. He acknowledged the risks but had no regrets. 𝗎𝗓 recognized Izuku's care for her and pressed on with questions about his powers. Izuku chose not to comment on that, and when asked about his goals, he hinted at having a mission but refused to disclose details, likening it to signing a non-disclosure agreement. 𝗎𝗓 expressed concern over their communication if secrets continued to be withheld. Izuku acknowledged this but maintained that some secrets were necessary. When 𝗎𝗓 mentioned Sasaki, Izuku advised him to leave her out of the conversation, suggesting her role was to mediate between them. 𝗎𝗓 agreed to seek common ground. Meanwhile, at Shino's home, Koda and Eri were watching TV with 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑒, despite it being close to bedtime. They managed to convince 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑒 to let them watch one more short cartoon since they had completed their homework. Enchantress was in the kitchen preparing snacks, enjoying the opportunity to spoil the kids. She brought cold desserts and warm milk to the living room, prompting cheers from Eri and Koda. As they enjoyed their time, 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑒 and Enchantress heard cars pulling up outside. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑒 stood up, causing the kids to look confused. A knock echoed at the door, and Eri asked if their father had returned. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑒 replied that he didn't think so, and the kids peered out the window to see large police cars and trucks, which made 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑒 and Enchantress alert. 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑒 insisted they needed to call their father. Back at the factory, negotiations were ongoing when Izuku received a phone call, coinciding with Shino's. This caught everyone's attention, and Izuku's expression turned serious, as he sensed something was amiss. Hawks also appeared alarmed, sharing Izuku's concern. 𝗎𝗎 called out to Izuku, but he didn't listen, answering the call to hear Eri's voice. She exclaimed that there were people outside. His eyes widened with worry, knowing his shadows were with her but still feeling anxious. Eri described the scary people with police cars, claiming they were there for her. Izuku's heart raced, and he exchanged a worried glance with Shino, who looked at 𝗎𝗎 and the other heroes, all of whom appeared confused and horrified. Izuku asked Eri what the intruders were wearing, and she likened them to the villains from a spy movie. Before he could respond, they all heard the sounds of commotion outside, including loud bangs and the swish of blades, as Izuku sensed movement in the shadows surrounding Eri and Koda. Even though only seconds had passed, it felt like years. Then the booming voice of 𝗂𝐵𝑟𝑒 spoke, declaring that the current threats were neutralized and that they would remain vigilant. Hearing this, 𝗎𝗎 felt a wave of dread wash over him. Before anyone could react, they all sensed a fierce bloodlust emanating from Izuku, who slowly turned to 𝗎𝗎 and the pro-heroes, pure rage radiating from him. He confronted 𝗎𝗎, expressing his betrayal. 𝗎𝗎 insisted that he had not ordered the chaos that had unfolded. Before Reaper could respond further, Endeavor interjected, questioning how Reaper could expect them to trust someone as dangerous as him with a child. He highlighted the BLD on Reaper's hands and questioned his suitability as a father. 𝗎𝗎 looked at Endeavor in shock and horror, realizing the gravity of the situation. Izuku, feeling the weight of the accusations, began to understand the implications of Endeavor's words. As Aizawa attempted to activate his quirk to intervene, Izuku moved too swiftly, seizing Endeavor by the face, ready to unleash his fury. Midnight tried to incapacitate him with her quirk, but Izuku seemed unaffected by her gas. Just then, All Might rushed in and struck Izuku away, granting Endeavor a moment of reprieve. However, Izuku managed to block the punch and landed back on his feet, assessing the situation. He noted that All Might seemed weaker than before, a mere shadow of the national heroes he had faced previously. The remaining heroes, who had been waiting on standby, revealed themselves, ready to apprehend him. Izuku questioned their betrayal of his trust, while the heroes protested, declaring their duty to take him down. Izuku remained silent, using his telekinesis to move Shino away, who managed to grab 𝗎𝗎 just in time, cornering themselves. Aizawa struggled to cancel Izuku's telekinesis but found himself unable to do so, confusion and shock evident on his face. All Might acknowledged that while he agreed Endeavor had made a mistake, he could not allow Izuku to kill him. Izuku accepted this, stating there would be no hard feelings for what he was about to do. With that, he activated his domain, releasing his shadows. For every hero present, there were 3 shadows, including his knights. Chaos erupted as the top heroes attacked Izuku, but his high-ranking shadows defended him efficiently. All Might charged at Izuku, but Izuku was faster, seizing All Might and leaping into the woods, leaving the other heroes to contend with the shadows. The Shadow Army engaged the heroes with brutal efficiency. Even without 2 of their generals, Tusk and the other commanders were more than capable of handling the top heroes. Endeavor attempted to blast the shadows in front of him, only to be thwarted by a barrier. Tusk, grinning, taunted Endeavor, questioning if he thought he could escape the consequences of his actions. As the two heroes engaged Tusk, he remained unfazed, smirking as he unleashed a wave of explosive energy, forcing them to retreat in panic. Meanwhile, Shino rushed in to grab Midnight, urging her to leave the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, a pro-hero attempted to use her size to her advantage but became an easy target for Forger. Massive pillars suddenly impaled her legs, pinning her down and making her vulnerable to long-range attacks. Another hero, with a wood-themed quirk, tried to assist her but was soon caught in Forger's trap. As he dodged one wave of massive pillars, he was met with another that shattered his defenses and injured him severely. Tank faced off against a woman who transformed into a dragon. She flew upwards and dived down, but Tank, with his superior strength, overpowered her, tearing her wings from her body. War Runner, having finished his confrontation with a man with sound-based abilities, found himself attacked by a humanoid orca in a business suit. They exchanged sound waves, but War Runner, with his superior combat skills, overpowered the orca, delivering a devastating blow that left him incapacitated. The battle raged on, with shadows and heroes clashing, each side determined to emerge victorious. Orca cried out in distress as War Runner turned and struck him with his powerful hind legs, sending him soaring through the air. Meanwhile, 𝗔𝗵𝗲 was engaged in a fierce battle with a woman who possessed bunny ears and agile, rabbit-like traits. She was quick and nimble, a formidable opponent among the heroes. Despite his smaller stature and being out of his element, 𝗔𝗵𝗲 managed to keep pace with her. He swung his trident, but the pro-hero ducked and attempted a spinning kick. 𝗔𝗵𝗲 skillfully blocked it with his tail, then retaliated by swinging it back, but she leaped over him to evade the attack. The woman then aimed a powerful axe kick at him, which 𝗔𝗵𝗲 countered with his tridents. He launched her upward, and she seized the opportunity to propel herself even higher into the air. As she descended at full speed, 𝗔𝗵𝗲 smirked and hurled his trident at her one by one. She narrowly dodged them, but one grazed her, leaving a mark. Just as she prepared to deliver a crushing kick, 𝗔𝗵𝗲 revealed his hidden strength. The Shadow Soldier expanded to his full size, moving his other trident upward and severing the leg she intended to use against him. With a swift motion, he seized her remaining leg and slammed her into the ground, creating a massive crater with her at its center, utterly defeated. Fenrir was enjoying himself as he swung at a hero attempting to restrain him. The hero wore jeans crafted from metallic fibers, but Fenrir's agility allowed him to maneuver around them effortlessly. He coated the ground in ice, making it difficult for the hero to maintain balance while Fenrir stood firm on his claws. After dispatching that hero, Fenrir was confronted by a ninja who seemed to vanish into thin air. However, Fenrir tracked him by scent. When he sensed movement to his left, he swung in that direction but missed. Suddenly, a leg appeared from the left, swinging at him. Fenrir dodged, but the leg disappeared again, shrinking away. Determined, Fenrir charged forward, swinging his claws once more, but he still missed the elusive target. He jumped back to reassess the situation when another hero attempted to attack him. Fenrir easily took him out and tossed him aside, which would have been fatal if not for the first hero intervening to save his comrade. This distraction revealed the ninja's trick, as Fenrir noticed a hand shoot toward the defeated hero and grab him, connected by threads. Realizing the situation, he smirked and rushed at the ninja. The hero contorted his body to become nearly invisible, but to Fenrir, it made little difference. He unleashed a wave of cold breath, causing significant damage as the hero's left leg shattered from the intense frost. The hero struggled to rise, trembling from pain and cold, but Fenrir swiftly finished him off with a single swing. Iron charged through several heroes with his shield, knocking them aside like a truck. However, his charge was halted by another hero wielding shields. Iron leaped back and then lunged at him, raising his halberd and swinging down. The pro-hero stacked layers of shields to block the attack, but Iron broke through them. Just as he did, the hero conjured new shields and attempted to strike Iron. With each swing, Iron shattered the defenses. Frustrated with the relentless shield barrage, Iron activated his taunt skill, drawing the heroes toward him. Unfortunately for them, it worked. The heroes, caught in a frenzy, charged at Iron recklessly, including the shield-wielding hero. While both were defensive specialists, Iron possessed offensive capabilities that the hero lacked. With the hero defenseless, Iron brought his massive halberd crashing down, defeating him. Tusk faced off against Endeavor and Hawks simultaneously. Despite being outnumbered, he thrived as the second strongest shadow soldier in the army. While the hero struggled to evade his explosive attacks, Tusk reveled in the chaos. Endeavor attempted to blast him with fire, but Tusk erected a barrier to block the flames. He then summoned a dragon head that unleashed a torrent of fire. Although Endeavor was resistant to heat, he was not entirely immune, and overheating became a concern. Tusk's flames were hotter and covered a wider area, and Endeavor realized he would soon be overwhelmed. Hawks, despite his speed, found it challenging to bypass Tusk's defenses. As he dodged the Shadow Priest's attacks, Magnet joined the fray, tipping the scales further in favor of the Shadow Soldiers. Hawk's metallic wings became a liability as Magnet effortlessly subdued him. When Hawks retaliated, Magnet used the surrounding metals to restrain him, leaving Tusk to face Endeavor alone. Tusk employed gravity magic and the hymn of lethargy to pin Endeavor down, squeezing him mercilessly. The heroes were suffering a crushing defeat. Aizawa, Mike, and others were pinned down, facing potential annihilation. Nizu watched in shock, realizing the true nature of Reaper's shadows while horrified by their efficiency and strength. Midnight clung to him, and Shino observed from the sidelines, both stunned by the rapid downfall of the top heroes. Shino suddenly declared that he might be able to stop them. Midnight was incredulous, asking how he could do such a thing. Shino explained that the shadows were sentient, recalling that Jin-kun had mentioned this before. He knew some of them by name and believed there were shadows assigned to protect him, which could allow him to reason with them. Midnight questioned his certainty, and Shino admitted his uncertainty but was determined not to regret his decision. With that, he rushed toward the battlefield, ready to confront the shadows. Before Tusk could unleash her fiery wrath upon the heroes, Shino intervened, placing herself between them. She pleaded with Tusk to stop, expressing her concern for their lives. Tusk, bewildered, questioned Shino's actions, insisting that the heroes had attempted to hold a young lady hostage and had provoked their liege. Shino reminded Tusk that it was Endeavor, someone she had already defeated, and argued that they should let Jean be the judge of the situation. Tusk remained adamant, stating that their liege had already declared that anyone who stood in their way would face dire consequences. Suddenly, a shockwave reverberated through the air as All Might crash-landed beside them, visibly battered and bruised. He struggled to rise, but Izuku appeared before him, effortlessly catching All Might's punch and retaliating with a powerful blow to his gut. The force of the impact sent shockwaves that nearly knocked Shino off her feet, but Iron stepped in to shield her. In a swift motion, Izuku twisted All Might's arm, breaking it with a decisive elbow strike. He then seized All Might's face, slamming him into the ground and applying pressure, as All Might desperately attempted to regain control. In a desperate bid to save All Might, another hero, clad in knight-like armor with exhaust pipes protruding from his body, charged in. Izuku, however, used his telekinesis to pull the hero closer, delivering a devastating blow that incapacitated him. All Might seized the moment to strike again, but Izuku countered, overpowering him with relentless force. Nizu and the remaining heroes watched in horror as Izuku dominated All Might, who began to shrink under the pressure. Shino rushed forward, desperate to intervene before All Might could be seriously harmed, but Iron blocked her path. With no other option, she reached out telepathically to Izuku, begging him to stop. Upon hearing her plea, Izuku paused, noticing the tears welling in her eyes. All Might, unable to maintain his heroic form, shrank down to his frail self, leaving him vulnerable. Izuku clenched his teeth, overwhelmed with frustration, and confronted All Might, demanding to know why he had pushed him to this point. He questioned All Might's choices, expressing his anger over the situation and the sacrifices made for someone who hid behind others to fight. Izuku's rage was palpable, and All Might, bloodied and weak, managed to utter a final plea for the heroes to be given a chance before losing consciousness. With a heavy sigh, Izuku commanded Tusk to finish Endeavor, instructing the others to leave them be. Tusk complied, lifting Endeavor with telekinesis and preparing to exact punishment. Just then, Hawks intervened, declaring that he was the one responsible for the situation, not Endeavor. The revelation stunned everyone present. Hawks introduced himself as a pro-hero, desperately trying to save Endeavor from Tusk's wrath. Izuku, sensing the desperation in Hawks' voice, decided to play along, allowing Tusk to drop Endeavor to the ground. He approached Hawks and whispered a chilling promise, granting him the role of scapegoat. In a swift motion, Izuku ended Hawks' life, holding his severed head as a grim trophy. He then turned to 𝗎𝗎, warning the remaining heroes to seek medical attention and issuing a final ultimatum. He would return the next day, and they should not bring any other heroes. Upon returning home, Izuku noticed the destruction in his backyard, police cars and an armored truck encased in ice, reduced to fragments. Inside, Igris awaited him, kneeling in respect. Izuku inquired about the children, relieved to hear they were safe and sleeping, cared for by Enchantress. He then asked about any remaining threats, and Igris reported that one capable fighter had been dealt with, revealing a decapitated head of a woman with striking blue and pink hair. Pleased with Igris' work, Izuku took the head and ascended to the roof. Using his powers, he enveloped the heads in darkness, signifying their newfound strength. An alarm sounded, indicating the successful extraction of shadows, and Izuku was prompted to name the new shadow soldiers. He looked at Hawks' head first, deciding on the name Icarus, acknowledging his sacrifice to save Endeavor. Icarus bowed before his king, and then Izuku turned to the woman, uncertain of her name. Igris explained her abilities, detailing her capacity to transform her arms into various firearms. After considering her skills, Izuku decided to name her Ammo, solidifying her new identity. With that, she bowed, ready to serve under his command. Looking down, he examined the two new shadows. One was named Icarus, an elite knight at level 9, and the other was Ammo, an elite knight at level they would surely be valuable additions to his new army, potentially serving as division commanders. With his tasks here complete, he departed for the HPSC headquarters. The next day, panic erupted as the heads of the number 3 hero, Hawks, and another pro-hero were displayed outside the HPSC headquarters. On the sidewalk, a message was scrawled in red, "Cross me again, and you will drown in the blood of countless heroes." While the HPSC scrambled to manage the situation, Izuku arrived at UA. He informed Shino that he would be there shortly to meet with 𝗎𝗎. Understanding the gravity of the situation, 𝗎𝗎 ensured that this meeting would remain private to avoid crossing paths with Reaper again. Inside 𝗎𝗎's office, only Shino and 𝗎𝗎 were present, and 𝗎𝗎 was visibly anxious. Izuku sighed at the sight of him trembling. He decided to extend another chance to 𝗎𝗎, suggesting they start over. 𝗎𝗎 nodded, still apprehensive. After some discussion, 𝗎𝗎 offered him a position among the UA staff. Izuku acknowledged the offer, noting that while it was on paper, 𝗎𝗎 was willing to let him operate freely, given his apparent agenda. However, Izuku expressed that this arrangement wouldn't suffice. He paused, contemplating, then proposed a partnership where they would assist each other. 𝗎𝗎 agreed, believing it would work well. Izuku then mentioned he needed to meet 2 students from the hero course, Katsumi Bakugo and Izumi Midoriya Bakugo. 𝗎𝗎 perked up at the mention of the 2 girls All Might was training. Izuku also requested to meet their legal guardian, Mitsuki Bakugo, as soon as possible. 𝗎𝗎, puzzled, asked why he needed to meet them. Izuku explained it was personal, revealing his connection to them, which Shino was aware of but had kept secret. Shino expressed surprise at Izuku's decision to take this leap of faith. Izuku acknowledged it, realizing that keeping a closer eye on them would be wise, especially after recent events. 𝗎𝗎 assured him he would handle it and suggested they meet that evening. Later, All Might arrived to fetch the girls, looking severely injured. He informed them that someone wanted to speak with them privately. Izumi and Katsumi stared in shock and concern at All Might's condition. He reassured them that it was merely a foolish mistake on his part. When they inquired about who wanted to meet them, All Might told them they would find out soon. As they entered the room, Mitsuki arrived, and upon seeing All Might's injuries, she froze in shock. All Might confirmed his identity, and Mitsuki pleaded for the bandages to be fake. He regrettably informed her they were real but emphasized that someone awaited them on the roof. Confused but compliant, the girls followed All Might, Shino, and Nizu to the rooftop where Izuku waited. He felt a mix of nerves and anticipation. After all these years, he was unsure of how to approach them. Would they be angry for his absence? Would they view him as a monster? The uncertainties weighed heavily on him, but he knew he had to try. As the door opened, Izumi, Katsumi, and Mitsuki entered, their expressions shifting to shock upon seeing him. Izumi recognized him as Reaper, and their initial fear was understandable given his reputation and All Might's condition. Izuku activated his powers, using the Eye of Wisdom to perceive their quirks, chuckling at the sight of Dominator's touch and one for all above Izumi's head. He urged them to come closer, assuring them he meant no harm. They looked to Nizu for confirmation, who nodded, albeit confused about the meeting's purpose. Mitsuki asked why he wanted to meet them, questioning if he even knew them. Izuku introduced them by name, noting their connections and how Izumi had been adopted after her family perished. Their eyes widened in surprise, and as they approached, Izuku noticed Izumi still wore the old twin bracelet they had shared as children. He couldn't help but laugh, recalling the memories associated with it. The girls were bewildered, and Izumi questioned what was happening. Izuku teased her about the bracelet, prompting her to deny its significance, but he reminded her of its origin. Katsumi gasped in realization, while Izumi struggled to comprehend. Izuku complimented their appearances, noting how much they resembled their mother. As emotions swelled, Izumi and Katsumi began to cry, and Izuku, feeling the weight of the moment, removed his helmet. The girls gasped at the sight of his face, which bore a striking resemblance to the 9th user of One for All. Izumi's voice trembled as she called out to him, and Katsumi followed suit. Mitsuki, equally astonished, recognized him as Izuku. He greeted them warmly, feeling a mix of joy and anxiety. Just as he braced for their reactions, he was unexpectedly embraced by both girls, tears streaming down their faces, while Mitsuki joined in the emotional reunion. Izumi returned, tears in her eyes, expressing how much she had missed Izuku. He stood there, taken aback by her emotional reaction, but eventually smiled and embraced her. Shino nodded, reassuring everyone that there was no need for worry. The girls were surprised to learn that Shino had known Izuku all along. Izuku awkwardly explained that he and Shino were familiar with each other. Mitsuki then approached Izuku and hugged him, insisting he had a lot to explain. He acknowledged this and suggested they go inside. The girls, still holding on to him and crying, agreed. Once inside Nizu's office, Izuku and Shino sat on one end of the couch, while Izumi, Katsumi, and Mitsuki sat across from them. Nizu and All Might were seated in front of them. Izuku decided that starting from the beginning was the best approach. The girls nodded, eager for closure about the events from 15 years ago. He reminded them of the doctor they had visited for a quirk checkup, which Izumi recalled as the last time she saw her mother. Izuku revealed that the doctor was actually part of a large international villain organization, causing the girls to gasp in shock. He explained that the doctor had noticed his unique body structure despite his negative quirk results and ordered his goons to take him away. All Might and Nizu perked up, curious about what Izuku meant regarding his quirk results. Mitsuki clarified that the doctor had diagnosed Izuku as quirkless, but he also had a secondary heart. Both Nizu and All Might turned their attention to Izuku, with All Might expressing disbelief that he could be quirkless. Izuku explained that it was complicated, but after they dropped the girls off, they were involved in a car accident that resulted in his mother's death and his abduction. He managed to escape while in South Korea, rescued by a retired hero. Unfortunately, he had also suffered from amnesia, and his identity had been erased. Nizu was skeptical about the connection between the attack on the information center and Izuku's abduction, but Izuku insisted that what mattered was the reason for his long absence. Izumi asked if his memories had returned, and he confirmed they had, about 2 years ago. Katsumi was incredulous that he had waited so long to return, to which Izuku explained he had been busy with complicated matters. Shino intervened, stating that Izuku was indeed busy with an important mission. Mitsuki expressed surprise that Shino knew about Izuku's activities. Shino admitted she sometimes wished her mind could be wiped clean of the knowledge but felt too involved to turn back. She mentioned that she helped Izuku occasionally, mainly by providing information, but he preferred to work alone. 𝗍𝗬 cautioned Shino about the risks of assisting a vigilante like Izuku, but she explained that after her team had perished, she felt she had little choice. At least she could contribute in some way, and the kids enjoyed spending time together. Izuku revealed he had adopted a daughter about a year ago, which shocked the girls. Shino explained how she had met Izuku when her nephew was playing with his daughter, but she quickly blushed and stopped herself. Mitsuki asked if they were just friends, sensing the awkwardness in the room. Regardless, she expressed her happiness at reuniting with Izuku and inquired about his plans moving forward. Izuku shared that he had made a deal with 𝗍𝗬 to be allies for the time being, which meant he would be living on the UA campus. Both Katsumi and Izumi were excited, but Izuku hesitated, feeling it would be a hassle. Ultimately, he agreed, and the girls cheered, with Mitsuki giving them a thumbs up. As they left the building with Shino, Izuku was left alone with All Might and 𝗍𝗬. 𝗍𝗬 suggested bringing Izuku's daughter to visit, but Izuku reassured him that she was safe with his shadows. He then asked All Might how Izumi's training with One for All was progressing. All Might turned pale and choked on his water, clearly shocked by the question. Izuku explained that he had followed the sludge villain to ensure Izumi was okay, which led to his knowledge of her training. All Might was silent, and Izuku promised to keep her training a secret since she was his little sister. 𝗍𝗬 connected the dots regarding Izuku's relationship with All Might and the villain All for One. All Might was astonished but asked how Izuku had figured out that the villain possessed multiple quirks. Izuku explained that he had an ability that allowed him to see a person's powers, which he had gained after learning about One for All. All Might confirmed that Izumi was currently able to use 3% of the quirk but was struggling with control. Above that threshold, she would feel pain, and if she pushed further, she risked injuring herself. The first time she used her full power, she suffered a severe arm injury that required assistance from Recovery Girl. Izuku inquired if she had a scar from the incident, to which All Might replied that she did not, but her One for All was different from his. Izuku was curious about the difference, and All Might explained that she emitted a white light when activating her power, while he simply enhanced his physical abilities. Impressively, with Katsumi's help, she had discovered a way to harness that light as a weapon. Izuku then called All Might over, pulling out a large healing potion and urging him to drink it. All Might questioned why he should, and Izuku informed him that it could heal his wounds. Both All Might and 𝗍𝗬 chuckled at the suggestion, but when they saw Izuku's serious demeanor, All Might reluctantly took the potion, starting with a sip and waiting for results. He expressed that he felt nothing, prompting Izuku to insist he drink the entire potion. After doing so, a healing aura enveloped All Might, and Izuku watched in relief as some of his wounds began to 𝗍𝗬 observed with keen interest until he suddenly grimaced in pain, his body becoming marred by dark veins that halted the healing process. All Might collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. 𝗍𝗬 questioned if this was expected, and Izuku admitted it was not, noting that it had seemed to work momentarily. All Might resignedly stated that he had given up on healing long ago, but Izuku insisted that he had tested the potion extensively, claiming it could even heal missing limbs. He narrowed his eyes, realizing the significance of the dark veins. He requested to see All Might's wound, which he revealed, showing a large 𝗵𝗲𝗔𝗏 injury accompanied by the ominous black veins. As he examined it, the system alerted him to a curse of destruction, a decaying poison linked to Antares, the monarch of destruction, which rejected the healing potion. This revelation startled Izuku, as it echoed his own title, the Monarch of Shadows, and reminded him of the mention of a monarch of demons in the demon's castle. He felt compelled to revisit that dungeon, suspecting a connection to All for One in the gates. Izuku explained to 𝗍𝗬 that something was actively preventing All Might's injury from healing. 𝗍𝗬 speculated on the nature of the affliction, and Izuku clarified that it resembled a curse rather than a poison. He felt the urgency to make some calls and headed to the dormitory units to share his findings with 𝗏𝗏. As Izuku exited the room, 𝗍𝗬 and All Might exchanged glances. Nizu remarked on Izuku's secrets, while All Might noted his multiple quirks. Nizu questioned if Izuku might secretly work for All for One due to his abilities, but All Might dismissed the idea, asserting that Izuku was too powerful for that and that if he had been, One for All would have been lost long ago. They both acknowledged that they needed to wait for Izuku to reveal more about his capabilities. Izuku was on the phone with 𝗂𝗏, who asked if he was certain about his findings. Izuku explained that while he couldn't speak for the Monarch of Destruction, All Might's wound was undoubtedly magical in nature. He speculated that One for All might help explain the increased number of gates in the area. 𝗂𝗏 sensed Izuku's enthusiasm and asked him to provide updates on any further discoveries. After the call, Izuku made his way to the dorms, activating his phantom ability to sneak inside. He found students and teachers in a heated argument, particularly a dark-haired boy with glasses who was yelling at Izumi, Katsumi, and Mitsuki. Shino and several pro-heroes were defending them. The boy was incredulous that Reaper could be their missing brother, while Izumi insisted she was telling the truth. Katsumi added that they had only just learned about it. The boy was adamant that Reaper was a killer who needed to be arrested, while another student defended him, claiming he had saved their life. As tensions escalated, Izuku revealed himself, his presence darkening the room and instilling fear in the students. He advised the boy to direct his anger at the person responsible rather than those who were innocent. When the boy attacked, Izuku effortlessly blocked the strike and pushed him back. The boy attempted to charge again, but Izuku sensed the killing intent directed at him. He used his ruler's authority to immobilize the boy midair, who struggled but could not break free. Katsumi and Izumi jumped in front of Izuku, but he cautioned them against intervening in his battles, regardless of the circumstances. He activated his bloodlust, causing the boy to cower in fear as his intent to harm dissipated. Izuku then addressed the boy, questioning his motivations and clarifying that he had incapacitated many, so he needed to be more specific. Shino informed them that the boy was referring to 𝗔𝗵𝗵, a pro-hero involved in the previous day's raid. The boy vowed that Izuku would pay for what he had done. Perhaps if he had been more reasonable, he wouldn't have found himself in such a predicament. Lita was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Izuku pointed at the heroes, questioning if they hadn't informed Lita about the situation. Mike interjected, stating that their decisions were not made lightly. Izuku, feeling the weight of the moment, used his telekinesis to immobilize the heroes, their struggles evident as they attempted to break free. He expressed that they should have considered the consequences of their actions before trying to defend Endeavor. The previous day was meant for negotiation, but their refusal to relinquish control had led to this confrontation. He warned them that their ignorance of Endeavor's or the Hero Board's plans was the only reason they were still alive. The atmosphere grew tense, with even Sumi and Mia appearing frightened. Shino pulled back some students to prevent any rash actions, but Mia grasped Izuku's arm, pleading with him to refrain from fighting. Her worried expression and pleading eyes reminded him of their childhood, causing him to relent and release his hold on the heroes. They fell to the ground, breathing as they slowly regained their composure. One of the heroes, confused, asked Aizawa what Izuku was referring to. Another inquired about the events of the previous day. The incident had caused chaos in the media, leaving the students bewildered, as they only knew that numerous heroes had been hospitalized and that Hawks had died, his decapitated head discovered outside the HPSC headquarters. Izuku urged Aizawa to explain the situation to the students, questioning whether they would believe him over the pro-heroes. The heroes exchanged glances before Midnight sighed and took a deep breath, agreeing to provide a truthful account. She recounted how they had tracked down Izuku's daughter and attempted a peaceful negotiation, only for the HPSC to send agents to threaten him and take his daughter away, while other heroes defended Endeavor during the confrontation. The revelation left everyone, especially Lita, in shock. Midnight continued, emphasizing that despite the injuries sustained by many during the raid, they were alive because Izuku had recognized they were not part of Hawk's plan. She cautioned against jumping to conclusions, stressing that they did not want to make him an enemy, especially after witnessing his power. With Hawks dead, Endeavor in a coma, and the top heroes severely injured, the gravity of the situation was undeniable. Izuku questioned whether they truly believed 𝗏𝗧𝗏 was behind the chaos. Aizawa challenged him, asking why he had killed 𝗏𝗧𝗏 if he thought he wasn't responsible. Izuku replied that if 𝗏𝗧𝗏 wanted to be a scapegoat, he wouldn't stop him. The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention to a girl with half red and half white hair, a distinctive mark on her left eye. Her cold gaze captured Izuku's attention, and he approached her, studying her scar, which he recognized was not self-inflicted. Yuki, 𝗕𝗏𝗏's daughter, asked if something was wrong, but Izuku simply turned away and sat down, stating it was nothing important for now. Mitsuki inquired if he intended to remain in his current form, suggesting that everyone would like to see his true appearance. Izuku explained that he looked like Izumi, just as a male. Izumi blushed at the comment, while the others regarded him with curiosity. With a sigh, he deactivated his darkness and removed his helmet. As Izuku revealed his face, everyone stared in awe, especially the girls, who blushed at his handsome and mature appearance. Even Izumi and Katsumi were captivated, as was the usually stoic Yuki. He resembled his sister, and just as Izumi was known for her beauty, Izuku was equally striking. Jiro, Tsuyu, Kami, and Momo were particularly shocked, having seen him before, while Ijiro, Mina, and Ochako recognized him from his previous encounter with a giant villain. They remained silent, while others, like Setsuna, Kinoko, Toru, and Midnight, gazed at him with admiration, Midnight even having a nosebleed from the excitement. Izuku asked if they were happy, leaving the girls speechless and the boys envious. One boy lamented that not only had they learned that the angel's brother was the Reaper himself, but he was also incredibly handsome. A girl with vine-like hair commented on his charm, prompting Izuku to inquire about the term angel. Izumi, flustered, tried to downplay it, while Midnight explained that Izumi had become famous among the first years for her looks and personality, earning the title of the first year's angel. Izumi, embarrassed, covered her face, which only fueled the admiration. As Izuku settled between Izumi and Katsumi, Lita remained upset, still fixated on what Izuku had done to his brother. Izuku addressed him casually, prompting Lita to assert his name. Izuku asked if healing Lita's brother would put an end to his complaints. The room fell silent as everyone stared at him, and Lita demanded to know how he planned to accomplish that. Izuku lifted his hand, and a bottle of healing potion materialized, leaving everyone in shock. Katsumi questioned the nature of his abilities, and Izuku clarified that he possessed multiple powers, referring to them as quirks. The revelation stunned everyone, and Izuku reassured them that once Lita's brother drank the potion, he would be fine. Some laughed, thinking it was a joke, while Lita remained skeptical. He questioned if Izuku believed this was a game. In response, Izuku sighed, placed the potion on the table, and summoned a night killer, demonstrating his power by stabbing his own forearm. Wincing slightly, he dragged the dagger across his palm, causing everyone, especially Izumi, Mitsuki, and Katsumi, to watch in horror. Izuku growled, indicating that they should pay attention to what he was doing. He then drank the potion he had just displayed, and moments later, a yellow aura surrounded him. The onlookers gasped as they witnessed his arm begin to heal until it was completely restored. Izuku fixed his gaze on Lita, stating that if this demonstration didn't convince them, he could always show its effects on someone else, emphasizing the sharpness of the knife. Aizawa, glaring at him with his quirk activated, questioned why he couldn't erase Izuku's quirk, shocking all the students. Izuku replied that he would provide an answer, but it was beyond Aizawa's understanding. He added that if Lita remained unconvinced, he wouldn't mind demonstrating on someone else. This made the students back away nervously, and Lita hesitantly asked if it would really work. Izuku countered with a question about what they had to lose if it didn't. Lita fell silent, and Izumi couldn't help but think about the situation. Izuku interpreted her silence as a truce and suggested they start over. The group settled down, somewhat nervous but attempting to adjust to his presence. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, also known as Sung Jinwoo, explaining that the former was his BRH name and the latter his official name. Aizawa asked why that was, prompting Izuku to inquire if Mia had explained how he disappeared. The group shook their heads, and he took a deep breath to recount the basics of his abduction, leaving everyone in shock. Mitsuki then asked about his daughter and Sasaki-san's nephew, wondering who was looking after them if he and Sasaki were there. Izuku mentioned that he had left 𝗓𝗏 and Enchantress behind. Izumi asked who they were, and Shino explained that they were two of his shadows. Katsumi expressed curiosity about the shadows, and someone in the group recalled a rumor about them moving. Shino confirmed that he could summon shadow-like soldiers, which elicited excitement from the students. Izuku confirmed this and mentioned that he would go get the kids. He asked if there was a room for them to stay in, and Shino replied that he had a spare room available. Aizawa noted that they had a spare bedroom with furniture, just needing to be set up. Izuku decided to grab his daughter and left, while ectoplasm created clones to prepare the room, leaving everyone in thought. Suddenly, Midnight playfully slapped Shino's arm, pouting about not being informed that he was friends with Reaper. She slapped him again, expressing her surprise at how attractive he was, which made Shino exclaim in confusion. Amidst the playful banter, Izumi was deep in thought, considering whether the potions could help All Might. She knew she needed to ask him first before revealing his injury, but she was unsure if All Might would be as trusting as her brother. Minutes later, Izuku returned with Eri and Kota, surprising everyone, especially when 𝗓𝗏 and Enchantress followed behind. 𝗓𝗏 carried Kota while Enchantress held Eri, and the students stared in shock. As they marveled at the shadows, 𝗬𝗏 commented that they looked better than Dark Shadow, while Tokoyami remained silent. Midnight noted that they appeared different from the ones they had seen before, prompting the group to ask for clarification. Izuku explained that he meant Arise, and suddenly his shadow expanded, revealing more shadow soldiers. The students were both shocked and a little intimidated as they found themselves surrounded by the shadow army. Izumi gasped, asking how many were present, while Katsumi questioned how many he could summon. Izuku casually mentioned that he stopped counting after 500, which left everyone in disbelief. Before he could elaborate, Eri woke up, complaining about the noise. Izuku apologized, explaining that they were just surprised. As Eri yawned and drifted back to sleep, he used telekinesis to carry both children to Shino's spare room. Meanwhile, 𝗓𝗏 and the other shadows remained with the students, who were visibly nervous. Izumi mustered the courage to speak to them, introducing herself and acknowledging them as her brother's shadows. 𝗓𝗏 stepped forward, towering over her, and surprised everyone by removing his helmet. The girls blushed at his handsome features, even with his purple appearance as a shadow soldier. He greeted Izumi, introducing himself as 𝗓𝗏, a knight in Izuku's army, and knelt before her, kissing her hand. The students gasped in shock, and some girls felt a twinge of jealousy at the sight of the tall knight treating Izumi with such respect. Izumi blushed deeply, feeling embarrassed and urging him to stand up. The shadows complied, and laughter erupted among them. 𝗓𝗏 replaced his helmet, while Izumi turned away, trying to hide her embarrassment. Tusk remarked on how she was the opposite of their liege, and Enchantress found it surprising. The students were astonished to learn that the shadows could speak, and Shino admitted he didn't understand it either. Just then, Izuku returned, puzzled by the scene before him. 𝗓𝗏 apologized for the greeting, and Izuku, realizing what had transpired, raised an eyebrow, noting that this was a first for 𝗓𝗏. He summoned most of the shadows back, leaving only the high-ranking ones present, and asked if there were any questions about his shadows. A dwarf-like student raised his hand, sporting a bloody nose. He had purple spheres on his head and was staring intently at the Enchantress. Mineta, oblivious to the reactions around him, continued to gaze at her alluring figure. Izuku, feeling annoyed, used his telekinesis to grab Mineta and glared at him, expressing his disapproval. Mineta squeaked in fear as Izuku released him. On his knees, Mineta looked up to see the Enchantress glaring down at him in anger. With a swift motion, she cast an ice spell, freezing him against the wall, leaving him completely encased in ice. The sight sparked curiosity among the students. Izumi exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how she had performed such a feat. Shino explained that they all possessed abilities akin to quirks. Ochako was equally astonished, while Ijiro found the situation outrageous. Tusk, with a smirk, boasted about their capabilities, declaring himself a royal general who had served in many battles. The enchantress introduced herself as a humble servant of His Highness, bowing gracefully. With that, they vanished into Izuku's shadow. Izuku settled down again and suggested that everyone introduce themselves. One by one, the students shared their names and quirks, with 𝗕𝗁𝗵𝗲 particularly capturing Izuku's interest. Izuku inquired about 𝗕𝗁𝗵𝗲's struggles with Dark Shadow, to which 𝗕𝗁𝗵𝗲 admitted that he found it nearly impossible to control in the dark. Izuku paused, then explained that while their powers may seem similar, there were fundamental differences. He suggested that 𝗕𝗁𝗵𝗲 needed to grow stronger without relying on Dark Shadow, as it likely refused to serve someone weak. 𝗕𝗁𝗵𝗲 pondered this and expressed his gratitude for the advice. As the evening wore on, the students departed, and Mitsuki expressed her longing to spend time with Eri. Izuku chuckled, feeling content. That night, while the kids slept in his room, he found himself caught in a playful argument between Katsumi and Izumi over where he should sleep. He sighed, realizing that perhaps the situation wasn't so bad after all. The next morning, Izuku entered the common room after his daily workout, ready for a jog. He noticed Katsumi and Izumi up early, dressed in athletic wear. Izumi greeted him cheerfully, and Katsumi invited him to join their jog, teasing him with a challenge. After running 5 kilometers, both girls were breathing heavily, while Izuku seemed unfazed. They watched him complete his daily quest with curiosity. Katsumi, breathless, questioned how he remained so energetic, to which Izuku explained that he was accustomed to it. They were puzzled by his mention of punishment for not training, but they nodded in understanding. Upon returning, Izuku went to wake the kids, who were confused about their new surroundings. He explained it as best as he could, and while Eri was excited to meet her new family, Koda was too hungry to care. Shino began preparing breakfast for the kids with help from Izumi and Katsumi. Izuku noticed Izumi making a large number of sandwiches and asked if they were just for them. She revealed that she often made them for the class, wanting to support her peers. Izuku smiled at her kindness, recognizing her as an angel. When everyone gathered downstairs, they thanked Izumi for the food. During breakfast, Izumi and Katsumi bonded with Eri, who was thrilled to meet new people. The girls cooed over Eri's adorableness, while the boys shared laughter among themselves. After breakfast, Izuku prepared Eri for school. As they left the room, he noticed familiar faces approaching him. Mina greeted him warmly, and Ochako expressed their gratitude for his help during the incident with the giant villain. Ijiro, inspired by Izuku's bravery, bowed in thanks, calling him manly. Izuku dismissed their praise, feeling it was no big deal. Kyoka then spoke up, mentioning that she had heard him whispering about being the Reaper during a concert. Izuku stared at her, acknowledging that he had expected his identity to be discovered eventually. He advised her to be cautious about sharing such information, as it could be dangerous. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, the teachers discussed the Reaper and recent events. Shino was with Izuku, while Midnight briefed the top 4 students of UA about the situation. Nizu inquired about updates regarding the Reaper, and 𝗬𝗏𝗄 reported that the incident with the reporter had been resolved. The police had found evidence that one of the reporters possessed a quirk allowing him to breach the main gate, explaining how they had managed to infiltrate the school. He hoped to entice any news station with pictures of All Might, using the reporters as a cover to distract everyone while he sought a lucky shot. However, he did not anticipate the swift response from campus security. Evidence found on his phone was confirmed by Detective Tsukachi using his lie detector quirk. Nizu acknowledged the situation, stating that it was resolved but emphasized the need for improved security, suggesting additional detection systems for their walls. Ectoplasm raised concerns about Reaper, while Vlad expressed his distrust. Nizu noted that Reaper seemed willing to cooperate for the time being, but Vlad pointed out that this partnership was superficial, contingent on the presence of Reaper's sister and friend at the school. Nizu turned to Aizawa for his thoughts, and Aizawa highlighted the challenge of containing Reaper, mentioning that his quirk did not affect him and that they lacked the necessary power to confront him. He recalled how Reaper had nearly defeated All Might and referenced the situation with Hawks, who had been killed despite Reaper's belief that he was not responsible for the fight. Aizawa concluded that their best option was to keep a watchful eye on him. Mike questioned whether they could truly monitor 𝗵𝗃, noting his penchant for secrecy, while Vlad warned about the potential media fallout if the truth emerged. Hound Dog mentioned Sasaki, who had admitted to working with 𝗵𝗃, and Aizawa pointed out that while heroes sometimes collaborated with vigilantes, 𝗵𝗃 was no ordinary case. Vlad expressed concern about Sasaki revealing their confidential discussions to 𝗵𝗃, but Nizu reassured them that there was no risk of that happening. He acknowledged their frustrations but refused to dismiss her, as she was the only one 𝗵𝗃 seemed to trust. Nizu concluded that for now, they would have to observe 𝗵𝗃 closely. Mike asked what their next steps would be, and Vlad suggested that since 𝗵𝗃 valued his privacy, they should respect it in return. Nizu agreed but stated he would inform 𝗵𝗃 if a critical situation arose, recognizing 𝗵𝗃's combat skills as potentially valuable. Meanwhile, Shino and Miss Himura arrived at the school, greeted by Fuyumi, who expressed surprise at their presence. Shino explained they were dropping off Eri and Koda, and Fuyumi asked if everything was alright. Izuku reassured her that the situation had been resolved, and Fuyumi decided to inform the principal while taking the children to their classroom. After leaving kindergarten, they quickly returned to the school, where Izuku encountered Aizawa, who informed him that the headmaster wanted him to participate in class activities with the first years to foster cooperation. Izuku expressed skepticism about acting like a student but agreed to observe their training. Later, as Izuku stood in the training ground, he observed the students in their hero outfits. The boys wore a mix of regular and unusual designs, while the girls donned more revealing suits. Izuku's attention was particularly drawn to Izumi's and Katsumi's outfits. Izumi asked for his opinion, and Izuku inquired if those were indeed their hero suits, to which she confirmed that Aunt Mitsuki had helped them prepare them and that Midnight had approved. Katsumi playfully teased Izuku, but he remained silent as Midnight approached with 4 students in their hero suits. Among them was a cheerful blonde, a black-haired boy with a hood and a somber expression, a red-haired girl with blue eyes, and a girl with periwinkle blue hair, all wearing similarly revealing outfits. Mineta eyed the girls, and when they arrived, both girls blushed upon seeing Izuku. Midnight gathered the class and introduced the group as the Big Four of UA. Momo explained that this title referred to the 4 strongest hero students at the university, prompting the students to introduce themselves. Mirio Togoda greeted everyone enthusiastically, followed by Tamaki Amajiki, 𝗔𝗓𝗃𝗏, who immediately engaged the students with questions, and Rias Gremory, who introduced herself with a calm demeanor. Izuku paused upon hearing Rias's name and inquired about her relationship with the national hero Lucifer. The first years were taken aback, and Rias sighed as she confirmed that he was her older brother. Izumi's excitement surged as she bombarded Rias with questions about her quirk and its similarities to Lucifer's, pulling out a notebook to jot down notes. Kaminari wondered about Rias's power compared to her brother's, but Izuku interjected, stating that while Rias was strong, she was not on the same level as Lucifer. Rias was taken aback by his frankness, prompting her to question when he had seen her brother in action. Nemuri reminded everyone of 𝗵𝗃's identity, leading to shock among the third years as they realized who Izuku was. 𝗔𝗓𝗏 pouted as she stared at 𝗵𝗃, intrigued yet uncertain. Her expression was a mix of anger and concern. Izuku noticed her gaze and asked why she was staring at him like that. Nemuri explained that Midoriya's mentor was Ryukyu. Izuku, confused, inquired about who that was. Shino informed him that she was among the heroes hospitalized 2 days ago. Izuku reacted with disbelief, realizing that this was happening to yet another person he cared about. Shino added that, honestly, she had been fortunate with her injuries. Izuku wanted to know which hero she was, and Shino clarified that she was the one who could transform into a dragon. Izuku admitted he didn't remember her. Nemuri acknowledged that 𝗔𝗓𝗏 was close to Ryukyu but emphasized that such incidents were part of their world. Though still pouting, 𝗔𝗓𝗏 sighed in resignation, expressing her worry for Ryukyu. Izuku sighed as well and offered to heal her, asking if that would make 𝗔𝗓𝗏 more civil. Surprised, she asked if he could really do that. Nemuri believed Izuku could help, despite her injuries not being severe. Izuku mentioned that he already had Lyra waiting for an excuse to confront him about his previous actions, and he didn't need another person on his case. Lida interjected, insisting on his name being Lida, which only added to the confusion. 値, sounding more cheerful, thanked Izuku if he could heal Ryukyu. Izuku noted that she was handling the situation better than Lida. Shino advised everyone to ignore Lida's antics, remarking that he struggled with names unless he was focused. Namuri then announced that they would conduct a training exercise that day. Izuku asked what the plan was, and Aizawa suggested he spar with the students. Izuku questioned the purpose, and Aizawa explained that facing someone like him would allow the students to go all out, which would aid in their assessments. Izuku agreed. Ijiro expressed excitement about the upcoming spar, prompting a smirk from Izuku as he instructed Forger to dig a ring around them to mark the fighting area. The students lined up, ready to engage him. Ijiro, impatient, charged at Izuku without a plan. Midway through his approach, Izuku noticed the engines on Ijiro's legs releasing bluish energy as he rushed forward. To Izuku, it felt like slow motion, and he allowed Ijiro to strike him. When the kick landed, Izuku stood firm, unfazed, while Ijiro fell back, clutching his leg in pain. Izuku looked down at him, and the other students watched in shock. He casually tossed Ijiro outside the ring, declaring that he would give them time to devise a strategy, as he had no problem handling their full power. After about 25 minutes, the students appeared more confident. Izuku chuckled as they began to circle him, with the close combat specialists moving in while the long-range fighters stayed back. Among them were Yaoyorozu and Izumi, while Katsumi was in the close combat group. Katsumi charged at him first, moving quickly for her, and unleashed an explosion aimed at his face, but he dodged effortlessly. As he did, Kirishima and Tetsu attacked from different angles. Izuku caught both of their attacks, and as he pushed them away, Katsumi attempted another strike. He defended himself against her while noticing 値floating above, preparing to launch an energy blast. He jumped back to evade it, and as he did, Katsumi stepped aside for Izumi, who hesitated but then sent a blast of white light his way. Izumi combined her powers with Dominator's touch to create projectiles of light, reminiscent of Izuku's own abilities. She then hurled 2 large chunks of rock at him, which he dodged, but she continued her assault with light projectiles. While her combination was intriguing, she was misusing Dominator's touch. As Izuku moved to evade the incoming attacks, he sensed something approaching from below. Mirio appeared, attempting to strike him. Izuku blocked his punch but noticed a red light emanating from Mirio's chest. He managed to dodge that as well, impressed by the trick. Jumping back, he used telekinesis to send a wave of energy toward the long-range fighters, but they turned out to be illusions. Once the mist cleared, he saw that most of the long-range fighters had repositioned themselves, with Yaoyorozu creating a giant sound cannon for Jiro. The atmosphere shifted as large chunks of rock floated above him, and Uraraka released them, causing them to fall. Izuku used telekinesis to destroy the falling debris, but the resulting dust cloud obscured his vision. From the corner of his eye, he noticed small marbles launching toward him, growing larger as they approached, hitting him in the face. He jumped back, but the ground beneath him turned soft, and before he could escape, vines and tape ensnared him, along with sticky ball and dark shadows wrapping around him. Rias declared that it was over for him. The close combat fighters retreated as the ranged fighters charged their attacks. Jiro connected to the sound cannon, and Gremory, Heido, Izumi, Todoroki, Aoyama, Katsumi, and the others prepared their strongest blasts, unleashing a collective attack. Izuku chuckled, realizing the effort they had put into this plan. He decided to simply block the incoming hit. As the blast struck, everyone cheered, hoping they had finally defeated him. When the dust settled, Izuku stood unharmed, leaving everyone in shock. He complimented their firepower, noting it was decent but added that they were still far from being able to overwhelm him. Suddenly, he patted Tamaki on the shoulder and remarked that they were 100 years too early to defeat him with sheer force. In a swift motion, he sent Tamaki flying out of the arena, crashing against the wall and falling unconscious. The other students rushed at him once more, determined to continue the fight. Izuku moved with incredible speed, outpacing the eyes of his opponents as he swiftly incapacitated nearly all of them. Only Katsumi and Ijira remained. The long-range fighters attempted to attack him again, but Izuku effortlessly countered their strikes, leaving them on the ground in pain. Izumi watched in awe, marveling at his speed. Izuku addressed the last 5 students, Izumi, Katsumi, Yuki, Ijira, and Mirio, with a playful challenge, asking who would be the first to face him. Ijira and Katsumi charged at him simultaneously. In an instant, Izuku positioned himself between them, delivering a precise punch to Ijira that broke through her defenses, sending her down. Katsumi attempted a close-range explosion, but when that failed, Izuku sent her flying out of the ring, where she collided with a wall. Turning his attention to Yuki, who was staring at him in disbelief, Izuku dodged her first ice blast. As the second wave approached, he leaped onto it, closing the distance between them. Yuki, realizing she needed to act quickly, sent another ice blast his way. However, since Izuku was now on her left, she had to adjust her stance to aim. Noticing this, Izuku recognized that she possessed fire powers too, yet she was holding back. He decided to test her further by appearing beside her and grabbing her shoulder. He asked her why she was restraining herself. Instead of responding, Yuki glared at him and attempted to turn and unleash another ice blast. Izuku, however, held her firmly in place, which only fueled her frustration. She demanded he let go, but he insisted she needed to use her fire abilities. As her anger grew, she became increasingly desperate. Just then, Izumi and Mirio intervened. Mirio launched an attack from the front while Izumi sent light projectiles from behind. Izuku released Yuki, who turned to blast him with ice once more. He sidestepped, but Mirio seized the opportunity to strike, only to be shocked when Izuku caught his fist. Mirio was taken aback, and before he could react, Izuku delivered a swift punch that sent him crashing into a wall. It seemed that Izuku's ability to counter Mirio's permeation had been a lesson learned the hard way. Turning back to Yuki, Izuku urged her to stop holding back. She retorted, questioning if he was also holding back. Izuku clarified that he was only restraining himself against those weaker than him. In a flash, he appeared right in front of her, grabbing her shoulders and asserting that they were not the same. He then delivered a gut punch that knocked her to the ground, leaving her unable to continue. This left only Izumi standing, and she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her as she realized she was the last one left. Izuku reassured her, encouraging her to take her time and show him what she could do. Izumi charged her quirk, enhancing her arms and legs before launching herself at him. When her punch landed, Izuku remained unfazed, standing firm as if nothing had happened. He then caught her and gently slammed her to the ground, enough to make her gasp for air. He declared his victory. Minutes later, the students were either sprawled on the ground or kneeling, clutching their stomachs and groaning in discomfort. Izuku stood tall, yawning as he surveyed the wreckage of the gym, which was littered with chunks of ice, rubble, and other damaged items. He chuckled, realizing he had gained insight into their abilities. Mina complained about the pain, while Aizawa noted that they had lasted longer than he expected. Shino suggested that Izuku could have gone a bit easier on them. Izuku explained that he had only used his phantom ability and refrained from using his daggers or shadow powers, indicating that he had a good understanding of their capabilities and shortcomings. Once the students had recovered, Izuku called for Izumi and Katsumi to approach him. They did so with curiosity. He bluntly informed them that Katsumi was using her quirk inefficiently, while Izumi was misapplying her telekinesis. Both were surprised by his observations. Izuku began with Katsumi, asking her what she thought was the cause of injury from a grenade explosion. When she answered that it was the explosion itself, he chuckled and explained that the real danger came from the shrapnel. He advised her to focus her explosions for optimal damage, emphasizing the importance of pressure in her attacks. Katsumi contemplated his words and, after a moment, adjusted her technique, creating an attack that resembled a laser rather than a shockwave. Izuku noted that once she mastered this with one hand, her attack power would significantly increase. She smiled at him, excited by the prospect. Izuku suggested that she carry metal beads as projectiles to enhance her explosions, explaining that precision would be key. Katsumi expressed her preference for close combat, but Izuku pointed out that distance could affect damage output. Turning to Izumi, Izuku noted that she was misusing her powers. She looked at her hands, confused. He explained that she was incorrectly combining her telekinesis and enhancement abilities. When he mentioned enchantment, Izumi's eyes widened, as she had not disclosed her full capabilities. Izuku, noticing her reaction, pretended to be unaware. He continued, stating that while they shared abilities, she seemed to lack the knowledge to use them effectively. When Izumi expressed discomfort with activating her enhancement due to a past injury, Izuku reassured her that it was not a problem. Earlier, when she charged at him, she only covered her arms and legs with her enhancement. Izuku wondered why she had chosen to do that. Izumi explained that it was to avoid hurting her body too badly. Izuku acknowledged her reasoning but pointed out that enhancement quirks become more effective when applied to the entire body. Hearing this, she looked surprised. He gestured to his forearm and began to move his fingers, explaining that the muscles responsible for their movement extended all the way to his elbows. To amplify the strength of his fingers, he needed to enhance his entire form. Izumi stared at him, wide-eyed, as he encouraged her to try it herself. Closing her eyes, she focused, and a white light enveloped her body. When she opened her eyes, she began to move around, cheering as she felt her control improve significantly. Izuku praised her progress and then shifted the conversation to her telekinetic ability, asking what she called it. Izumi replied that it was telekinesis, allowing her to lift objects based on their weight. Izuku inquired if she combined her enhancement with it to lift heavier items, to which she hesitantly agreed. He then pointed out that she was using her abilities incorrectly. He instructed her to restrain him with her full power without holding back. Nodding, she charged up her quirk to about 3% while gritting her teeth, attempting to use telekinesis on him. However, she was only mixing it with her telekinesis and not enhancing her body for additional force. Izuku chuckled as he activated his own ability, breaking free effortlessly. The sudden release of his power pushed Izumi back, causing her to stumble, but he caught her with his ability before she could fall. Izumi was astonished and asked how he had managed to do that. He explained that she could only control 2 objects at a time, regardless of their weight, as long as they were light enough. Confirmed this, and he elaborated that his own telekinesis, which he called Dominator's Touch, was the base level of their shared ability. He explained that the reason she could only lift 2 objects was that her telekinesis functioned like a set of invisible arms, limited by her own strength. Her eyes widened as she began to understand. He then invited her to come closer, and when she did, he gently wrapped his arms around her from behind. She yelped in surprise, her cheeks flushing. The other girls nearby noticed and blushed as well. He then took her hands, urging her to focus. Despite her embarrassment, she complied, closing her eyes as he instructed her to activate her enhancement. This time, she activated it around her entire body. Izuku encouraged her to visualize invisible arms digging into the ground before using her telekinesis. With newfound focus, she lifted a chunk of earth, and everyone gasped at the size of it compared to her previous attempts. Izumi was thrilled, nearly dropping the boulder in shock when she realized what she had accomplished. After she set the rock down, she turned to Izuku, beaming with joy and gratitude for his guidance. Once the excitement settled, Izuku addressed the other students, sharing his ideas for improving their quirks as well. Reactions varied. Some were eager to listen, while others, like Lida, remained skeptical but chose to keep things civil, recognizing Izuku's friendship with Izumi and the potential consequences of causing trouble. As they discussed their future training schedule, Nemuri mentioned that they had hero training after lunch. Shino explained that they would be heading to a facility called the USJ, designed for rescue operations training. Izuku learned that it was located off-campus and that Nemuri was in charge as the new rescue hero teacher. He acknowledged her busy schedule and then revealed his intention to heal Lida's brother, which surprised Izumi. She recalled her earlier conversation with All Might, where she had expressed her longing to help him heal. All Might had been hesitant, explaining that while he appreciated her concern, It might not work as she hoped. He had mentioned that Izuku had offered to heal him with his potion, but it had not been successful. Izumi felt determined to find a way to assist, especially after seeing Izuku's capabilities firsthand. It turned out that something was actively preventing Izuku's wounds from healing, a revelation that shocked the two girls. Izumi expressed her surprise, while Katsumi inquired about the nature of the issue. All Might mentioned something about a curse, though they hadn't discussed it much afterward. He was investigating the matter, which gave Izumi hope that he might heal in the future. All Might reassured them that he wasn't too concerned, as once they became full-fledged heroes, it wouldn't matter. Katsumi then asked about his time limit, noting that they hadn't seen him transform all day. All Might admitted that his time limit had dropped to just 1 hour a day, a consequence of defending Endeavor. Izumi felt a pang of guilt, but All Might dismissed it, stating he had to leave for a meeting and would talk to them later. As the flashback ended, Izumi reflected on All Might's situation, hoping for a resolution. She acknowledged that Lita was strict but meant well, not wanting him to harbor any negative feelings toward them. Katsumi echoed her sentiment, and Izuku assured them he would do his best. He prepared to leave, prompting Izumi to express her disappointment at his departure. Izuku reassured them that he would be around for the next 3 years, which brought smiles to their faces, especially Izumi's. She bid him farewell, and Katsumi followed suit as Izuku departed. Before leaving, he assigned shadow soldiers to both Izumi and Katsumi, then made his way to the hospital where Ingenium was located. The distance was manageable for him. Upon entering, he found Ingenium resting peacefully. Approaching him, Izuku retrieved a large healing potion, ensuring it would be sufficient for Ingenium's condition. In his invisible form, he gently lifted Ingenium and administered the potion. Moments later, Ingenium began to show signs of healing. Izuku noted that Ingenium's health was just above the threshold, feeling fortunate about this outcome. He contemplated healing Ryukyu later. As he prepared to leave the rooftop, a message from Jiren caught his attention. Jiren had found a lead, albeit a small one, regarding a warehouse where multiple groups were rumored to be discussing the purchase of superpowers. Izuku speculated whether this could be a code for quirk or runestone exchanges. Regardless, it was worth investigating. Jiren provided the address, which was far but reachable with Izuku's speed. He considered visiting the USJ instead to observe rescue operations but ultimately decided that following this lead could benefit Izumi in the long run. Meanwhile, the first-year classes were getting ready to board the bus. Lita instructed everyone to sit in order according to their class numbers, but Jiro pointed out that it wasn't a typical bus. Before they boarded, 2 new individuals were introduced. The first was a girl with pink hair and yellow cross-shaped eyes, dressed in a black tank top and breathes, covered in dust and oil from her mechanical work. She radiated enthusiasm. The second was a blonde girl with blue eyes, wearing glasses and a white lab coat over a shirt that was mostly unbuttoned, revealing her midriff. She waved at Izumi and Katsumi, who returned the gesture. These two were 𝗵𝗲𝗄 and Melissa Shield from the support course, there to inspect the students' performance during the rescue training for research purposes. Melissa greeted everyone warmly, while May expressed her eagerness to gather new ideas for her inventions, which led to a surprised reaction from the students. Melissa clarified that May was referring to her creations. Izumi greeted Melissa, who asked if they were ready for the exercise. Both girls confirmed they were, with Katsumi mentioning her longing for upgrades to her gauntlets. Melissa promised to assist after the training. Aizawa then instructed everyone to board the bus, and they complied, ready for the upcoming challenge.